Hi, I'm Anastasia, and I was born to the most loving parents ever. Mom was a lawyer, and we'd always play games where she pretended I was her lawyer and she was my client.
I find you guilty of drinking my cereal. I sentence you to 100 years in prison.
Oh, please have pity on me, Judge.
But then, she suddenly left me and Dad when I was 5, and we never heard from her again. I had to grow up with a dad who was obsessed with computers and electronics. Dad could fix just about anything.
Where does this go?
Right here, Daddy.
He taught me everything I knew about electronics. In no time, I started to mess with them like they were nothing. In fact, I wanted to be an engineer, just like him. But then one day, while we were busy with a robot project, we suddenly heard a loud machine noise coming from outside. When we ran out to check what it was, we were surprised to find 2 bulldozers staring at us.
Sir, this property belongs to Kent Inc. We are under instructions to demolish it. What? Tell Mr. Kent that he can kick rocks. Sir, please move out of the way. You have 5 seconds and we won't ask again.
But Dad and I were not about to let these crazy people just tear down our building. So we linked arms together and stood in front of the store courageously. The drivers ignored us and drove their bulldozers towards us without any care for our safety in the world. Dad and I had to jump out of the way. After we lost our store, Dad fell ill and went into a long coma. I stayed by his bedside every day, holding his hand and hoping for the best. Everything is going to be okay, Dad. I promise to get payback on Harry Kent for doing this to you. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but it was going to happen. I swore it. After Dad's coma, I had to move in with my mom's wealthy cousin, Aunt Jenna. Dad had no relatives, so she was my only option.
What are those?
Aunt Jenna was an upper-class woman who was always cold towards me. She hated my passion for electronics and treated my projects like trash. Oh, those are my robot models, Aunt. Dad and I used to—
Security! Please dispose of that trash.
My models were like my life. I couldn't let that happen. Please don't throw them away, Aunt Jenna. I'll keep them out of your way. I promise. I looked at her face, praying she'd agree.
Fine, you can keep your trash, but make sure I never see them.
I sighed, relieved. Aunt gave me the worst room in the house, the basement, while she and her daughter, Geraldine, lived like royalty in the biggest rooms. Geraldine was the spitting image of her mother, mean, spoiled, and evil. Once, while she was sunbathing by the pool, I was passing by with a glass of juice and tripped over her foot, which was in the way. She went berserk.
You clumsy oaf! You ruined my bikini!
I'm so sorry, but your shoes were in the way.
That's no excuse, you fool!
I'm actually a very smart fool, if you want to know. And then later that day, while I was fixing some robot parts in my room, the she-devil walked in and dumped a bucket of water on my robot.
Oops! I thought that was trash, just like everything else in this basement.
I saw red and immediately pounced on her. Aunt Jenna heard us fighting and showed up. She pushed me away from her daughter.
How dare you come into my house and attack my child?
I tried to explain, but she wouldn't even listen.
It's those useless robots, isn't it?
I'll seize them all!
No, please! They're the only things I have left of my dad. You should have thought of that before you attacked my daughter.
I felt like my whole world had fallen apart after what Aunt Jenna did. I wish Dad could wake up and rescue me from this house of wickedness. After nearly a month of staying with her, Aunt enrolled me in the same private high school as Geraldine, and I settled in nicely. With time, I became the top student in my class.
Anastasia, an A+ again. You should teach your cousin and maybe her D could turn into a B.
Geraldine burned with jealousy, but that didn't bother me. She might be the queen in her house, but when it came to the books, I ruled supreme. A few weeks before summer break, my school planned a basketball game. The physics club, which I was in charge of, were helping out with the electrical system in the gym as the cheerleaders practiced their routine. I looked at Geraldine as she practiced. She looked so perfect. If only she wasn't mean all the time.
What are you staring at, weirdo?
Your makeup makes you look like Ursula. Her royal meanness stormed up to my ladder and shook it, knocking me to the ground.
How dare you, you monster!
Before she could charge at me, a nerdy kid wobbled into the gym and tripped over some wires, making the lights go off. I could hear him rummaging around the wires for 20 minutes, yet the lights weren't coming on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm new here.
I found my way in the darkness towards him.
Hey, let me help.
You might shock yourself if you keep messing around with the wires. With my understanding of electronics, I connected a few wires in the dark and the lights returned. When the lights came on, I saw the boy's face clearly. And oh boy, he was handsome.
Wow, how did you do that?
It's just the fuse. You displaced it when you were going over the wires.
That's impressive. My father owns a robotics company. I could recommend you for an internship whenever there's an opening.
Wait a minute, his father? Who's your father? I asked out of curiosity.
Harry Kent. By the look on your face, I'm guessing you already know him.
Oh, I did more than know him, but Terrence didn't need to know to what extent. Yeah, sure. He's the super popular billionaire, right?
Yeah, I'm Terrence, by the way. What's your name?
I'm, Anastasia.
I hope we see more of each other, Anastasia. Hopefully, I'm not tripping over more wires by then.
When Terrence left, Geraldine suddenly appeared in front of me.
Throwing yourself at the billionaire's son is a new low for you, Anastasia.
She sounded jealous. It must be hard knowing he talked to me and not you. She fumed, but I ignored her and returned to my work. The next morning, I found Terrence in the library, and a plan suddenly struck in my head. What if I got close to him and used him to exact my revenge on his father? I put my plan in place and did the classic girl trips close to boy move. He caught me.
Are you all right?
Sorry, I didn't see you. Up close, his eyes looked kind, but I didn't let that trick me.
Hey, you're the girl from earlier. Please, let me treat you to lunch to show my gratitude.
And just like that, he had taken my bait.
Sure thing. You owe me one anyways.
After school, I met Terrence at a nearby pizza shop, which wasn't where I expected a billionaire's son to eat. I assumed he'd go somewhere flashier, with gold as a meal option or whatever billionaires ate.
This is now my favorite pizza place.
Really? I didn't believe him. He was putting on the charismatic attitude to fool me. Huh, too bad I was too smart to fall for it. Suddenly, he lifted his hand towards my face.
What are you doing?
Relax. You have a pizza stain on your cheek.
Oh, thanks. You're so sweet.
As Terrence cleaned the stain on my cheek, I felt a warm, fuzzy sensation in my tummy. His hand lingered on my cheek before he removed it with a sweet smile. Focus, Anastasia!
Thank you. I appreciate the lunch.
It's cool. So, where did you learn your impressive wiring skill from?
My father, Clinton Hale. As I said his name, I looked at Terrence's face for a reaction and was disappointed to find none. After our lunch, I found out he rode a motorcycle. What kind of a billionaire's son rode a motorcycle? I began to spend a lot of time with Terrence. My guard was still up around him. No matter what, I never wanted to forget that he was the son of ultra-billionaire Harry Kent. Terrence was very nice, and his sweet gestures made it difficult for me to stick to my plan. On my 16th birthday, when I thought no one remembered, he got me a pretty necklace.
Here, let me help you.
As he placed the necklace around my neck, his fingers touched me, and I felt goosebumps. After he finished, he stared at my neck for the longest time.
You have the prettiest neck.
Thank you. One day, Geraldine discovered Terrence hugging me, and envious of our friendship, she ratted me out to her mom. Aunt Jenna was furious.
Of course you'd be like your mom, going after guys with money, I see.
That was the first time Aunt mentioned my mother. I tried to ask a few more questions about Mom out of curiosity, but she shut them down and focused on scolding me instead.
Your dad would be so ashamed of you if he was awake, hanging out with the son of the man who ruined his life. You can do better. I want you to stop seeing him.
Aunt had a point, but I was very focused on seeing my plan through, even if it meant sneaking around her to see Terrence. My dad deserved justice, and I wanted to bring it to him, no matter the risk. I told Terrence that my aunt wasn't fond of our friendship, and we agreed to begin meeting in secret. On one of the days I was supposed to meet him at our spot in the pizza shop, I found him getting yelled at by his father in a corner instead. I immediately hid behind an opposite wall and peeked out.
I've warned you to stop coming to this trashy shop. You have a company to manage, boy. Act like it. Stop making me ashamed of you all the time.
Terrence suddenly turned around and noticed me. His eyes looked sad. I quickly stopped peeking and returned to my hiding position.
You will show up at tonight's fundraiser like a proper Kent. I don't want to see your silly bike anywhere around the building. Understood? Yes, Dad.
As soon as Terrence's dad left, he approached my hiding spot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
It's fine.
So what happened back there?
My dad wants me to take over his company, but I don't want to.
Why not?
I don't like robotics. I want to be a doctor instead. My mom died of cancer when I was little. I want to help people like her.
This wasn't the evil Terrence I had conjured up in my head. I felt bad about using him and was already thinking of an alternative to my plan when he said,
I can't go to the fundraiser alone tonight. I need you by my side, Anastasia.
close to Harry Kent's mansion. That was a super tempting offer I could not refuse. I didn't want to keep using Terrence, but I promised myself this would be the last time. That night, when everyone was asleep, I sneaked out of my window and ran up to the road where Terrence was waiting for me beside a limousine. I wore a simple gown, and he wore a sophisticated suit and looked amazingly hot.
You look so beautiful.
He held the door open like a perfect gentleman, and I blushed as I climbed into the car. Thank you. We arrived at the fundraiser, and seeing all the fancy people in their fancy clothes made me feel inferior. Terrence didn't care.
You're the prettiest girl in this room.
Terrence was called up onto the stage a few minutes after we arrived, and he had to leave my side. I took advantage of the opportunity to snoop around the mansion for dirt on his father. During my search, I came across a door that seemed like Harry Kent's office and went in. I started searching the office for whatever I could find, and bingo! That's when I saw it. A folder tagged "Confidential" right inside his drawers. I suddenly heard his footsteps approaching, but it was too late for me to hide, so I stuffed the folder inside my gown. Anastasia? Mom? It was my mom! But our reunion was cut short when we heard the sound of someone else's footsteps.
Jump out of the window, quick! There's a ladder under it the plumber forgot this afternoon.
I was so angry at her. After she left Dad and me, she never once cared to check on us. Why would I listen to you? You left me for years.
I'll explain everything later. Please, just listen to me. Go out, now!
I decided to listen to her and quickly made my way through the window and ran back to Aunt's house. As soon as I got home, I called Terrence to let him know that I left the party early. Then, I began to go through the contents of the confidential folder. What I found shocked me. My father used to own the company with Harry Kent before Harry accused him of fraud and kicked him out. Dad made me a major shareholder in Kent Inc. during his tenure there. This meant I was worth $1 billion. But Harry wanted to take it all. I wondered what Mom had to do with all this. Early the next morning, I was awakened by a phone call from an unknown number. Hello?
Anastasia, it's Mom. Listen, I don't have much time. Come over to the abandoned trailer park as soon as you can.
Mom sounded like she was in a haste, so I dressed up and hurried out to meet her. As soon as I got to the trailer park, Mom's car drove up to me and I got in. To my surprise, she hugged me.
Oh, I've missed you so much, baby.
I was so shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, but not reaching out to you guys was the only way to keep you safe.
How?
When your dad lost his job all those years ago, we hatched a plan. I was supposed to get closer to Harry Kent and save our family's legacy in the company. Keep your enemies closer, he always said.
Is that why you couldn't spare some time to even check how I was doing?
If I did, Harry would know where you were. You're a major shareholder in his company. He wants you out of the way. I had to lie and say I had dumped you somewhere in the Sahara Desert.
Everything she told me added up, except for one thing. Aunt. What about Aunt and Geraldine?
I pay your auntie thousands of dollars each month to look after you and keep your presence safe, which was working fine until Harry decided to relocate her.
Wow, and that selfish woman had the guts to act like she did everything for me for free. I told Mom how mean Aunt Geraldine had been to me, and she was angry.
That Jezebel! I'll teach her a lesson for messing with my daughter. For now, honey, stay safe. I have a plan, and it's nearly ready.
Mom and I kept in touch through secret phone calls. I told her everything about my relationship with Terrence, and she encouraged me to be honest with him. I'm in love with Terrence. If he knows I was using him, he would kill me.
He's a nice kid. He wouldn't.
And while I was on the phone call, Geraldine suddenly appeared and played a recording of my phone call to Mom.
I wonder what Terrence will do once he finds out you're using him.
I tried to snatch the phone from her and accidentally pressed the send button, which sent the recording to Terrence.
Uh-oh.
Terrence listened to my recording and started to avoid me everywhere. He wouldn't even let me speak to him. I was devastated, but Mom encouraged me to focus on the plan. On the day Harry Kent was to meet the board of directors to remove my shareholder status, I showed up to the meeting.
No one has seen Hale's daughter for years. Who are you?
Anastasia Hale. He looked like he was about to explode.
Prove it.
Mom suddenly entered the office.
She doesn't have to. She's my daughter. And I have proof of everything you've done to her and my husband for years.
As soon as his crimes came into light, Harry was dismissed from the company, and I retained my shareholder status. The next day, Mom took me out of Aunt Jenna's and I moved in with her.
You and your child will no longer receive a penny from me.
The look on their faces made me so happy. Years later, I completed high school and college. I kept trying to reach out to Terrence, but it was futile. Mom and I paid regular visits to Dad. Hey Dad, we miss you. So much has happened. Mom rescued me from the bad people, and I can now manage Kent Inc. Can you believe? All of your work is finally getting recognition. While I was talking to Dad, he suddenly moved his hand. Dad! Mom! Call the doctor, quick! When Mom came back with the doctor, Dad was already opening his eyes. And when the doctor opened his mouth, it was then that I looked at him.
Wow, this is a miracle. It looks like he's out of the coma.
Terrence, you are my dad's doctor?
Anastasia? Oh, I'm glad to see you.
Terrence, I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry for everything.
It's fine. I've never stopped loving you, in spite of what's happened. That's why I transferred here, to help your dad.
I was overwhelmed with emotions and suddenly kissed him. This was the best day ever. Hi, I'm Amelia. I've always felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I had the best parents who were both doctors. In school, I was a top achiever, and I did what I loved best, basketball. I was the star in my team, but apart from all the greatness I had in life, there was one flaw. I was born with a condition called hyponechia, meaning I didn't have nails on all my fingers. As a child, I thought it was cool because my parents said so, but soon noticed that other kids treated me funny because of it.
Hey, what happened to your hand? It's always been that way. Super cool, right?
All of them ran away like I had a disease. When I figured out that my hand actually freaked other kids out, I refused to leave the house.
Why can't you just heal my hand so I can be like other kids? Everyone treats me like an alien.
It's not something we can reverse, dear. It's your own perfect flaw.
When my parents saw that I wasn't ready to reason with them, they bought me a pack of fancy gloves to wear to school.
Your hands are awesome, but if this makes you more comfortable...
It does. Thanks.
For me, as long as no one saw my hands, my life was perfect. Then, the new neighbors arrived. I was throwing out the trash from the house one day when I saw them moving into the house next to us. I went over to help them and hopefully make new friends.
Hi, I'm Amelia, your next-door neighbor. Hi, I'm Crystal, and that's my mom.
Crystal seemed really friendly, unlike her mother, who looked like a hissing snake.
Crystal, quit the chit-chat and move those things!
Let me help.
I went to pick up a box from the van, but the woman grabbed my hand.
If you know what is good for you, you'll stay away from us.
I just want to help.
Oh, maybe you just want to meet Jackie.
Jackie? Is that your child too?
Yes, my favorite child. Jackie! Jackie!
When I saw Jackie, I died and resurrected. Jackie was nearly a 4-foot hound. He looked like he wanted to eat me. I ran home screaming for my mom.
It's like been going on.
Later in the evening, when I told my mom about the woman next door, Mom was furious.
I could definitely sue her for the threat. Maybe she was just playing. How can you say that? In fact, I'm going to give her a piece of my mind right now.
How about we bake a pie instead and give it to her as a welcome present? Maybe she just wasn't in a good mood.
Dad supported the idea, and since Mom always listened to him, the next morning, Mom and I baked a pie and carried it over to the neighbors. Crystal was the one who opened the door.
I'm so sorry for what my mom did to you that day. She's a bit crazy.
That's okay. Is she home? The porch suddenly felt icy when Crystal's mom appeared at the doorway.
How may I help you? Hi, I'm Amelia's mom. We baked this pie to welcome you and your beautiful daughter.
To my relief, the woman's stony expression melted off.
Oh, really? This is so sweet. I'm Mrs. Freeze.
She took the pie, and we happily turned to go. And that's when I felt something warm and soft hit the back of my head.
Ow!
Mom and I turned to see that Mrs. Freeze had just thrown the pie at me.
Stay away from my property and keep your stupid pie.
She slammed the door shut, and I had to hold Mom back from attacking the woman.
You hurt her. I don't want you anywhere near her.
I swore to stay away from the new neighbor, but fate had other plans. At school some days later, our school's principal announced that we had a new basketball coach. But when it was time for our new coach to arrive, the lollipop I was sucking on dropped to the floor at the sight of Mrs. Freeze coming into the basketball court.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be your new coach. Please treat me well.
She didn't even act as if she recognized me. Emily, a girl in my team who was very jealous of my success, was soon tripping over her feet to impress her.
Welcome, ma'am. At least no one will be more favored now.
What do you mean?
The former coach treated Amelia here specially.
That's not true.
Who asked your permission to speak? Off the court now!
What?
Or would you prefer to be dropped off the team?
Upset, I went to the bleachers, and everyone else started playing. My team won, but I was so furious that I didn't get to play, so I decided to confront Mrs. Freeze and set things straight with her. But when I got to her office door, Mrs. Freeze was crying over a baby picture. I was so stunned I turned around and bumped right into Emily.
Came to bribe your way onto Mrs. Freeze's good side.
Can you drop it? I don't need to bribe any coach. I'm a natural.
Well, we have scouts coming in for our next game this weekend. We will see who is awesome then. Glove tag.
Being picked by the Scouts was a big step towards my dream of playing in the WNBA. Even though I was confident of my skills, I practiced more so I could impress them. But something happened that risked everything I had been working hard for. The morning before the game, I went to the bathroom to wash up, but slipped and fell. I sprained my right hand, but what hurt the most was what my parents said next.
Well, this means no game for you today.
Dad, this is a golden opportunity to be a big sports star.
And how are you supposed to do that with one arm? Besides, I doubt that witch you have as a coach would let you play at all.
There was no winning the argument with them, so the moment they left for work, I dressed up and hurried to the city's basketball court. I was already late. They were just about to start when I arrived.
Is that bandage a stunt to get the scouts' pity?
She's not faking. I knew a broken arm when I see it.
I worked hard for this, ma'am. A broken arm won't stop me. I expected Mrs. Freeze to get mad and order me out of the game, but to my shock, she asked for a handshake.
You're either very stupid or very brave. Either way, I'm beginning to like your guts. Reminds me of my much younger self.
Just as I was about to accept the handshake, I noticed that Mrs. Freeze had Hypon Chia too. Hey, your hand. It's just like...
What? Never seen a nailless hand before?
Actually,
Take your position. Game time.
And just like that, she went back to being cold. Despite my one-handedness, I scored more points than any other player. It was a pain, but it was worth it because the Scouts signed me up for a national game next year. Emily was green with envy. Later that night, I was struggling with how I could tell my parents about the offer I had gotten when Dad burst in angrily and threw some flowers at me.
Mrs. Freeze gave me this at the porch to give you for playing so well today. You snuck out to the game? And when did you become all chummy for Mrs. Crazy to give you flowers?
I felt the color drain off my face as both parents glared at me.
Have you taken off your gloves since you met her?
No? Why?
Never mind. For your disobedience, we are moving out of this neighborhood tomorrow, and you will change schools.
Like, pack our bags and go to a new house kind of leave?
Exactly. Honey, that's too sudden. Then next week.
Dad's behavior and decision was completely odd, but it was just the beginning. After that day, he began to act super paranoid. He became strict about dropping me off at school and picking me up. And if I had to go anywhere, Dad would tag along as if he felt someone would steal me away. His actions made me super suspicious, so I decided to investigate Mrs. Freeze. One night, I crept out of the house to hers and knocked on Crystal's window.
Hey, Chris, can I see you for a sec?
She came out and we sat on the grass. I just wanted to ask about your mother and send her my thanks for the flowers.
She got you flowers? Seems like you're beginning to grow on her. My mom never gets flowers for anyone.
So she's always like super cold to people? To you?
Hey, don't blame her. She's living up to our family name, Freeze. Being cold should be our family mark. Strangers. Anyway, she says a stranger stole something very important from her, so she doesn't trust anyone.
We talked some more, and Crystal revealed she was being homeschooled because of a health condition that made her weak.
I have to go now. Mom will freak if she sees me out here.
Just as she was about to go, she suddenly had a bad cough, and her mom appeared looking angry again.
You! What did you do to Crystal?
Nothing, ma'am, we were just talking.
In the middle of the night? I knew you could be a bad influence. Don't ever come near my daughter again.
I watched speechlessly as Mrs. Freeze went inside with Crystal. I couldn't believe she was the same person that gave me flowers. Despite her warning, I planned to go check on Crystal in the morning. But the next morning, I woke up to Dad and Mom packing things into a truck.
What are you guys doing?
I told you, we're moving this week.
I thought you were just kidding.
Kidding? We're leaving the country today.
My head spun at Dad's words.
Dad, you can't do this. I just want a chance to play in the Nationals. Mom, please talk to Dad. Dad says he has serious bad vibes about staying here with Mrs. Crazy next door, or as your coach. Go in and pack. Essentials only. We need to leave here before she comes back from work.
Dad just didn't make sense. So when they turned their backs, I broke out in a run towards school.
Amelia, get back here!
At this point, I could bet all my money that Mrs. Freeze was Dad's ex, and he didn't want us to find out. Well, I was going to. However, at the moment I stepped into school, I was cornered by Emily and her friends.
I can't put it past me that you beat me with one hand. Told ya, I was born and soaked in awesomeness. Or your gloved hand is hiding some kind of magic you're cheating with. Just admit that I'm better than you and get over it. Prove me wrong then. Show us what's beneath the gloves.
I knew Emily was going to use force if I didn't cooperate. To make things worse, half of the school was now gathered around us, and I just couldn't let them all see my hand. Just then, I saw someone who could get me out of this mess.
Mrs. Freeze, please save me.
She ignored me as if she didn't know what was going on. Obviously, she was still mad at me from last night. Emily and her friends jumped on me then and succeeded in pulling off my gloves.
OMG! E.T. has got a sister.
The laughter was deafening.
Ew, it's like a toad's hand.
Just when I felt I would faint, Mrs. Freeze barged into the circle and grabbed my hand.
Amelia, are you okay?
She's a freak, ma'am.
If she's a freak, so am I.
She raised her hands, showing her nailless fingers.
Freaky, freaky. Now run, before I put all of you in detention.
She helped me to the school garden, where I finally caught my breath.
Amelia, I am so sorry.
I called you to help me. You ignored me.
It's you. You're the only one in the world with those hands. My baby. Please forgive me.
Your baby? Don't touch me.
You hurt her. Don't touch her. You have some guts to say that to me after stealing my daughter.
Dad, what's she talking about?
He's not your dad, and she's not your mom. I am. What? I told you to stay away from this insane. No, she's right. We are not Amelia's parents. Her daughter, Crystal, is our real child.
Mom and I went white with shock. My ears were ringing.
15 years ago, I went to a park with my months-old baby. A man came with a baby in a stroller too. We made small talk, and then I needed to use the public restroom. When I returned, he had taken my baby and replaced mine with his own.
Dad, that man was you?
Honey, tell me she's lying, please. What was I supposed to do? You were in a coma for months after you gave birth. Then I discovered that our baby was very sick. I thought she wouldn't make it past her first birthday, and I didn't want you to go through that. If I knew she would survive, I would have never—
This is why you wanted us to leave.
Yes. The day she gave me those flowers, I saw her hands and recognized her as your real mother. I'm so sorry. For years, I searched for you, Amelia. Losing you turned me into a bitter and unhappy person.
Crystal arrived then, and from the look on her face, she had heard everything.
What is all this I'm hearing? You are not my real mom?
Crystal, what are you doing here?
I saw and heard all the commotion this morning at Amelia's place, and I was so curious I had to follow.
I don't believe this. Is that enough proof for you?
Mrs. Freeze gave my mom a copy of my birth certificate, and written in it was my condition in details. With this alone, Dad's fate was sealed. That same day, Mrs. Freeze called the cops on Dad. It hurt to see him arrested, but he had to pay for his crimes.
No! Amelia is my daughter.
My heart broke for Mom, and I hugged her.
Of course I still am. There's more to being related than blood, right? But today, you have found another daughter. Show her some love.
It was the most emotional moment of my life. Dad went straight to jail from there. It hurt to see him arrested, but he had to pay for his crimes.
Will you move in with me now?
How about we all move in together?
Whatever you want, dear, as long as you're there.
The four of us rented a bigger house, and even though it was super awkward at first, over time, we all drew closer together. Somehow, the experience made me stronger. I stopped wearing gloves, and thanks to having Mrs. Freeze as my mom and coach, I became even more unstoppable at basketball. But I still had one more enemy to defeat.
So, you got my beauty, my basketball talent,
And your spooky nail thing.
thanks to the spooky nail thing that I was able to recognize you the moment you pulled off that glove.
Just then, Emily walked in, and her face soured like limes.
What's going on here?
I'm bribing the coach, who happens to be my mom.
Your mom?
Yes, I am. And you know what a mom hates most in the world? A person who picks on her child. I'd run if I were you.
Emily went red in the face and picked race. She gave me a wide berth from then on. I learned that you should embrace whatever imperfection you have. No one can ever hold it against you. And if you do bad things to hurt others, it will come back to bite you in the nose. It's just a matter of time. I had just finished my K-pop performance in front of thousands of screaming fans. When I returned to my trailer, I found a strange wedding cake waiting for me. What was that doing here? Suddenly, a guy burst out and rushed towards me.
Marry me, Lisa!
I don't even know you.
I flipped him over and pinned him down. Piece of cake for me. Pun intended. I was also a Taekwondo champion. Eventually, security rushed in, followed by my parents.
Lisa, are your vocal cords okay? Did he damage them?
My cords are fine. So's the rest of me, if you're wondering.
How long did it take you to bring him down? Better not be longer than 5 seconds. Otherwise, I'll have to train you even harder. Taekwondo is all about speed, you know.
I rolled my eyes at my parents. They could be so unbelievable sometimes. Hi, my name is Lisa, and I'm from South Korea. You'd think being a K-pop star and Taekwondo champion at the same time would be a dream. But for me, it was a literal nightmare. Because of my parents, I had to juggle these completely different lives, and it was exhausting. One time, I even had to do a Vogue interview in the middle of a fight. For many years, I managed to scrape by with juggling these two lives. But when I turned 16, things reached their boiling point. About the only time I really felt at peace was when I was in school studying my favorite subject, science. One day, I was working on this cool new invention that would filter water for the homeless when suddenly Mom burst through the door.
Lisa, you have a photo shoot in 10 minutes. Come on, the helicopter's waiting.
Here we go again.
Mom, you can't just barge in here.
I was cut short by Dad leaping in through the open window like a Spider-Man wannabe.
Lisa, a sports magazine wants to do an interview with you right now. Let's go.
And to make things worse, the paparazzi appeared.
Lisa, you won't be able to manage K-pop and Taekwondo forever. Which career will you pick? Come on, Lisa, pick K-pop.
No, pick Taekwondo.
In all the mayhem, I tried to back away but accidentally knocked over my invention. It shattered to pieces. That's when I lost it.
I've had it with all of you.
I grabbed a paparazzi's camera and smashed it under my foot and left them all gaping at me like a bunch of fish. The very next day, my angry face was on the cover of every magazine in the country. The media said I was becoming too violent and should be canceled.
Her K-pop career could be ruined because of this. This is all your fault.
You're the one that hired a helicopter. She could be banned from Taekwondo because of you.
Enough! I can't keep living like this. I can't make both of you happy. I can't keep juggling these different lives. So I need to make a decision. Away from you two.
Despite my parents' protests, I needed to get away and find a clear head so I could finally decide what career path I should focus on. I left Seoul that same day and moved to the countryside where my Aunt Sung lived. We used to hang out a lot when I was younger, but since my K-pop and Taekwondo life grew and grew, I saw her less and less. As I arrived at her house, I glanced at my new reflection. I had to wear a disguise so people wouldn't recognize me. It was crazy how different I looked. I was really looking forward to finally having a break.
Aunt Sung, I've arrived!
I screamed in shock when I found a stranger tying Aunt Sung to a chair.
Get away from her, you creep!
I charged forward and tackled the guy, but Aunt Sung shouted at me to stop.
Sweetie, it's fine. He's not harming me. This is Yoo-jun. He's painting a portrait of me, and I asked him to tie me up. It's symbolic.
Yeah, now, can you get off me?
Oh, sorry about that. Yoo-jun stood up and glared at me, but I was speechless because he was so handsome.
Is that how barbarians say hello?
Barbarian? What was I supposed to do? I thought you were kidnapping my aunt.
It's just a misunderstanding. Tea, anyone?
I'll come back later, when there won't be any civilized girls attacking me.
As he left, my blood boiled as if it was on fire.
I'm so glad to see you. Stay here as long as you need, Lisa. We have much to catch up on.
I've missed this, Aunt Sung. On my first day at school, the most miraculous thing happened. No one noticed me. For once, I could walk through the halls without being chased by fans. I was so happy. My first class was chemistry, and we had to make a mystical cloud from hydrogen peroxide. The girl next to me must have mixed the wrong liquids, because suddenly there was an explosion, and we were both covered head to toe in foam.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Here, you can slap me if you want. I totally deserve it. Slap me. Slap me.
Whoa, relax, Tiger. I'm not gonna slap you. It was an accident.
I thought nerds were supposed to be smart. You both look like dessert.
One more word, and this dessert is going to fry your butt in hot oil.
Later in the cafeteria, Hannah came up to me looking nervous.
Thank you for defending me back there.
You're welcome. My name is Lee.
I stopped myself just in time. I forgot I had to start giving a fake name as part of my disguise.
Linda. My name is Linda. Do you want to sit and have lunch with me?
You want to have lunch with me? But you're so pretty and I'm just an ugly nerd.
Don't ever call yourself that.
You're beautiful just as you are. People should stop caring about their looks all the time. It's the heart that counts. So come and sit with me, Hannah.
We instantly hit it off. Even though Hannah didn't have many friends, I didn't care. She was super funny, and I was happy to have a normal friendship for once. One day, we were chatting in the hallway at school, and I noticed she had a poster of me in her locker.
Oh, are you a fan of Lisa?
Are you kidding me? She's my idol. She's so talented and beautiful. She's just perfect.
Hannah continued fangirling over me, and it was surreal. She had no idea the person she was talking about was standing right next to her. Then, a deep voice spoke up.
Really? Lisa's your favorite artist? She's such a fake.
The mystery man shut his locker, and I was stunned to see it was Yu Jun.
Oh, it's you. You shouldn't eavesdrop on people's conversations. Now that's barbaric.
How can you say that? Lisa is literally my hero.
Lisa doesn't really love K-pop. You can see it in her eyes. She's lost in there.
You don't even know her. You don't know anything.
The eyes don't lie, Chico.
Yu Jun shrugged and walked off, but I was still a little shaken. Was he right? Did I always have a lost look in my eyes when I performed? My thoughts were interrupted when Hannah poked me.
I've heard rumors about him. Supposedly, his parents died in a house fire that he started. And he's the leader of a criminal gang. And he even eats bullets for breakfast.
I'd stay away from him if I were you.
You don't have to tell me twice. He's super annoying.
One time at soccer practice, I noticed him staring at Hannah. And no matter how much I glared at him, he wouldn't stop.
I think you need to work on your creeping skills. Why are you staring at Hannah?
Creeping skills? I'm not staring at Hannah.
Yu Jun scribbled in his book again, and I snatched it away.
You need to apologize to her, because this behavior is…
I froze when I saw the drawings in the sketchbook. They were all of me.
You were drawing me? I thought you hated me.
I don't hate you, and I was drawing you because beautiful people are easier to draw.
Okay, where did that come from? Yu Jun thought I was beautiful? Before I could say anything, Hannah grabbed my hand and pulled me away.
Linda, Coach is calling you. She's my friend, not yours.
I didn't really pay much attention to what Hannah said, but I wish I had. Maybe things would have turned out better, but I wasn't thinking about Hannah. I wanted to know more about Yu Jun. So when he came over to our house to work on his painting, I discovered he was actually very funny and kind. I was surprised. He wasn't at all the brooding, merciless criminal leader Hannah made him out to be.
This painting needs something else to give it that extra oomph.
How about bananas flying in the background?
I like it. Bananas flying with bow ties.
After that, we started hanging out more and more. One time, we were hanging out at the park, and Yu Jun was drawing portraits of me.
You know, your face is really similar to Lisa, the K-pop star.
What? No, don't be silly. We don't look anything alike.
Quickly, I tried to change the subject.
You know, I heard a bunch of rumors that you're a criminal gang leader.
Ha! I've heard those same rumors. They started when a student saw me talking to a police officer after I found a cat stuck up a tree. Rumors spread like wildfire in small villages like this. Did you believe the rumors?
What? Me? Believe those rumors? Never. By the way, random question. You don't eat bullets for breakfast, do you?
This time, Yu Jun laughed so hard that he stopped drawing and rolled on the ground in laughter. My face flushed red with embarrassment, but I started laughing too just because of Yu Jun's laugh. I realized this was the hardest I'd laughed in years. It felt really good.
Linda, run while you can! Hannah, what in the flying fish are you doing?
Yu Jun pulled her off easily since she was basically half his height, but then she tried to drag me away.
I'm saving you from being his captive. That's what friends do.
Yu Jun isn't holding me captive. Besides, even if he was, I would whoop his butt in an instant.
She is a great butt whooper.
No, you can't be friends with him. You're supposed to be only my friend. Why would you want to hang out with this freak? Hannah, don't call him a freak. He's sweet and kind and he's my friend. Just like how you're my friend.
for now. This was a different side to Hannah that I didn't like. For the rest of the week, she would try to interrupt Eugen and I whenever we hung out. It was getting really obsessive. Eventually, I told her to back off. Just because I'm friends with you doesn't mean I can't be friends with anyone else. You don't own me, Hannah.
Oh, I see how it is. You think you're so popular now. You're too cool for me, the nerdy kid. Fine, be that way, but you're gonna regret this.
And with those last words, she left and stopped talking to us. Or so I thought. Eugen became my bestie at school. One day we were having lunch and I was showing Eugen this funny meme on my phone when suddenly I got a text message from Jungkook.
What? Was that a text from Jungkook? As in the Jungkook from BTS?
No. Must have been a scam or something. I couldn't let Eugen know I was friends with the real Jungkook, otherwise he would know my true identity. I was about to show him another meme when suddenly something wet and sloppy fell on my head. I cried out as spaghetti dropped on my shoulders.
Oops, sorry. I must have slipped.
I was ready to give her the butt kicking of her life, but my stomach dropped when I realized my wig was slipping. I ran off while Hannah and everyone else laughed at me. I made it to the bathroom and took off my wig to rinse the Bolognese sauce. I thought I had locked the door, but then it opened, and Eugen was standing there with his jaw hanging open.
Linda, you're Lisa, the K-pop star Lisa. I knew it, but how?
I'm sorry I had to lie to you. I came here to get away from my life and I've had to hide my identity. Only Aunt Sung knows. Please don't tell anyone.
Of course. I won't tell anyone. Your secret's safe with me.
We hugged, and it felt so good to know someone knew my secret. Now I didn't have to keep lying to Eugen. I could finally be myself around him. That night, we arrived at my house to tell Aunt Sung that Eugen knew about my identity. When we walked in, we found her unconscious on the floor. We quickly rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she had been poisoned by the dirty water.
Why don't you have a filtration system to clean the water?
We don't have any funding. There's nothing we can do.
I'll see about that.
I remembered my first water filtration invention I had made ages ago. It took a while, but eventually I managed to replicate it and had it installed at the well. I did it anonymously so I didn't bring any attention to myself. Aunt Sung, meanwhile, was still in a coma, and Eugen would often keep me company while we visited her. He was really supportive through it all, and I was so grateful to have him in my life. One night, we were walking home from the hospital when suddenly there were footsteps behind us, and someone dropped a note at my feet. The stranger disappeared, but when I read the note, I gasped. It read, "Reveal yourself or I will."
Oh no, someone knows about me.
Why does it matter if someone knows who you are?
Because it's the whole reason why I'm here. I need to make a decision. Drop K-pop or Taekwondo. I still don't know what to do.
I know exactly how you feel. Before I became a painter, my parents pushed me to be a lawyer and a doctor. It took me a while, but I soon realized that I didn't like either of those careers. So I moved out here and pursued painting. It's what truly makes me happy. So maybe for you, it's not a matter of picking one or the other. Maybe there's something else you love.
Yeah, maybe there is.
After a few weeks, Aunt Sung finally woke up, and we moved back home. When she heard what I'd done with the filtering system, she was so proud.
This is incredible, Lisa. I didn't know you were a scientist. I've always loved science at school. I guess with K-pop and Taekwondo, I just sort of forgot about science. Maybe you should think about taking it back up again. You've made an excellent start here.
Before I could say anything, the window glass shattered, and a horde of paparazzi poured in.
Lisa, why are you hiding?
Are you quitting K-pop or Taekwondo? Get away from her. You can't barge in here like this.
How did you even know I was hiding here?
Someone named Yu Jun told us. He said you were hiding under a fake name in disguise. We had to pay him a big reward for the details.
I felt like my whole world had crumbled to sand.
How could you? I opened my heart to you.
Lisa, I swear, I have no idea what they're talking about.
I'm such a fool. Hannah was right. You're nothing but a lying, freakish criminal. Everyone, out now, especially you.
I had to get out of there as soon as possible. When I arrived back in Seoul, my parents flooded me with K-pop and Taekwondo. It's like I'd never even left. They hadn't changed at all, but they had no idea I had become an entirely new person. So when I walked into the Taekwondo stadium, instead of starting my fight, I ran off and grabbed a mic and addressed the world.
Stop.
Lisa, what
Get
are you
back
doing?
to your fight.
Mom, Dad, there's something I need to tell you. You want me to follow in both of your footsteps. And for a while I thought I could, but a former friend helped me discover the obvious. I don't even like K-pop or Taekwondo.
You asked me to make a decision to drop one or the other, but I'm making a different decision. I'm dropping both to pursue science. These other things are all about me and my ego. With science, it's all about helping other people. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be your puppet anymore. My parents looked like two shocked goats as I dropped the mic and walked out. I felt sorry for them, but also free. I realized I could do whatever I wanted now. That evening, when they knocked on my bedroom door, I expected to get the scolding of a lifetime, but instead, they both hugged me tightly.
We just wanted to say
How sorry we are. I guess we were so caught up in what we thought was best for you that we forgot you had a life of your own.
So, you'll let me pursue science?
What? Of course not! Science is such a nerdy subject. What about fashion?
Psst, fashion. She should be studying engineering.
I glared at them until they finally relented.
Of course you can pursue science. You're a smart girl, Lisa. No matter what you do, we'll support you.
Your mother's right. For once, you have my full support to pursue science.
Thank you for understanding.
Now you just need to work hard so you can go to Harvard.
No, Cambridge.
Harvard!
Cambridge.
My parents weren't gonna change overnight, but the fact they let me pursue science was a good start. My K-pop and Taekwondo days were over, and now I could finally do what I actually loved. I went to neither Cambridge nor Harvard. Instead, I attended a uni in South Korea and studied biomechanical engineering. One of my projects even received national recognition. At the awards ceremony, I was shocked to see Hannah in the crowd, but when she spotted me, she immediately started running.
Wait, Hannah!
Don't beat me up! Why would I do that? I'm happy to see you. I actually owe you an apology. You were right about Eugen. He betrayed me and you warned me about him, but I didn't listen. I hope you can forgive me.
You don't know anything!
Hannah, what aren't you telling me? We're friends. You can tell me anything.
We can't be friends because I have a confession. Eugen never told the paparazzi about you. I did. I used Eugen's name so it would look like he betrayed you. I saw you in the bathroom when you took off your wig, and I was the one who left the threatening note.
What? Why would you do all this?
Because I was jealous of Eugen. I wanted you back as my friend. I'm so sorry. Now you know why we can't ever be friends. I've ruined everything.
I was speechless, but I knew what needed to be done. It was the opposite of what I would usually do. It's okay. I know you've had a tough time at school, and all you wanted was a friend. Well, I can still be that friend.
You mean it? Wait, are you going to kick my butt first?
My butt-kicking days are behind me. I said goodbye to Hannah and left the awards ceremony immediately because I realized I had to find Eugen and apologize to him. The last time we spoke, I had called him a traitor when really, I was the one who had betrayed him. I got home, but when I walked in, Eugen was waiting in the living room. Eugen?
Lisa, I didn't betray you.
I know. Hannah just confessed. She's the one who framed you. I should have believed you. Without you, I never would have realized my true dreams.
I guess we both found our true dreams in the end.
You mean your painting?
Try again. My true dream is much more beautiful.
Eugen leaned in, and we kissed like we were in some kind of fairy tale. And we were. I started off following my parents' path, but now I was writing a story of my own making, and it was off to a great start.
Hi, I'm Diego. Want to know how I ended up speeding for my life in a parched desert with assassins after me? Please, like, subscribe, and keep watching. I wasn't always that daring. In fact, growing up, I didn't like to stay around people, and nothing excited me. Hey, stop that!
Easy there. I was just playing with you. Didn't you find it ticklish?
I found it annoying. Even the sight of other kids playing wouldn't move me.
Why don't you go play with the other kids? They seem like a fun bunch.
Why should I? I have all the invisible friends I need. Meet Sam, Ram, and Cam. My parents got so worried about my attitude, they even took me to see a doctor.
Nope, it's not autism, but he leans towards being quite unfriendly. Could end up being a very lonely old man. Maybe a little exercise would do him some good, or a dance class, something to make him more sociable.
My parents became obsessed about trying to engage me and trigger some kind of excitement. They would take me with them wherever they were going, but all their efforts were like water on stone. Until one day, when I was 6, they were invited to service some go-karts in a karting arena. The moment the race started, I felt so jittery I could faint. Dad, Mom, I want to ride in one too.
want to join the race? Be with the other kids?
Paula, he's never been this excited. This is huge. Mom and Dad were astonished. And of course, just to keep me talking, they rushed me to the sports manager and begged him to make me part of the race somehow. This little girl, it takes months to learn how to drive a cart, years before she can get to race in a competition like this. First off, he's a boy. Please, you don't understand. Our son has never shown interest.
Let me handle this. Mr. Man, get my son in there, or I promise you this arena of yours will mysteriously turn into a place of rebels tomorrow. Mysteriously.
Paula Rodriguez, I could arrange something. Note about my mom. She was a wrestler before she met my dad. Note end. Thanks to my mom's former reputation as a female wrestler, I was put in a cart for the first time, and everything was like magic. I had never felt the burst of energy racing gave me that day, and the experience was enough for me to find my passion. 10 years later, I was ready to be a full-time car racer, but Dad took a stab at my heart with what he presented as his support. Ta-da! Look at this sweet baby. That is a sweet baby? I spent months secretly working on this car, Diego. It may look rough, but it will do the job. This car wasn't just rough. It was straight up ugly. I could imagine how much I would be laughed at if I was caught in it. I can't use that to race.
Well, it's what we can afford. Take it or leave it. Besides, this car might look throwaway worthy, but you will have a blast on the road with it.
Diego, trust me. This car will serve. No, don't worry. It's cool. I will just have to wait until I start earning my own cash, I guess. Save up enough to buy a good car, whenever that'll be. That night, I laid awake thinking of something that could fetch me money in addition to the little I earned helping my parents out. I decided to start washing cars for my parents' clients, but Dad couldn't take seeing me exert myself so much. Diego, so you would pause your dreams to be a racer because you don't have a sleek ride? That thing in there, Dad, is hideous. No offense. I guess this is my last resort. Our family heirloom. Yeah. There is this man in Mexico that is popular for collecting precious antiques such as this. Perhaps if I sell this to him, he can help us afford a car that is to your taste. It is worth a good number of bucks, you know. My heart practically melted at Dad's gesture. Thanks, Dad. I know how special this heirloom is to you. I will make selling it worth it. I promise. I am trusting you, son. I'll be back in a couple of days. A couple of days turned to weeks, and Dad didn't come back. It was like he had disappeared into thin air. The police kept telling us to be patient, that he could be found, but it was hard to just wait and hope that he was okay. To make things worse, Mom turned into a shadow of herself. It got so bad I began to fear for her. One morning, I woke to the smell of burning food. I rushed to the kitchen and saw Mom stirring a pot that was turning to charcoal. Mom, what are you doing?
What a silly question. Cooking, of course.
Cooking? Or trying to turn the kitchen into an incinerator?
Oh, so sorry. Now don't you go worrying about me, boy.
Of course, I did worry. Seeing Mom so out of it scared me. I couldn't sit and wait for Dad to come home anymore. So after Mom slept, I got ready to go to Mexico and find Dad, or at least know what happened to him. We needed some closure somehow. And for that, I had no choice but to use our only means of mobility, the battered buggy I had rejected. Hey, I know you may hold a grudge against me from last time. Today, I ask for your forgiveness and pray that you please cooperate and not break down on the road. A few hours after I left the U.S. border for Mexico.
Stop!
Are you crazy? I nearly hit you!
You're on your way to Mexico, right? Hurry up and drive. Make hay while the sun shines, yo.
She really was crazy. I'm sorry. What?
Please, just drive. Help a fellow woman out here.
Fellow woman? That's it! Please, get out of my car! I didn't know what her hurry was, but there was no way I was traveling with a crazy woman to Mexico.
Oh, sorry. That was an easy mistake, yo. But believe me, if you don't step on that pedal, you and I are gonna...
My heart stopped at the sight of a very unfriendly-looking guy speeding towards us.
Please drive. They're after me.
No way! Their business is with you, not me. Did you rob them or something? Tell me what you did.
I am not a thief. They are the ones that want to rob a helpless Mr. Worryberry, yo.
Did you say Mr. Worryberry? That's my dad. How do you know him? Where did you see him?
No way! Are you Diego? Of all the things your family could have as a special family item, a golden toothpick? Really?
You know about our toothpick? That sounded wrong. Who are you? Who are those men? What do they have to do with my father?
I'm Adaku. Oh, they're gaining on us. We need to throw them off somehow. I'll explain later, yo.
As much as I wanted to stop the car and get my answers, I knew I had to survive first. Find something to throw at them. Not my drink.
Yay! He's down! You can slow down now.
Oh no!
What now?
His colleagues are behind us now! With a car!
I nearly gave up when I saw that they were pursuing us with a Saleen S7, one of the fastest cars I dreamed of driving. This clunky box has no chance, but I have no choice. It's this or nothing.
We're not gonna make it!
Quit screaming and start praying.
Lord of the skies! Please tell me there's enough space for me in heaven, yo!
Not that kind of prayer, you blockhead. We're still gonna get you. It's a promise. When we had driven for some hours without any sight of our pursuers, I deemed it safe to rest from all the driving and finally talk to the stranger in my car. But that idea flew out the window the moment Ataku spoke first.
Man, that was some awesome driving you did back there. It was like a Fast and Furious scene. Are you a racer or something?
I used to be a kart racer. Haven't really raced with a car before.
Well, that's a shame. What's stopping you? Look at what you did with this old car, yo.
What was stopping me indeed? I realized then that I had put my career on hold for a stupid reason. I haven't even given this car a chance to prove its worth. And now my dad was missing because I couldn't be content with what we had. Let's focus at the matter at hand. You said you know my father?
I ain't so sure he's your father yet, yo. What if you're another of Boss's boys?
Is this the Worryberry you know?
Yes, I was actually on my way to see you and your mom.
On your way? From the US? To see me in Mexico?
When he told me your name was Diego and your mom Paula, I just assumed you lived in Mexico, yo.
Wait, my dad is not in Mexico?
Nope, he's in California.
My head swam with her words, and I rushed out to get some air.
Hey, what's wrong?
I thought he went to Mexico. You mean I've driven for over 13 hours in the opposite direction?
Hey, going back to California is still closer than continuing to Mexico. And you wouldn't have met me, yo. Your dad came to sell this to my boss, Mr. Beeporn.
What happened to him?
Your dad came down with the flu. The same day he arrived at Beeporn's place. Beeporn took the golden toothpick, wouldn't pay. Your dad was too weak to get it back, and Beeporn wouldn't let him go. I was assigned to monitor him, yo, but we became friends, and he begged me to retrieve the toothpick.
Correction. Family heirloom?
Yeah, family heirloom in the form of a toothpick.
My ears seemed to ache from hearing my father's ordeal, but at least there was hope. This Beeporn? You will have to take me to him.
It's hard to get the police on him. He's slippery like a fish, deep in the mafia. And if he sees me again, he will—
Even if he's the devil, no one is going to keep me from my dad now I know he's alive. You took a big risk to help my dad, and I can't be grateful enough, and I won't let anything happen to you. Promise. Okay, that was way too corny, not my style. Well, don't blame me. It's not like I ever had interest in a girl before, or anybody other than my parents for that matter. Between me and you, I was just winging it. But the heavens were on my side because we found our pursuers in a predicament that proved very advantageous for us. Look what we have here, stuck in the quicksand. I think this is the situation where we say the predator has become the prey. Please help us, please! Oh, I'm willing to help all right, but it's gonna come with a prize. You're going to tell us where to find your boss, give us your phones, and we're gonna need your suits. No way in hell.
I heard that there's a music that makes quicksand swallow people faster.
Oh, wanna try it out?
Sure. Yodel, 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 hee-hoo. Told ya.
Beautiful medley. I think I want to hear it again. No, no, please! You fools! How did you let Ataku escape? Who knows where she will go screaming to? Well, it's not like she has the evidence to prove it. No one will search the house for a missing nobody. That is reference to whom I guessed should be my dad. I couldn't keep up the disguise anymore. I'm interested in that missing nobody. Imposters!
Hello, boss.
You traitor! I gave you everything, raised you like my own daughter. Why would you bite the finger that fed you?
I can't watch you do the things you do anymore. I can't.
Mr. Beeporn, why would you take my family's heirloom from my dad, refuse to pay him, and still hold him hostage for months? No comment. I knew getting him to cooperate that way would be hard, but I had planned too. Paula Rodriguez, ready to start talking? Let's go for a ride. Beeporn kept his lips sealed, but by the time we got him to the police station and he saw his boys, he had little choice. With his exposure, the police got to search his house and found my dad. I couldn't have been happier. Dad. Hey, sport. Miss me. I'm so sorry. I was selfish. I shouldn't have let you leave to sell your precious toothpick for my sake. Precious toothpick? That sounds so wrong. Family heirloom. Family heirloom. Sorry. got bad influence.
Hey, old man, you should have just told me your family was right here in Cali, yo.
You ran off the moment I mentioned their names. Figures. Thank you, Araku. And Diego. I don't regret trying to sell it. Why would I hold on to something that could help my son achieve his dreams? Did you sell it? I don't have to. Yesterday, I realized that I already have what I need. Thanks to that experience, I learned that I didn't even need the fanciest car to be the best racer. My skills were what mattered most. Formula One was a sure goal for me, and I had the best support team. Life couldn't possibly get better.
What was that for, yo?
You don't... I thought we...
Just messing with ya. Come here.
I learned that success is not always dependent on having the fanciest or most expensive equipment or resources. If small is what you have, start small. Focus on your skills rather than overreaching or trying to make a big splash at the onset. And hey, drive carefully, yo.
Hello, besties. I'm Layla, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe to SDA. I was born into a family of accountants, and when I was just 2 years old, Dad gave me my first calculator.
This is a calculator, Layla. If you want to be a great accountant one day, you need to start now.
Of course, I had no idea what he was talking about. I was just 2. Right after he left the room, I threw the calculator like a flying saucer. And when I was 9, I finally realized what I wanted to be after watching a space channel on YouTube.
Mom, Dad, I know what I want to be when I grow up. I want to be an astronaut.
Layla, have you been watching nonsense again on your mother's phone?
Not nonsense, Dad. YouTube.
Enough! From now on, you will watch educational programs with us.
I wanted to talk back, but back-chatting in my family meant you are grounded for life. I sat down and watched their boring accounting channel, and then all of a sudden, my eyes started burning and everything became blurry.
Mom, my eyes are burning.
Stop being dramatic, Layla, and watch.
I'm not. I can't see. Mom, Dad, help!
I think she's telling the truth. We have to take her to the hospital.
Mom and Dad rushed me to the hospital. I was diagnosed with radiation cataracts. This was caused by too much light from a screen, like a TV, phone, or computer.
I guess you can forget about being an astronaut now, because up there you would have to see lots of light every day.
Why do you have to be so horrible, Dad? I'm your child and I have a sickness.
Calm down, Layla. Dad was just joking.
Well, no one is laughing.
I was devastated about what was happening to me. The doctor even said that in a few years, I would need to have an operation, or else I would be blind. But then my hope flourished again when I saw a shooting star. I was not going to give up. I continued to frustrate my parents about my passion. When I was 15, I made my own astronaut costume and wore it for career day at school. As I walked in confidence, some kids laughed, but that didn't bother me until a douchebag with a huge camera flashed the thing in my face, causing me to lose my sight. And I walked into a locker.
Hey, are you all right? I am so sorry. I was just admiring your costume, and since I'm a future photographer,
Quiet! My eyes are still burning from your camera flash.
Oh no, I am so sorry. Please, let me help you to class. My name is Shane. I'm actually in your science class. I hate science, but you're so brilliant and—
Shane, I know who you are, so please go. I'll be fine.
Are you sure? Your eyes are turning red and—
Shane was the class chatterbox. Everyone ran away from him because he could never shut up. And now, because of this little incident, I seemed stuck with him. He even followed me home after school.
Shane, what are you doing?
I'm making sure you get home safe. I'm a real gentleman. My mother always told me to be polite, but my father, well, he's never around. Always busy at his big accounting firm. I don't like accounting and
Okay. I'm home now, so you can go.
Before Shane could cycle off, Dad's car pulled over, and he got out looking so mad.
Dad, why do you look so angry?
I just got fired. So yes, I am mad. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. My dad owns a company. Maybe I can talk to him for you? Layla, who is this? Is he your boyfriend? Are you bringing boyfriends home while we're at work?
No. Dad, how can you think that?
No, sir. I was just making sure your daughter is safe. Which company does your father own? The biggest accounting firm in the country, B&G, sir. Your father is a crook. He just fired me for a mistake he made, and he's been stealing a lot of money from many people.
Oh, that's not true. I can—
Get out of here, you child of a thief!
Shane drove away, and Dad warned me never to speak to him again. I agreed, but things at home after Dad lost his job were never the same. Mom would come home from work and still clean, while Dad just sat around all day watching TV. And he was so grumpy. We couldn't even laugh when he was around. And then one day, during the early hours of the morning, I got up to drink a glass of water and found Mom crying in the kitchen as she looked at the bills.
Mom, are you okay?
Layla, what are you doing up?
I was thirsty. You're crying.
I'm just so tired. We might have to use the money we saved up for your cataract operation to pay these bills.
It's okay, Mom. I'm sure I won't go blind just yet.
Days later, I had to eat my words up because my eyes were not doing so well, since I struggled to see a single thing on the class board. When I excused myself to the bathroom, I could hardly find my way. And when I got to the bathroom, I got the shock of my life when Shane suddenly screamed.
Oh! Why are you here?
I'm here to use the bathroom. Why are you here?
Using the bathroom? Wait, are the boys and girls sharing the same bathroom now? I know you ladies always fight for equal rights, but this would be a little over the top.
I looked closer at the door sign, and my face turned red with embarrassment.
Oh my gosh, Shane. I am so sorry. I didn't read the sign right. It's okay, it happens. I made a mistake like that twice before.
My excuse was my eye problem. I wondered what his was.
Let me go before anyone else sees me.
After my little incident with Shane, he somehow assumed we were friends and followed right behind me during lunch break.
I think the universe is trying to say something to us.
What do you think it's saying?
That we're meant to be friends.
My dad specifically told me to stay away from you, so I don't think so.
Wow. I should try that too. Chocolate syrup and hot dog.
Huh?
You put chocolate syrup all over your hot dog. I think I should try that.
Here, you can have mine.
This is so delicious. Wow, what a discovery.
Shane was definitely a special kind of species, but what troubled me the most was how bad my eyes were becoming, because the next thing I did was walk into a wall. And of course, Shane was there to catch me when I almost fell backwards.
You see, I told you the universe was trying to bring us together.
No! Leave me alone, Shane! When I tried to get away from him, I walked into another wall. But this time, I blacked out. After some time, I opened my eyes and everything was black. It was like I was in a dark hole and couldn't get out, so I started panicking.
Ah! Where am I? I can't see!
Layla, calm down. You're in my car.
I can't see! It's over! Oh, I'm blind!
What are you talking about? How is this possible?
I told Shane everything, and he cradled me in his arms as I cried my eyes out.
I'm here for you, and I'm going to drive you to the hospital now.
When I got to the hospital, I was rushed to the emergency ward, and I was so scared, but Shane was right by my side.
Shane, what's going on? The doctors are gonna make your eyes better.
But my parents don't have the money for this.
Don't worry, I got you.
After he said that, I dozed off, and I don't know how long I was blacked out. When I woke up, I still saw darkness, but after some seconds, I saw Mom and Dad.
Layla! Oh my baby, how do you feel?
I can see! I can see, Mom!
Thank God!
Dad just looked at me sternly.
Dad, what's wrong? You disobeyed me. I told you to stay away from that boy. But when we got here, he was here. I had to chase him away.
You chased him away? He saved my life!
He saved your eyes, not your life. And you will pay him every cent back. We are not a charity case.
Dad walked away, and Mom never said anything back as usual. Mom, why don't you ever say anything back to him? Why do you always leave to be so mean?
I didn't want to start a problem. The most important thing right now is that you are fine.
When I was well enough to go back to school, Shane was the first person I couldn't wait to see. I didn't care what Dad said. I was going to be his friend, and he loved taking pictures of me.
Oh, Layla, you are a natural. You should be a model or an actress.
I could, but I love space science. I know it's a strange career choice, but it gets me excited.
Follow your dreams no matter what.
If it wasn't for your help, Shane, my dreams would have been shattered. Thank you so much. It was good to have a friend like Shane who encouraged me, but back home when I was in grade 12, I came home and found Dad smiling for the first time in ages.
What happened? Did you get a job?
No, even better. This is your acceptance letter to study accounting at the best college in the country.
You applied for me?
Yes, it's what we planned for your future.
But that's not what I want. You know how passionate I am about space. Why do you always ignore what I love?
Layla, you are going to study accounting. This is what we are good at.
No, Dad. It's what you are good at. I applied to study space science, and that's what I'm good at.
Then you will not live under my roof. You might as well start searching for a new home in space.
Fine. I'll definitely do that, Dad. When Mom came home from work, I cried on her shoulder and asked her to speak to Dad, but she was being the typical submissive wife again.
Oh, Layla, my baby, just listen to your father and all will be well.
What? Are you not even going to speak to him and tell him that there is nothing wrong with being an incredible scientist?
We can't take risks like that, hon. Accounting is much safer than that career. Please, think about it.
I was so mad, but I had to calm down and play nice at least until I completed my grade 12. And when I eventually did graduate, I was so excited that I even forgot that my parents were present and hugged Shane. Dad wasted no time to attack.
Layla, what are you doing with this boy?
Come on, Dad, it's our graduation. Everyone is happy.
I told you I don't like this boy! But I did nothing wrong to you, sir. And my father told me what really happened. You were stealing— Enough! Layla, let's go!
No, what is he talking about? You told us that Shane's father was the crook. Dad looked at me like I wasn't even his daughter at that moment, so I drew back. But him, he was cold as a monster.
Layla, let's just go. No! She's done with school now! She can find her own way in life!
I couldn't believe how my parents walked away from me like that. I was hurt, but I had to stay strong.
Layla, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect them just to leave you. That was a bit too harsh.
I looked at Shane, and I couldn't hold back my tears. I had no idea what I was going to do.
Oh, Shane, what have I done? I have no money, no job, no place to stay. My father will never take me back. I'll speak to my dad for you to stay in the guest house. Your family already helped with my eye operation. I don't want to be a burden. Hey, you could never be a burden. You're like my best friend in the whole wide world.
Hearing Shane say that helped ease my shattered heart for my parents. Shane's family offered me a nice space in their guest house. It even had a balcony. Shane bought me a telescope to look at the stars as a motivation for my career. And one evening, while I was out gazing into the telescope, I accidentally gazed into Shane's room. He was at his window with his shirt off. And oh boy, was I amazed. I had no idea how much muscles he had. I was literally drooling. To get my mind off this sudden attraction I had for Shane, I decided to search for part-time jobs. And then Shane entered, and I almost spilled coffee all over the laptop.
Hey, what are you up to?
Shane, you startled me. I was just looking for a job.
Why? We have everything here. What about your studies?
I know, I should be happy that I even have a scholarship, but I need to make my own money. I don't feel right eating off you and your parents.
I told you, you don't have to feel bad. I've got you.
I know Shane meant well, but I had a very big conscience and got a job at a big toy store. I had to dress up like different Disney characters every day, and kids were always surrounding me. The job was fun, until one day, this one kid accidentally blew a bubble into my eyes.
Ah! Oh, my eyes! It burns!
The store owner quickly took me to the back room where I managed to wash my eyes and cool down. It brought back memories of when I went blind. That was the most scariest time of my life. The store owner allowed me to leave early, so I called Shane. When he came to pick me up, I felt so emotional and hugged him.
Hey, what happened?
Nothing big. I'm so grateful for you, Shane. He kissed me on my forehead. My feelings for him grew stronger, but I kept it to myself. Every day after work, I had to get down to studies. It wasn't easy studying during the evenings. Sleep was always over me, but Shane would come in with a nice cup of coffee, reminding me to stay focused. Thank you so much. How are your studies going?
It's going okay, but there are so many other photographers who are better than me.
Hey, look at me. You are the best. Forget about what others can do, and always tell yourself that you are the best.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
I was glad to be there to motivate him, and I was even stunned at myself. My parents letting me go actually made me stronger. I scored the highest in my grades at university. I helped the toy store make the most sales than ever before. And a year later, I could finally afford my own place, plus continue with my studies. I was so proud of myself, and so was Shane.
You inspire me, Layla. You are such a strong person.
I could have never done it without you. I felt like we had a moment, so I did the unthinkable. I kissed Shane, and he pulled back.
Layla, I can't.
Oh, I feel so embarrassed. I thought—
It's not you. I'm gay.
Oh, wow. How come you never told me?
I never tell anyone, just scared of not being accepted.
I hugged Shane, showing him that I love him just the way he is. After Shane's big reveal, we would spend even more time together, and then one day, I was surprised with a new visitor. Dad?
Your mom is in hospital.
Dad said Mom fainted at work. I wasn't surprised to see Mom this way. What surprised me was Dad. He actually looked so weak.
This is all my fault. I put so much pressure on her.
You're right, Dad. You took Mom for granted. She could never be free around you, but yet you are supposed to love her. Dad looked at me shocked, because no one ever stood up to him.
How can you be so disrespectful?
I'm being factual. Change your ways, or else you'll be alone on this earth with no one to love you. I left Dad to think about his actions. As for me, I still continued in my independent journey, and you know what? I made it. I started living my dream, all because I never stopped believing in me.
Hello, friends. I'm Tumisha from the Thar Desert, also known as Butterfingers or Miss Clumsy Onesie, because that's why. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Everyone in my family had a gift except me. Mom loved stitching the most craziest designs. Once, she stitched a picture of a zebra with all its stripes coming off on my only white Punjabi.
Isn't that pretty?
What's wrong with the zebra?
It symbolizes how you keep dropping things. If you were a zebra, you would probably drop your stripes.
That's interesting. My sister Siri, who was 2 years older than me, loved drawing, and she was so good at it. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Hot like an oven. Make sure to wear your sun hat. You wanna play? Not right now. Mom asked me to draw something for Dad's workplace. My dad had a gift with animals and worked at the Desert National Park.
Tomisha, you wanna try feeding?
I loved it when Dad asked me to help out, but the animals usually didn't stay still in my arms. How come the animals don't like me the way they like you, Dad?
They need to get used to you, and you need to relax around them. I'll teach you everything you need to know about wild.
Learning from Dad was always fun, but although I loved all animals, I wasn't passionate about them like Dad was. I sucked at pretty much everything. I tried desperately to find my strength in many things, like for instance, stone hockey.
Tomisha, I walked miles for that water. Why, oh why?
It was an accident.
You and your silly accidents. I'm getting so tired of it.
Well, stone hockey was obviously not in my good books, so when I was 9, I tried out our tribal dance, which only certain people could pull off. I had it going until I started spinning. Okay, yeah, everyone had something special about themselves but me.
Tomisha, bring me the ostrich egg.
Whenever Mom asked me to do anything, I got so excited. Because she always let Sari do everything. And then, boom! There was a rock in the way and the egg flew in the air, cracking open on Mom's head.
Tomisha!
It was an accident.
You always say that. Why can't you learn from your sister?
It was really an accident. I'm sorry. Well, Mom never let any of my accidents slide by that easy. Later that night, we each got a piece of pastry and the broken pieces of the eggshell for dinner.
Sari, did you show your father that beautiful bird you drew today? Maybe he can hang it up at the national park.
This is it, Dad.
Wow, this is indeed very nice. I am so proud of you, Sari.
Thank you, Dad. Our dinner time was usually like this. Sari, Mom, or Dad received praises for what they accomplished while I watched. I was happy for Sari, and she always tried to involve me. That's because my sister was a true sweetheart. Tomisha also discovered something amazing today, Dad.
Oh, great. What did you discover?
Well, I was looking at the sun and realized the sun rays are even stronger than before. I think it's searching for water to suck up so it can rain.
That's the most craziest thing I've heard. I'll tell you what your daughter has been up to. She broke an entire egg, and that's why our plates are half empty.
I told you it was an accident, and we learned about evaporation and how the clouds get full at school. I think that there is a drought coming, a big one if it doesn't rain soon.
Well, if there is a drought, we all know who to blame. You.
Mom didn't like me because I wasn't perfect like Sari, and no matter how many times I apologized about my mistakes, Mom always saw me as some big failure. I enjoyed school, especially when the teacher spoke about inventions, nature, and how humans were made. They called it science, and it was the coolest thing ever.
Now, who can explain living and non-living things?
Living things are people, plants, animals, and seeds, and non-living things are stones, sand, and air.
Well done, Tomisha. You get a star.
Later that evening, I finally had something to boast about at the dinner table.
Tomisha, when are you taking that thing off your forehead?
You mean my star my teacher gave me because I was brilliant in class?
Brilliance is when your hands can be put to good use. What will you do with knowledge in a desert?
Well, I think it's a good thing.
Don't be ridiculous. All the girls in the desert know that cooking, cleaning, and sewing gives them a better opportunity to lure a rich man. Tomisha is almost a teenager and she can't do anything.
I guess Sari will remain your star girl. Tomisha. I knew my sister didn't mean any harm. I was just so tired of Mom's negativity towards me. Sari, why does Mom hate me? She doesn't hate you. She's just looking out for you. She loves you. But isn't love accepting a person as they are? I don't know. I think love is having a roof over our heads and food to eat. Yeah, maybe you're right. Can you teach me how to do things like you? Of course I can, sis. I shadowed Sari, trying to be just like her. And it wasn't easy because it wasn't me. You have to focus on this one. I don't understand why we can't just carry the pot in our hands. It's so much simpler. It's lighter on the head. No matter how much I tried to be a perfect lady, it didn't work. And to make it worse, one of the women saw me drop the water and looked upset.
You girls are silly to waste water at a time like this. That was probably the last bit of water you will find in the well.
What are you talking about?
The well is dry, dear. The men of the desert will have to leave tonight to buy bottled water from the faraway stores.
This was bound to happen since there hasn't been rain for a very long time.
Gosh, the lady was right. What's going to happen to all of us? How will we survive?
Those are some tough questions. Let's go back home and see Dad before he leaves with the men. I wish Dad didn't have to go. Even though he spent most of his time with animals, at least he wasn't like Mom. He never paid attention to my mistakes. Please come back safely, Dad.
I will. You take care of your mom and Tamisha. You are not perfect, but you are brave.
Dad's words gave me courage to stay strong. I never thought of myself being brave, but maybe that was my purpose, to be a brave heart. Days passed since our fathers left the desert to get water from the faraway stores, and everyone looked so miserable, and I felt this urge inside of me to save everyone.
Yes, Tamisha.
Can't we do something using science to save the desert?
All our fathers are out there trying to make a plan. I think we should leave it to them.
I couldn't understand how everyone could continue with life so normally. Everything was drying up. During recess, I spent time in the library researching for a way to save the desert from the drought. An ancient riverbed in the Thar Desert. Wow, there's even a map. I could use this. Later after school, I took Siri with me following the map in the book, but her mind was not at all into finding a solution. She had her own set of problems I never knew about.
That book was made ages ago, Tumisha. There's no way that map can still work.
It's worth a try. Imagine if there really is an ancient riverbed and we find it.
Well, that would be great for you, since you're the smart one.
Hey, is something else bothering you?
Yes, I think I might fail school.
What? How come you never said anything before?
I was embarrassed, so I faked my report card the whole year. Now it's end of the year.
Oh, Sari, I really could have helped you. But don't give up. There's always next year.
I wish I was smart like you. And no, I'm not going back to school next year. I'll be turning 18, and I think I'm going to take Mom's advice and wait for someone rich to marry me.
Mom's influence on Sari was so strong that whatever I said meant zilch. Sari started spending more time with Mom, and I became almost invisible around the house. Hey, Sari, you still want to come with me on that adventure?
You almost got it, Sari.
Okay then, I guess I'll go alone. Jeez, do you have to be that hot? Give us a break already. I followed the map over the sand dunes and further down to the valley between the dunes. I couldn't make out the rest of the directions on the map. It was an old history book, so the map was faded. Wow, I've never seen butterflies here before. I know it was crazy, but it was like a voice inside of me urging me to dig the ground. I had to save the desert.
Where is she already? What if something ate her up?
Calm down, Mom. It's not that dark yet. Let's go find her.
I know I've always been hard on her, but I wouldn't be okay if something happened.
Tumisha is a strong girl. You have nothing to worry about.
My body and mind couldn't stop. I felt so close to something big until I heard Mom's voice.
Tumisha!
Tumisha! I'm in here.
Oh, thank the gods!
What are you doing here? We were worried sick.
You trying to bury something?
Oh my gosh. No, Mom. I got a good feeling that there's water below this spot, so I started digging.
Oh, why me? What will the people say when they find out my child has lost her mind?
Oh, Mom, do you have to be so dramatic? I strongly believe that I can save the desert from a terrible drought.
Okay, let's just go back home.
But I'm not done here.
Don't be crazy. Mom is worried sick about you. Please, let's just go.
I followed them back, but that didn't mean I was going to give up on my mission. I did not go to school for 7 days. What was the point of having education if it was not put to use? So I used my knowledge even though people laughed at me. Hey, crazy girl, when are you going to clean up this mess you made? I'm sure after I find water, you'll be the first one down here to quench your thirst.
No water down there, crazy girl. You have been digging here for 7 days. You will only find snakes down there.
Their words didn't stop me from proving my point. Digging a hole was not easy, but I couldn't give up. Have to stay strong. Have to stay strong. When I opened my eyes, I saw this very good-looking creature in front of me. Am I in heaven?
No, you fainted. You should take a break.
No, I have to finish. I have this feeling that I'm very close.
Okay then, I'll help you.
The boy's name was Ekram. He was cute, and I looked like I just stepped out of a dry desert. Ironic, I know. Looks like you found a crazy person to join you. Your mother should be ashamed.
You are very brave to be doing this. What if you don't find any water?
Look, if you're going to have doubts, then maybe don't help me.
Fine, rude. The ladies are right. You are crazy.
Oh my gosh, the sand is wet! The sand is wet!
You're right. We need to keep digging.
Water! I knew it!
Everyone, come see. We found the water.
We? You were only here for a couple of seconds.
Ekram found the water, everyone!
Ekram, Ekram, Ekram.
I felt like a bomb about to explode. This boy took my shine. I couldn't believe how blindsided everyone was. Was it a curse to be a girl? The people had a celebration even though our fathers were not back. No appreciation was shown to me. When I wanted to speak my mind, Mom stopped me. This is so unfair. I'm the one who believed there was water underground. I'm the one who went there every day. I never gave up. Then this dimwad comes along and steals the show. I can't watch this.
Well, he is a boy and the water was found when he was with you. That's what they've been saying.
Oh, so being a girl means we are disqualified from making any discoveries? That is just ridiculous.
You be quiet, that's all. This is the way things are and we have to accept it.
I know it's painful, sis. No one will hear you out. Just let it be. When I was just about to leave the party, everyone screamed. An Asiatic wildcat had crept into the village, no doubt lured by the sight of water. Dad told me about them when I was little, and they are only dangerous when attacked, or in instances like this where there's a lot of panic.
Ekram, save us from the cat!
Never turn your back on a wildcat. Stand tall and look them in their eyes.
I'm too scared to do that. You save them.
My heart pounded as I faced the wildcat and hoped what Dad taught me would work. Give me your scarf. When the wildcat finally disappeared, I faced the people who looked at me speechless. Why are you all so shocked? Is it because I'm a girl? Where's your Ekram? Oh look, he is hiding. Come out, Ekram. Come out, Ekram, and act like you saved them from the wildcat too.
Tomeisha, I think it's time to go home.
No! I am tired of women pulling down women just for being brave. What is wrong with you? Ekram, did you dig a hole for the past 7 days? And what were you about to do when I found the wet sand?
Walk away.
Louder, or else I'll call the cat back.
I was walking away.
Thank you. So your hero, who is a boy, did not discover anything. I, Tomeisha, a strong young woman, made that discovery because I believed in knowledge, while all of you laughed at me. I'm not going to be quiet just because I am female. After some days, I was the famous Tomeisha, but my sister was very distant. Hey Siri, what's the weather like? Very dull at the moment. Please carry an umbrella. What's really wrong? I've decided to go back to school. You promise you'll help me? Hey, I'm the girl who dug the biggest hole. Imagine what I can do for my one and only sister whom I love so much.
Hello! Where is everyone?
Dad!
Oh, thank the gods!
Dad and the rest of the fathers didn't come with any water. Dad said they were held up by some bandits. But that's another story.
Tomeisha, you have made us proud. Thank you for being brave.
We are so proud of you, Tomeisha.
I was always special. I just had to persevere to realize it.
Hi, I'm Dewey from Durian Island, a tiny island in Indonesia known for its stinky fruits, pirates, smugglers, and me. Check this out. I was born with a very rare eye condition that turned my eyes red. Crazy, right? Freaks a lot of people out. The cool thing is, I have cat vision at night. The not so cool thing, I live alone on a remote island and I'm an orphan. Do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button. I can't remember my parents. Not really. Someone took care of me when I was little, but after that, I was pretty much on my own. I was told they were lost at sea. Hello, Mr. Uwir. Nice day. The village chief made sure I didn't go to school, but with the help of a kind teacher, I found a way. She's the one who gave me my first pair of sunglasses. What a relief they were. They made me so happy.
Okay, class. Open your textbooks to Chapter 5. We'll be reading about birds today.
While humans didn't want that much to do with me, I had plenty of friends on the island. Turns out, they didn't like my friends that much either. The meanest were the older kids. They all followed the chief's son and did whatever he told them. I tried to avoid them, but they relished making fun of me.
Ah! It's the devil girl! Don't look at her!
Are you going to let me pass?
Where are you going, little devil girl? Going to play with your little friends? Maybe I'll eat your friends.
I heard those devil eyes will turn you to stone. Oh yeah? Want to find out?
I'm not scared of you.
Do you really want me to stare into your eyes? I will know your deepest, darkest secrets, and then I'll turn you to stone. It's the ghost! I wondered where you were. I've got a treat for you.
Just a typical day for me, only this time, I went a bit too far with the chief's son. You might be wondering how a small girl like me could survive on her own. The sea provided for me. Most everything I needed was washed ashore. All I had to do was find it. Sometimes, I felt my parents were out there, helping me. I know who's going to like this. I knew right away who was behind the angry crowd. The chief's son. I heard a rustling in the bush. I knew the ghost was near. I smiled and went inside, tossing the sunglasses into the bush as I did.
Be ready.
Naturally, the chief's son complained to his father, and naturally, everyone decided this would be a perfect opportunity to continue to behave badly.
My son says you viciously attacked him and his friends yesterday.
Viciously? How? I'm just a small 8-year-old girl.
Her eyes, the ghost, she attacked us with witchcraft.
Oh, yes.
Your son is a good-for-nothing liar. And as far as my ghost, do you really want to meet him? Or are you afraid?
I am afraid of nothing. I am the chief of this village.
Village chief, meet the village ghost. Mocha, now!
I had found Mocha a few years earlier when she was just a small little thing. We both suffered from the same eye condition, which was why she preferred the deep jungle. We were best mates from day one and looked out for each other. She helped find others who needed help. There was nothing we wouldn't do for each other. Later, when the chief found his courage, we were banished from ever entering the village again. But we didn't care. We had each other. We just needed a new and better place to live, somewhere far away from the cruel humans. Evening was our favorite time of the day. When the sun fell, we could see naturally. During the day, it hurt too much without the glasses. But at night, the night was ours. That evening, we went searching for a new home. Mocha spotted it first. We were walking along the shoreline, and I was worried about where we could all live when Mocha pointed out a hidden cave above us.
Nice work, Mocha. We'll rest here tonight. Well done, Mocha. Maybe this was a pirate cave. Maybe there's treasure in here.
Smugglers, not pirates. Nobody's been here for years. Is this your parents? Oh, Mocha, I'm so sorry. We're more alike than I thought. Years passed, and we collected a large menagerie of animals that needed refuge. The sea kept providing for us. We used every opportunity we had to scavenge what we could. And until I was 17, we were very happy.
Danger! Danger!
Mocha often woke up before me and scouted the beach for useful items. The night before, there was a huge storm, so the picking should have been good. From my vantage point, I saw that the storm had brought something else last night. Something that sent a cold chill through my heart.
Smugglers!
I remember thinking this could not be happening, but I knew, deep down, fear gripped my heart.
Mocha! You can't take her! Stop!
My worst fears crashed down on me. I felt my life ripped from me as I watched, helpless. The smugglers stole Mocha from me.
No!
Good girl, I will find you.
Hey, you can't be here.
Sorry, I need to borrow.
Nobody is taking any...
I hadn't been back to the village for years. I felt bad borrowing the boat, but I had to follow that ship before it was too late.
Mocha safe?
They capture live animals, so for now, yes. They've slowed down. They're heading for the big light on the horizon. Whatever that is, best fly back home. I've got a bad feeling about that light. Go on. The next day, I discovered what the strange glow was. Singapore. I had heard others speak of it, but to see it, my first city ever. To see towers of glass as high as a mountain. The sound and lights were overwhelming. I forgot about Mocha, my boat, or even what I was doing. The sea had once again provided for me. While I didn't see the ship that brought Mocha here, I did see the same symbol as the patch of clothes Mocha had torn from her captors. Wherever she was, this symbol was the key to finding her.
And while I don't like to brag, I would like to remind everyone of all my great contributions that I have made over the decades. Therefore, I find it both proper and necessary to reveal the latest statue commemorating my super-duper achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you me.
Another statue? Who does he think he is? Apollo?
Not to worry, I'll have this down in a bit. Wait till you see this one. It cost over $1 million. Oh dear. A little help here?
Hey, watch out! You're coming in too hot!
Wait, I've almost got it. Put the cameras on me. This is about me.
I had no idea what I had just landed in, but I could see that whoever the idiot was pulling on the rope, he was going to give that poor girl on stage a squishing. Without thinking, I knew I had to get her out of the way.
Well, hello. Are you okay? I am now.
The statue!
I'm at a loss for words right now, but it appears that a mysterious pirate girl has just saved Mr. Chua's daughter. Like a scene from a movie, she's... Oh my! The statue is going to crush everyone! What is she doing? How? She's somehow climbed into the scaffolding and unhooking the drape. This is unbelievable!
I was completely unaware of just how big my entrance into this city was to become. I was just an island girl in search of my monkey, but the press on that day turned me into a hero. Viral was the word they used. Super viral.
Guards, arrest this vagrant. She's trespassing.
Father, she just saved my life, and theirs from your stupid statue. Oh my goodness. Thank you. My name's Alyssa. Why are they cheering? You, silly. They're cheering you. What's your name?
Dewey. I'm just here looking for my monkey.
This is Dewey, our hero.
It's amazing how quickly things can get out of hand. 1 minute I'm enjoying life with my friends, and a mere day later, I'm neck deep in whatever this was. All I knew was I had to get out of there, but I couldn't.
Who are you?
What are you doing here?
Dewey, how did you climb up there so quick? Are you a superhero?
My name's Dewey. I come from Durian Island. Look, I need to find my friend, Mocha the monkey. She was taken by smugglers. She's a good monkey and she needs to come home.
You're serious? A monkey? How dreamy. Wait, that's my father's company.
I found this on the beach. I followed a smuggler's ship to this city. It's my only clue.
No clue. Let it be known that Chua Enterprises has no idea who this girl is or what a mola monkey is.
Mocha. Her name is Mocha.
You look familiar.
Guards!
This girl just saved your daughter's life and dozens of other people. How do you explain your logo associated with animal smuggling? What are you going to do about this, Mr. Chua?
First of all, I'm not guilty of anything. And then, we'll help her. She will,
Move into our home. I will personally help her find her monkey.
Yes, what an excellent idea. Dewey will move into our home and we will help her find Milky the monkey. Don't worry. Chua Enterprises prioritizes client satisfaction. In fact, it's the name of my latest statue. Satisfaction guaranteed.
At least this is one they'll remember. Thanks to you.
And before I even knew what was happening, I was whisked off in a car and taken to Mr. Chua's mansion. His house was as big as an island, and the statues. Mr. Chua only had eyes for himself.
You get used to them. Not so many inside.
I had never gotten my picture taken before and had no idea what to do. What a lot of nonsense, I thought. They had very strong vines growing, though. At least that was interesting.
As the biggest and best benefactor of this city, I pledge that I will move mountains to find this monkey. We will hold a press conference in 1 hour to go over the details. The sooner we reunite Dewey with her companion, the sooner she can return home. Safely.
Mr. Chua seemed really helpful at first, but as soon as the doors shut, he changed completely.
Alyssa, show it to its room. It can sleep in the garage for now. A cardboard box should do, I think.
Did he just call me it? Wait, I need to know where Mocha is. You promised to help.
My dear little savage girl, that's what press conferences are for.
The conference will find Mocha?
Press conferences make money, not monkeys. And you're going to make me even richer. Now get out of my way.
We glared at each other, and I did the first thing that popped into my head. I snapped at his finger.
You're an animal.
I know where I've seen that scar before. I've never seen anyone stand up to my father like that. He didn't even yell at you.
I need to find Mocha.
Let's get you cleaned up first. We've only got an hour.
I was unprepared for what wealth really looked like on a personal level. Alyssa's bedroom was unlike anything I could have dreamed of.
It's a little much, I know, but you get used to it. I have one of these. Made it myself. Not as nice, though. Really? You're amazing. Let's get you some new clothes.
Alyssa tried dozens of dresses on me, but no matter what, we were both unhappy about the look.
Wait, I have an idea. Perfect. You look just perfect. Now, if we can just...
No! Leave them! You can't look!
It's okay. You saved my life. I owe you everything. You can show me.
I knew it! Go away!
No! Your eyes are amazing. You're so strong and brave and so beautiful.
I need to find Mocha.
Believe it or not, nobody had ever been that kind to me. I've never been called beautiful in my life, and I was feeling things I had never felt. So yeah, basically, I ran away. Not so brave after all.
It appears our guest has cold feet. No matter. Let me tell you about my next big venture. I'm going to build a seawall around the city. A seawall for security.
One of those large things along the top. Statues of you?
Heavens no. They're robots that look like me. I will be watching everything, everywhere. I call it the 4 M's. Mechanical, momentous multitudes of me.
I call it a mechanical monstrosity.
It was all a bit overwhelming, even for me. I was alone in a strange city with strange people. I just wanted to be safely back home with Mocha, but my thoughts kept turning to Alyssa. I had a job to do, a job that I didn't know how to do. I would never forget the boat that kidnapped Mocha, and now, here it was, on Mr. Chua's estate. I was so out of my element. I need help.
I've been searching everywhere for you. Are you all right? I need your help. Doing what? And why do you have all those vines? Where have you been? I'll explain on the way. We have doors, you know. That's what I need help with.
Come on, Alyssa. Do you trust me? I saw the same boat that kidnapped Mocha pull into that building. So my father's really involved? It's the same boat. He became so lost after Mom died. I lost my parents too. I'm sorry. If you want to stay out here, I understand.
No, I have to know the truth, but I don't have the keys.
You're my key.
I still don't know what the vines are for. In my experience, a good vine can make things just fine. Help! Help! Alyssa's been hurt!
Good heavens, what happened?
She got caught in these vines and slipped into the water. I think she broke her legs.
I'll go get help.
It didn't take us long before we stuffed the guard into something Alyssa called the command and security room. They had security monitors covering the entire area.
Oh no, it's true. My father is trafficking animals. Can you move the cameras? We need to find Mocha.
This is very high-tech. Infrared, zoom, speakers. I can even listen from here. Yeah, I can move them.
Look for an all-white monkey. Do you know how to turn off all the lights? I've got to rescue her.
I think we just turn off the main power here, but how will you see?
The night is mine, Alyssa. You'll need these. Be careful.
Once the lights were out, the men were basically helpless. They couldn't see a thing. I tied each guard up as I passed them. Within minutes, I had found Mocha.
Mocha! I've missed you so much. We have to get out of here. We can't save them all, Mocha.
But I can.
Alyssa knew just what to do. She called the authorities. Even better, she turned over all the security footage to the police captain. Within hours, the entire operation was shut down.
We found him hiding in a statue. He wants to speak with you. My daughter, I have failed you. I'm so sorry. Please, forgive me. I
need help, Father. This is all so wrong. I'll see to it you get the help you need, but you must pay for what you've done to these animals, to Dewey and this city.
Miss Alyssa, what should we do with all these animals? We don't have the resources.
Like I said, things sure can change quickly. Weeks later, I finally showed up to my first press conference. Alyssa, now head of Chua Enterprises, brokered a deal with the village. My island was to become an animal sanctuary. Plenty of high-paying jobs. The animals had a place to live, and best of all, I had found someone to share my dreams and life with. We lived in 2 different worlds. Hers was ultra-modern, mine was rather primitive. But here, our 2 worlds met, and it was a place we could all call home. Hi, I'm Ava, and I grew up in Hollywood with my megastar mom. Everywhere she went, people loved her, and I was the shadow in her life. Mom was so loved by her fans that we couldn't even eat in peace.
Oh, Dora! I'm a big fan. Please, can I get a selfie with you?
Sure.
Thank you. Bye, Dora's daughter.
Dora's daughter, that's what everyone called me. I didn't mind though, because I had my own dreams to be a designer one day. I wanted to stay behind the scenes, just making beautiful clothes for all the stars. Mom wanted me to be just like her. Once when I was in grade 8, while we were in class writing a test, the intercom suddenly came on, and I was so embarrassed by the announcement.
Good day, everyone. We at Premium High would like to say a big congratulations to Ava, who has just been accepted in the Miss Teen Beauty pageant representing the USA. Her mom came all the way to share the news.
I started burning a hot rage inside of me. How could she enter me into a contest without my consent? When I entered our mansion right after school, ready to give Mom a piece of my mind, I found a cameraman there, and the makeup lady suddenly rushed up to me to powder my face.
Oh, Ava, baby, you're home. Are you ready to be famous just like your beloved mother?
Have you completely lost your mind? I told you I don't like being in front of cameras. Why don't you listen, Mom?
Calm down, hon. I'll be right by your side. No need to be nervous. Fame is in our blood.
Because of all the pressure Mom put on me, I faked fainting in front of the camera. And when I was alone with the doctor, I pleaded with him to tell Mom that I was struck with something severe and couldn't participate in the pageant.
Oh dear, I had so many hopes and dreams for you, but we will not give up. I'll make it my duty once you're better to get you a big role.
I sometimes wish to just scream my lungs out at her and tell her to leave me the heck alone. And then one day, something ridiculously dreadful happened. I was out shopping, and as I walked out of a store with my shopping assistants carrying my shopping bags, a bunch of reporters suddenly jumped in front of us and shoved their cameras in my face.
Hi, Ava. We've all been wondering how it feels being a spoiled rich brat.
What did you just say?
We just want to know what it's like to spend your mommy's money on ugly shoes and even uglier clothes.
At this point, everyone around was laughing hard.
That's enough! You don't know anything about me!
I tried to walk past him, but he blocked me, and in a fit of rage, I pounced on him, and we both went down on the sidewalk. The sound of clicking cameras then filled the air, and I knew I had to get out of there. So I got up, covered my face, and ran towards my car. By the time I got home, the video of me pouncing on the reporter had gone viral. Mom was going to be so mad. But as soon as I walked into our living room, she ran and hugged me.
You're trending everywhere! This is awesome!
What? You're not even mad?
Why would I be mad? This publicity stunt you just pulled is going to get you a movie role!
It was not a publicity stunt. That reporter was so mean. And for the last time, I don't want a movie role. You know how much I love designing.
Who will ever take you seriously as a designer? You are trending online with the worst fashion taste.
How could you be so cold-hearted? I'm deleting all my social media apps, and I'll never be a stupid actress like you.
Fine. If that's the case, you can go live with your father.
Are you serious?
Yes. Maybe living with your poor father will make you realize how lucky you are to have me. You'll come back, and when you do, you will do as I say.
Mom sounded so evil, and I did as she asked. I packed my bags, and the next day, my driver dropped me in my dad's town. Mom refused to let me take the car she bought me, and I was done needing her. I felt out of place with my fancy clothing and suitcase, and everyone looked at me like I was an alien.
Hi, do you need any help?
I turned to see a haggard-looking boy my age, carrying a cart filled with fruits. I'm looking for Mr. Tom Air. Do you know him?
Everyone knows Mr. Tom.
Suddenly, I was excited. If my dad was that famous in the town, maybe he was the mayor or something. Okay, could you take me to him? And please lift my suitcases and put them on your cart. And be gentle. They're limited edition.
Look here, your royal highness. I don't know where you came from, but there are no servants here. Now follow me, or keep standing there. I'm Imran, by the way.
Rude! I dragged my suitcases behind him, ready to see where my famous dad lived. My excitement was, however, short-lived, because a few minutes later, Imran led me to a homeless shelter. I don't understand. Just then, a bunch of little kids rushed to him and hugged him before taking the fruits from his cart. In the middle of all this, an older man approached us.
Hello, Mr. Tom. This is my daughter, Ava. Your mother told me to expect you. It's so good to see you all grown, honey.
He tried to hug me, but I dodged. I had so many questions, like why did he leave? Did he ever miss me? But when I opened my mouth, what came out was, are you here to donate because you're a rich man? Just then, a girl stepped forward.
He runs this shelter for homeless kids and orphans, and he also lives here with us. Dad is a hero. He takes care of all of us here.
Right, so he was a dad to these kids, but he couldn't be bothered to raise me? His own flesh and blood? I needed answers.
Ava, this is Bella. I adopted her when she was 10.
I'm Ava. Cool hair. I know who you are.
You can go record your TikToks while the rest of us do real work. Bella, that's not nice. You need to make Ava feel at home.
Bella didn't listen to Dad. She was the oldest, and she and Dad seemed to have a very close relationship from the first impression, so I bet my presence threatened her.
Sorry about that. She'll come around. You must have a lot of questions. Let's get you settled, then talk.
I needed to have a conversation with Dad and understand why he left me and came here to look after kids who weren't even his. Why did you leave Mom and I?
I didn't want to leave you, believe me. But after your mom and I separated, I didn't have anything to my name. Didn't know where to go or how to start over. Your mom was already a rising star, and I knew she would make sure you had a good life.
But why didn't you look for me after you settled down?
Look at me, Ava. All I have is this shelter and these kids, and you deserve everything in life. I knew I couldn't provide you with that, and your mother made sure I was aware of it. She said she would sue me if I tried to take you away to suffer. I didn't think she would ever let me see you, until she called the other day and said you were coming.
It didn't make me feel better that he had left me, but it helped that he had allowed me to find him. I'm 18 now, so I can make my own decisions. The next morning, I was startled from my sleep by a blaring noise. I sat up and saw Bella standing over my bed, holding a loudspeaker.
Rise and shine, princess!
Really, Bella? Is the loudspeaker necessary?
That's how we wake up lazy people around here.
I'm not lazy,
Says the girl who's never worked a day in her life.
I was tired of everyone saying that. You know what? I'm going to prove to you and everyone else that I'm not just a rich, spoiled brat. I'm going to work at the shelter all day. You won't last an hour. We'll see. I mean, how hard could it be? Since I'd missed breakfast duty, Dad assigned me cleaning duty. Bad idea. I was walking towards the kitchen with my hands piled with dirty plates when a kid tripped me and I fell, breaking all the plates. Great job! You managed to break all of them. The rest of the day was no better. I spilled and broke almost everything I touched. As if that wasn't enough, the younger kids decided it'd be fun to mess with me.
Hey, Ava, have a cookie.
I picked a cookie, but as soon as I took a bite, I realized I'd been tricked. They had replaced the cream in between the cookies with toothpaste.
Ew! Here, Ava, take a sip of coffee to wash out the taste.
Another kid handed me a cup of coffee, and I took a huge gulp and spat it back out. The coffee was loaded with salt. Okay, that's it. I'm done. With that, I walked out of the shelter, ready to crawl back in bed and cry myself to sleep. As I limped across the yard to my dad's house, Imran spotted me.
Hey there. Long morning, huh?
Yeah, also, wrong shoes. Imran took one look at my 6-inch heels and started to laugh.
How are you still walking? Your feet probably hate you right now.
So does everyone.
Not everyone.
He stared at me and smiled. Then he turned his back to me.
Come on, I'll carry you.
What? I thought you said I don't have any servants here.
Okay, maybe I was a little harsh, but your suitcase would have bruised the fruits. Now hop on.
As soon as I hopped on his back, he took off running and I giggled like a little girl. After that, Imran and I spent a lot of time working together at the shelter. Well, he did most of the work while I did my best not to break anything. He told me he'd been homeless for years, and my dad's shelter was the best thing that ever happened to him. One evening, he just dropped me off when Bella barged into my room. Imran is a really good person. You need to stop dragging him into your drama. What are you talking about? Bella took out her phone, scrolled a little bit, and shoved it in my face. That's you on Imran's back. Someone took this photo, and now it's all over the internet. I stared at the photo in disbelief. I have no idea who took that photo, Bella. Trust me, it doesn't matter. Most of the comments are really mean. I know you're used to that, but Imran isn't. You need to stay away from him. Bella had a point. Imran was really sweet, but he wasn't from my world. So for the next few days, I did my best to avoid him. But one morning, I walked into the shelter, and everyone yelled, "Surprise!" What is all this? Oh, wow. You forgot your birthday. Isn't it supposed to be the biggest event of the year, according to you? I couldn't believe it. I'd been so busy at the shelter, I forgot my 18th birthday. Well, it was supposed to be a huge event, but now I know there are more important things.
Who are you and what have you done with Ava?
As Bella and I laughed, Imran walked in carrying a birthday cake, followed by my dad, who was carrying a stack of plates.
Happy birthday, honey. I know I've missed so many, but I'm so happy to celebrate this one with you.
Thanks, Dad. Did you bake this cake?
Yes, I did.
Imran and I stared at each other and smiled, but we were interrupted when the door burst open and my mom walked in with a shiny dress.
Look, everyone! It's Dora from TV!
Hello, everyone. I brought presents. Go check outside.
At the mention of presents, they all ran outside.
Happy birthday, my big baby.
Mom, what are you doing here?
It's your birthday. I've never missed that ever since you were born. Unlike your poor father. Nice to see you too, Dora.
Mom made my party feel so tense. And then Imran tried to break the ice and offer Mom some cake, but she was so vicious towards him. Would you like some cake, ma'am?
You're that boy who has been trending on social media with my daughter. Ava, don't tell me that you've fallen for this poor thing.
Hey, you can't talk about Imran that way. We may not be stinking rich and famous, but we have something you will never. Humanity.
Says the girl who took the photo and leaked it to the press.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, darling. I am widely connected, and I know what happens everywhere, especially if it has to do with my daughter.
I couldn't believe that Bella would stoop so low just to hurt me. How could you do that, Bella? I know you were jealous because I'm my dad's real daughter, but I did nothing wrong to you.
I'm sorry. So you see, Ava, these people can't be trusted. Your dad has made his choice. Please don't make the same mistake. You're still the cold, vindictive woman. Ava, you can stay here with me as long as you want. And just know, I always loved you. Go pack your bags, Ava. I'll wait for you in the car.
I was so hurt by Bella's betrayal that I really didn't want to stay anymore. But as I was about to roll my bags out, she stopped me. You were always in his mind. He even keeps the only baby picture of you in his wallet. Your dad loves you so much, Ava, and I'm so sorry for being a jerk. It's okay. I forgive you, but I have to go. My mom is waiting. I wish you didn't have to leave. You are a good person, Ava, and I hope you always stay as kind. Thank you, Imran. I guess this is goodbye. When I went out to the car, Dad was there, and he looked at me sadly.
Are you sure you want to do this, Ava?
Yes, Dad. I need to start afresh, by myself.
I don't understand. By yourself?
I knocked at the car window where Mom was seated, and she rolled her window down.
Can we go now?
Yes, you can go now. I packed all the designer clothes you bought me in the suitcase. I'll call to check on you.
Ava, what are you saying?
I'm saying that I want to stay here and build my own brand. I want to be a designer, Mom, and I will become that one day on my own.
How? Your father has no money. But I have love, and I will support her dreams all the way. Fine. You will regret this, Ava. Driver, let's go.
I was tired of living in Mom's shadow, and with all the motivation and support from the shelter, I was determined to make it. A year later, Dad and all the kids helped me organize a fashion show at the shelter, and I had all the young ladies wear my designs.
Are you ready for this?
Is there anyone important in the audience?
Well, I sent the invite to all the fashion houses, and to a few other places.
Okay, thank you for all your support. Ladies, are you ready? The girls did so well, and after the show, I felt happy. And then suddenly, I was approached by a lady.
Hello, Miss Ava. We loved all your designs, and we'd like to make you an offer.
Okay, which company are you from?
Louis Vuitton.
Never let anyone take your dreams away. There is always a way to make it. Tammy, I don't think this is a good idea. What if the nanny gets into trouble?
Relax, I've done this a million times. It's so funny.
911, what's your emergency?
Help!
Tammy was my best friend, and she was always doing crazy stuff that got us into trouble.
Girls, just because you're kids doesn't mean you can get away with making prank calls to the police. Your parents will pay a big fine.
Please, sir, we are so sorry. We promise never to do it again.
Fine, but if this happens again, you girls will be in a lot of trouble. We are able to trace the calls.
The puppy dog eyes trick always worked and saved us almost all the time.
Come on, last one inside is a rotten egg.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole, and what you just witnessed was only a minor ordeal compared to all the other trouble my best friend Tammy would get us into. We were friends ever since we were both in our mom's tummies. Her mom and my mom were best friends, and I was born 2 days after Tammy. Talk about planning. Hey, I almost forgot. Please like and subscribe to this channel. They have some amazing stories, and this one is mine.
Tammy, this is disgusting! What are you still doing out there, Stinky?
I have no idea where she gets all her crazy energy from. I have always been the chill, laid-back type, more of a bookworm and the quiet girl in the background. Meanwhile, Tammy was fearless, always ready to take on massive risks for the both of us.
Nicole, climb your stinky butt up here. You're already up there, so you grab the apples. I'll stay down here and play it safe, just to make sure you don't drag us into any trouble. No way! You're coming up here. It's so awesome. It's like a whole new world up here. Well, a roof is not that amazing to see, so I'm fine, thank you. If you don't come up, then I'll never come down. Then the owner of that mansion will be home and you will be in a lot of trouble. Fine.
Tammy was always so stubborn. Because I cared about her so much, I mustered up the courage and faced my fear of heights.
You can do it, Nicole. Here, take my hand.
Having Tammy around helped me be courageous. But as we grew up, our differences started drifting us apart. Tammy had a deep love for everything related to nature, and she constantly tried to get me to share the same passion.
Nicole, here, you hold him. He's so cute. No, thank you. I'm not a wildlife person. You know that. Aw, look how cute and slimy he is. No, Tammy, I said no.
I was never one with anger issues, but I guess Tammy sometimes pressed the wrong buttons in me. I enjoyed things like playing the piano. Beethoven was my all-time favorite composer, and my parents were so proud of the way I turned out.
My old man was a grease monkey, and my mom rocked the mop as a maid. We lived in a teeny tiny house that used to belong to my late grandma. But let me tell you, those two superheroes always found a way to put a smile on my face. I had this epic dream of becoming a legendary music composer, and then transforming that humble house into a jaw-dropping mansion for my incredible parents. They made sure I had all the happiness in the world. So it was my turn to repay them big time.
Nicole, I'm off to work. Tammy is coming over for a sleepover.
Again?
Well, sweetie, Tammy's mom has to work a double shift today, so that's why she's sleeping over. Is something bothering you? I thought you enjoyed having Tammy around.
Yeah, I do like having Tammy over, but sometimes I just want a little me time, you know? It feels like she's here almost every other day, and I need some space to recharge. Tammy's dad bailed on her and her mom when she was just 5 years old. From then on, her mom had to hustle and work as a waitress at a local diner. When we were little, having Tammy around was a blast. But as we grew up, I started feeling like my personal space was being invaded.
I whipped up some chocolate milkshakes for us. This one looks cute. How come I've never seen this one before?
Tammy! You messed up my cabinet! You know my clothes are always neatly folded!
Chill out, it's just clothes.
It's my clothes! If you like keeping your wardrobe in a jungle mess, then that's you!
Nicole, calm down. I'm putting the shirt back.
I always try my best to be nice and not get upset, but sometimes it's just so hard to always be the nice girl who's okay with everything. Until one day, Tammy pushed things too far. We were lying outside on the lawn, looking up at the clouds. This was our quiet moments together. And of course, Tammy had the most bizarre imaginations.
Oh, I see a gigantic baboon with drumsticks and he even has a slimy frog on his head.
Geez, Tammy, that's quite a combination. I see a big, puffy...
Did you see that?
It's probably a skydiver or a big bird.
What if it's an alien?
Tammy, we're 15 years old. We should be way past the alien phase.
Come on, let's go see.
Wait, I don't know why I didn't pull back from going with her. I guess part of me also wanted to see what it was that suddenly fell from the sky. I told you it was a skydiver. A very hot one.
Ew, you like him.
We don't even know him. Let's go before he sees us. And obviously, Tammy did the opposite.
Hey there, handsome boy. Where are you from?
Huh? From the city, Philadelphia.
Don't be scared. We won't bite. My friend here thinks you're cute. Can we get your number?
Wow, I didn't think girls from a small country like this would be so forward. I'll give you my number, only if I could take both of you out.
Sorry, I'm not on the market.
I was, like, dying of embarrassment when that boy kept stealing glances at me. Tammy seriously had no filter. She just kept putting me in these super awkward situations. It was like cringe city all the way.
What's your name, by the way? I'm Tammy, and my beautiful friend there is Nicole. You won't find a good girl like her around, so better catch her while you can.
I'm Denver. And does your friend have a voice or what? It seems like you're the spokesperson for the duo.
Oh, sorry about that. She is just very shy. Get over here. Nicole, come meet your future husband.
Tammy, that's enough. I'm going home.
Nicole, wait for me.
I was fuming inside, and Tammy didn't get the picture.
Nicole, why didn't you wait for me?
You humiliated me in front of that guy. Why would you tell him that I liked him?
Because you said he was cute, and I think he could like you too. I have his number, and you can call him.
Tammy, stop! You never know when to stop. And when a friend tells you a guy is cute, you don't do things like this. You keep it to yourself, and we speak about it in secret. That's what normal friends do. So I'm not a normal friend to you? I don't think you're capable of being normal, Tammy. You are self-absorbed, never listen to anything but your own voice, and think you know it all. I wished I didn't care so much for her so that I didn't have to feel so bad about what I said. But after that day, our friendship collapsed. Over time, Tammy stopped visiting our house with her mom, and I missed her.
Is Tammy okay? Yes, she met this new guy and she's always out and about, but she's happy, so I'm happy. I'll let her know you asked about her.
A part of me wished that Tammy would come over and tell me all about her exciting love life, but I guess our friendship was truly over, and I had myself to blame for that. I started to put more focus on my goals, completing high school and managed to get a student loan to further my studies in music. And while studying, I also opened up some extra classes to teach kids from home. And then one day when I got home from my studies, I found Tammy's mom crying on my mom's shoulders. What happened? Why is she crying?
Tammy ran away with a boy, and she won't answer her phone.
Is there anything I can do?
If you know of any other way we could reach out to her, that would be great.
I wasn't really into the whole social media scene, but I had an Instagram and Facebook account with like a grand total of 10 followers. But Tammy, oh man, she was all about that attention. She'd constantly be posting on all her social media accounts, soaking up the likes and comments.
Wow, so she went after the city boy. Denver.
I didn't like seeing her mom so sad, so I had to go find her and bring her back home. I had never been to the city before, so naturally I was a bit nervous. Dad offered to come along with me, but I knew he had a ton of cars lined up for the week at the shop. Mom and Tammy's mom were both working on their jobs too, so taking time off wasn't an option for them.
Thank you for doing this. I know my Tammy has always been on the wild side of life, but whenever she was around you, she was good. I hope you come back with her.
I will. Let's hope she listens to me, even though we're not that close anymore.
Best friends always find their way back to each other.
I did my research using all the Tammy social media information. There was this restaurant she and this Denver guy kept taking selfies at, so that was my starting point. Hi, can I have a glass of water, please? Oh, I meant from the tap.
We don't serve tap water here. That'll be $5.
$5 for water? The bartender seemed rude, but I have to admit, everything about his looks was breathtaking. I always had a thing for tall guys, and this one was tall and gorgeous.
You are new around here? You look like you stepped out of a farm or something.
You have a very ugly way of saying things. I come from Camden Country. It's a small country, and we like keeping things simple, if that's what you call farm style.
Okay, farm girl. What are you doing in Philadelphia?
I'm looking for my friend.
If that's your friend, then I probably shouldn't be talking to you. I definitely don't want to get mixed up in any of that mess. Her boyfriend's family is like notorious for running this city with all their shady criminal activities.
I was shocked at what he told me, and very worried about Tammy. Please, if my friend is in any trouble, I need to know where I can find her.
I told you, I don't want to get involved. Those people are not to be messed with.
Please, her mom is devastated and she's a good person. We are good people. I glared at him with puppy dog eyes, which usually work to convince people.
Okay, wait for me after my shift. This is my number.
Kevin, thank you. I'm Nicole. I had to find something to do while waiting for him, but after what he told me, I couldn't stop thinking about Tammy. While waiting for Kevin, I thought I would explore the city a little, and when I passed a small coffee shop, my heart skipped a beat when I saw Tammy through the glass window. She looked like she was crying in front of Denver, who looked more grown now. Tammy, talk to me! I never saw Tammy look this sad in her life, and this wicked boy taking her away like that made me even more determined to find out more. If she was in trouble, I was going to save her. Kevin thankfully kept to his word and let me ride with him on his scooter to Denver's family house.
Okay, so this is where they live, and as you can see, it's not easy to get in. These guys have, like, heavy security.
Yeah, what do we do now?
The deal was I show you where they lived, so here it is. Goodbye. Don't do that.
I didn't do anything. My sad puppy dog eyes did it once again, and thank goodness, Kevin had a conscience. It was hard for him to leave me stranded in front of a big wall.
I'll try to get you in, and then my work here is done, right?
Right. We waited till it was dark, and then I had to face my fears once again. This wall was the tallest I'd ever seen, and Kevin almost fell over the edge trying to pull me up. What if they have dogs?
This family isn't pet friendly, but they do have a bunch of bodyguards and cameras, so we have to be extra careful.
Eventually, when we got over the wall, we had to think about how to get past those huge bodyguards. Maybe there's a way around the back.
Oh, yeah. Well, why don't we come out from behind this tree and search for the back entrance? Yeah, I'm sure those bodyguards are blind.
We can't stay here forever.
Hold on. Look, they're going away. Let's go.
We took this opportunity to get closer to the mansion, trying our best for the cameras not to spot us. We managed to get to a back entrance and found a door.
Wow, it's open. Something must be on our side here.
The entrance through the door took us to a small, dusty basement with lots and lots of boxes. At least we made it inside somewhere.
I have no idea how we're gonna get your friend, but I know it's very risky.
I know, and thank you for coming all this way with me.
It's okay. Now what do we do next?
The person who opened the door to the basement from inside the mansion stepped in further like he was looking for something. We were freaking out like two fishes about to get caught in a net. I've never been so terrified in my life. And I've never been this close to a guy in my life. Kevin smelled so good, and being in his arms felt even better.
He's gone.
I think this was a bad idea. We could get into so much trouble.
Relax. We're safe for now, and you're not alone.
Since we are already in here, I think we should take another leap of faith and get into the mansion.
Yeah? Are you ready to get locked away in prison for trespassing?
Kevin and I opened our mouths in shock after we saw all the cash that fell out of one of the boxes.
All these boxes are filled with money. How is that possible? No one in the city has this much cash lying around.
Unless it's fake.
You might be right. I got into trouble a few times at the restaurant for not checking the money customers pay with, and I'm always so careful. This looks real.
That's what money launderers do. They make it look real. I watched this movie once, and this feels exactly like that movie, where this family is unbelievably rich using fake cash.
I told you these people were dangerous. Even the cops let them go scot-free.
Not in my town. I'm gonna get some proof on—
Shh! I hear something.
I could hear Tammy crying up above us, and my heart pounded with rage, wishing to go up there and save her from whatever was going on. But instead, I had a better plan.
Smart girl.
I just want to go back home. Please, I don't want to do any more crime.
Remember, if you don't do this, your mom will lose her job and you two will end up on the streets.
I don't care. I'd rather be on the streets than change your fake money to be real.
Tammy, you're making me angry. Now take this bag. The night malls are waiting for you. You need new clothes. And don't think of running. My bodyguards will be right behind you.
Tammy sounded so scared, and I had all the proof I needed to put this family away for good.
Your friend is headed out, which means they'll open the gates. Can you run?
I was never much of an athlete, but yeah, this is our chance to get out. The coast was still clear, so Kevin and I hid behind the tree again, waiting for the gates to open.
As soon as the gate opens and we see the car exit, we need to run like lightning before the gate closes again.
I took a deep breath in and prepared my mind to be Superwoman. This was a huge risk to take. We had no other choice but to be brave. We made it. Thank you so much. I have all the evidence I need to help my friend.
I'm glad I could assist.
I guess this is goodbye.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
We could be friends, or more if you want that, since we only just met, like, today. I like you.
I took the courage and decided to be a little bit forward. Kevin was a good person, and I like him too. This is my number. Call me, and maybe we could be more. With the evidence I had, the police from my small country got the CIA involved, and Denver and his family were locked away for a very long time. I would like to give thanks for my best friend, Nicole. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here today, and I'm grateful and wiser because of you. I appreciate you too, my friend. I was glad to have my friend back, and she grew up a lot, and we both learned a lesson about trusting just anyone. Denver was hot, but a devil in disguise. Always analyze the situation before you end up in trouble. Hello, my name is Ginger, and I'm from New Zealand. Please like and subscribe. I was brought up by two women who I loved, but also drove me crazy. My mom and her twin sister. They loved to party, and they had no limits to their fun.
Mom, it's time for school!
Aunt Jackie fell off the sofa while Mom dragged her way to the kitchen. This was the usual Monday after their wild weekends.
Here you go, hon. Here's your lunch.
I already have my lunch, Mom. I was just getting you up for work. I'm taking the school bus today. Bye. I had to grow up pretty fast for my age, since Mom was always at her office job and I was left with my childish aunt. And the number one rule at home was never to mention the word dad. I learned that once when I was around 10 and wanted to know about mine.
Mom, how come you never talk about my dad?
I don't know what happened, but Mom started having a panic attack and even broke a glass.
Ginger, don't ever mention the word dad in this house again.
Okay.
Yeah, because I really cared about Mom. I never asked again. At school, some called me Miss Perfect because I always carried a tissue around to wipe the dust off my seat. I was not a clean freak or a neat freak. I was just specific about the way I wanted to be. My role model was Queen Elizabeth. She was a lady of etiquette. Unlike my mom's twin sister, aka Auntie Freak. She was worse than a barbarian.
Come on, Cookie. I'm going to miss my favorite TV show.
My name is not Cookie, Auntie, and you don't have to blow your horn. I'm right here.
Now just get in, Miss Perfect Pants. You need to let go and be free sometimes.
I think I prefer being Miss Perfect Pants than Miss Messy Face.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Even though Aunt Jackie was always home, the house was a mess. All she did was watch TV, and at night she would go out and come back early in the morning. She said she was going to work, but never helped Mom with any of the bills. And then as I got older, I decided to confront Mom about Aunt. Mom, Aunt Jackie left the kitchen in a mess again, and now she's gone out to her secret job.
It's okay, I'll clean up.
Why is she even living with us? She does nothing.
Because she is my sister, and we've never been separated.
Don't you care about how I feel? Aunt Jackie is so messy, and she's always calling me Cookie in front of my friends. I hate it.
We both love you very much, Ginger. Don't you think you're being a tad bit overdramatic?
Obviously, Mom loved her sister more than me, since she never cared about what I wanted. I started writing down my goals. My first goal was to leave this house right after school, study business, because I've always wanted to run my own catering business, and then travel the world once I was stinking rich. When I was about to go to bed, I heard some sounds outside. I quickly ran to my window and saw Aunt Jackie, dressed like some sort of Catwoman, holding up a beautiful painting. And then she spoke to the person in front of her. A very attractive person, might I say. I leaned closer to listen carefully.
This is good, but it's still not the one I want. I know. It's not easy to get our hands on that $5 million masterpiece. Yeah, with this I can only pay off some of my debit. You'll find your half in the bank in the morning. Thank you. Until tomorrow? Yeah, I'll call you.
I couldn't believe my ears. My aunt was a thief, and what freaking debit was she talking about? When she lived off my mom? The next morning, I dropped so many hint bombs at the kitchen table, and even spilled all the syrup on her favorite dress.
Yummy! I just love your pancakes, sis.
Me too, Mom. Oh, and Mom, I found this great painting at the art shop. I think it would look great on the living room wall.
When did you become an art lover?
I'm trying out different things. You guys always tell me to let go and be free.
Well, paintings are very expensive. How much was the one you saw?
A couple of million, I think.
I knew you weren't serious. Now eat up. We have to leave.
I wonder what's on the news today.
We don't watch the news in this house, remember? We only like positive vibes.
Yeah, but the news is important sometimes.
When I switched the news on, the headlines were about a missing painting from an up-class art factory. Aunt Jackie was so disturbed, and this is when she drenched her dress in syrup.
Oh, now what you made me do?
How did I?
Forget it! What's up with her?
Maybe she didn't like what she saw on the news. Or maybe she's the one who stole the painting.
Ginger, you say the craziest things. Now go get your backpack, we're leaving.
Mom never took me seriously, and I couldn't just forget what I saw and heard. I excused myself to use the bathroom, and on the way there, I bumped into a guy wearing a hoodie, and then suddenly, he held my hand and took me outside the school.
Hey! Let go of me, you creep! What do you want from me?
Calm down, I'm not a criminal. I just want to talk.
If this is your way of asking a girl out, then the answer is no, weirdo.
When the boy took off his hoodie, I immediately recognized him.
You're that guy from last night.
You were in my yard talking to my aunt.
So you did see us. Your aunt was right.
She sent you to me? What are you gonna do? I'll scream!
Relax. My name is Kevin, and I also go to this school.
Well, I never saw you around before.
I try to keep a low profile. Whatever you heard or saw, you have to keep it to yourself. Otherwise, you and your mom will be in a lot of danger.
But my mom and I don't steal paintings. You and my aunt are the criminal art thieves.
That's not true.
Before he could tell me more, the school bell rang for after school. Kids came rushing out, and Kevin magically disappeared. Then I heard Aunt's old Jeep hooter for me. When I got in the vehicle, I was taking no more lies from her.
You sent your guy to finish me out?
Ginger, you need to mind your business with this, okay? Now, how about some ice cream?
No, Auntie! You are going to tell me the truth, or else I'm going to the police!
Aunt Jackie took off so fast that my aunt started racing with the car. She wasn't taking me home, and that freaked me out even more.
Where are you taking me? Mom would never forgive you if she doesn't find me home.
How could you think that I would even try to harm you? I basically raised you with your mom.
But you—
Come on, let's go.
Aunt Jackie really got me feeling emotional when she looked like she was about to cry. And then she told me everything while we looked at some paintings.
You see this piece right here? Just look at the price.
Wow, $500,000 just for that?
Yes, and the name on it is your father's name.
What? Get out of here. My dad is an artist?
A fake artist. He stole all your mom's paintings while she was still pregnant with you. And the next thing, he disappeared. And then months later, he was one of the most famous artists of the century. but I've never seen Mom paint anything before. Painting makes her remember him, and then she breaks down. So she avoids it by having a party every weekend with me and working in an office. Why doesn't she just take him to court or something? Because your mom has always been a very fragile person. She lets things go, and that's why I'm there, to be strong for her.
I felt terrible for always complaining about Aunt. Meanwhile, all this time, she has been our rock.
We can go for that ice cream now, Aunt.
Aunt Jackie told me that she started stealing Mom's paintings from different art galleries one by one. And then one day, while she was in one of the museums, she found Kevin sleeping inside. He was around 14 when she found him.
Okay, so Kevin was a street kid?
Yes, I found him a good shelter, which I paid towards, and someone to take care of him. This year he followed me to one of my jobs and insisted on helping me. So now we're a team.
But Aunt, what if he gets caught? That would be jail time for both of you.
I know it's a risk. We have one big job to complete, and then we are done.
What do you do with all the paintings?
We have a buyer in the States. We ship them off and he buys them. I give Kevin a share, and the rest I save for a house your mom has always wanted to buy near a lake.
Oh, I see. Well, I want to be there to help out for the last job. Just to be there and make sure no one gets caught, you know?
I'm sorry, but you can't. It's too dangerous, Ginger.
Now that she told me everything, I insisted to be there. I was extremely scared about it, since all my life I've been so careful about everything. When I was at school the next day, Kevin held my hand and pulled me aside again.
Hey, you can't keep taking me behind trees.
Your aunt told me that you want to join us for the last job. Please don't.
You can't tell me what to do.
Kevin stepped closer to me, and I felt goosebumps all over when I got a closer look at his hazel brown eyes. This guy was on fire.
It can get dangerous. I just don't want you to get hurt.
Thank you for caring about me, but I'm a big girl and I can handle it. If you show me the ropes.
Your aunt was right. You are a tough cookie.
I hate it when she calls me that.
Okay, I'll teach you. After school?
So later after school, Aunt picked both Kevin and I up and took us to a rusty warehouse where the training started. Aunt Jackie took us to an old rusty warehouse where they had a blueprint copy of the museum map. How on earth did they manage to get their hands on it? I don't know. Okay, so the museum is holding a reveal party of the late Queen Elizabeth's painting.
We're not stealing that painting, are we?
No, just the one that belonged to your mom. The last piece of her artwork is going for more than $1 million, and it's the biggest museum in the country.
Great. I think I can pull this off very well. I've always wanted to meet the great Queen Elizabeth, but since that can't happen, this is like a dream come true because I'll be at her party.
So you like being all formal and stuff? Oh, Ginger is a very special. She eats a cheese sandwich with a fork and knife.
Well, I just like being elegant.
Well, I eat with my magic fingers, and it's finger-licking good.
Ew. Okay, we'll have to work on that if we're attending a party on behalf of the Queen.
Okay, enough chit-chat. It's time to prepare.
During my training, I had to face my fear of heights and getting into more risky things like swinging and running really fast. I was really not the sporty type. The fun part was having Kevin there to catch me. He was growing on me, and I couldn't help myself. He was so cute. When the day had finally arrived, I was so nervous. But as we entered the party, I knew I could do this. But as for Kevin, he forgot everything that I showed him. He started with taking all the candy from the table, flipping it up in the air and catching it in his mouth. And there was this old lady with big eyes who looked at him disturbed.
Kevin, you ate almost all the candy on the table.
Oh, I didn't even realize they were so delicious. You should try some.
And then to make things worse, the waiter offered him a glass of sparkling water, and he slurped the glass like he was a freaking camel.
Can I have some more?
Then the old woman who sat next to me leaned over and whispered in my ear,
"If he is your boyfriend, then I would say start searching the sea again, because your mannerisms are far better than his."
Thank you, ma'am. He is my friend.
Thank goodness for that. I'm the museum owner, and I must say I'm very impressed by the way you carry yourself.
And then Aunt dropped a serviette on the floor. That was the first signal. She got up, and then I excused myself.
I'm going to use the ladies' room.
Oh, take these keys. You can use the premium bathroom closer to the ballroom door.
Thank you, that's very kind.
I quickly left the ballroom area and met Aunt outside.
Okay, the security seems very tight today. I'm not sure how we're going to pull this off.
Well, the owner just gave me a bunch of keys to use the premium bathroom.
Are you serious? Her tag is on the keys. Wait, that tag can take us to the vault where the $1 million paintings are kept.
I started freaking out a bit after Aunt Jackie spoke about the tag. I mean, the old lady liked me. How could I deceive her this way? Then Kevin appeared.
Hey, the old woman asked me to check on you. The formalities of the unveiling is about to begin.
Okay, I should go back.
Not so fast. We need those keys.
But the lady already saw my face. What will I tell her if I take too long?
Trust me, she won't know a thing. Now come on, we need to get past security.
Aunt Jackie managed to distract the guards with her charm. Kevin and I slid past the guards and ran through a long red carpet in a corridor.
Okay, where to from here? I can't honestly study the map now. I thought we've been through this.
Yeah, well, I don't have a photographic memory. Do you?
Nope. Okay, what does it say?
We need to look for a side door that leads to the vault.
It felt like we were walking for miles looking for a freaking side door. And then we saw 2 bodyguards. And Kevin quickly turned me around to look at a painting on the wall.
This one looks lovely. You are not supposed to be here.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. I am Veronica, all the way from London. The owner was kind enough to allow me to look around.
Well, she hasn't informed us, so let's go.
Please do call her. Look, I even have her keys, and we all know she never lets go of these keys.
Fine. We will speak to her downstairs.
Wow, that's some good acting.
Well, did I tell you I'm a big fan of the Queen?
We should really start finding that door now.
Kevin and I never gave up on searching for the side door, and once we found it, we used the access card to get in, and there it was, the vault.
We made it! Okay, do you know which painting we're here for?
Yes, it's the $5 million one. There it is.
I was taken back by the painting my mother drew. It was the most beautiful picture ever. It looked like a baby in a mother's womb. She drew me.
You take the keys and sit back with the owner. Remember to stay calm like nothing is wrong.
When I went into the ballroom, the old lady looked at me sternly, and I was so worried that maybe her bodyguards already spoke to her.
You took quite some time, young lady.
I couldn't believe how smooth that went. So, we actually pulled it off. We stole Mom's painting, sold it, and Aunt did in fact buy her the lake house she always wanted.
Tell me again, sis. How did you really buy this house? I used your date of birth and played the lottery. It was such an easy win. Well, I have a surprise for everyone.
Mom's surprise made us hold our breath. She pulled out a painting that looked exactly like the one we stole.
Mom, where did you get that from?
I made it. I painted something like this while I was pregnant with you, and that was taken. But I've healed now, and I'm ready to continue with what I love.
Oh, Mom, I'm so happy for you.
Life turned pretty good for all of us. Kevin got into a good university to study criminal law. I laughed, but it was a good move for him, and I started my catering business, plus furthered my studies.
Can I talk to you for a moment?
I still felt goosebumps every time Kevin held my hand, or like this instance, wanted to speak to me alone. I wonder what was up.
I know I'm not your ideal up-class prince sort of guy, but I like you a lot. And
I like you too. And I don't need an up-class prince to make me happy. I feel complete just being around you.
Of course, I would teach him how to use a fork and knife, but I think life is perfect with a little bit of imperfect. Don't you think?
Isabella, you ruined my flowers!
But you have your own garden at your house, Abuela.
So now you're rude and reckless. What are your parents teaching you?
I hated it whenever my papa's mother, Abuela Rose, visited. She was always so controlling and spoiled all my fun.
Isabella, come on, it's story time.
That was my little brother, Juan, and we were from a small village in Mexico. Our parents were both awesome archaeologists. Juan and I practically grew up on their stories, and that's how I fell in love with adventure. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
The Spanish conquistadors wanted the mirror of Tezcatlipoca from the ancient Aztec people.
But the Aztecs hid it because it was too dangerous in the hands of humans.
Why?
It can cross realms. If it falls into the wrong hands, it can be misused.
I'm scared.
I'll find the mirror and protect you.
What if monsters crawl out and grab you?
Sometimes, they even took us along on their adventures. Juan was the scaredy cat, always hiding behind his books, while I was the fearless, adventurous one, like my parents. Actually, scratch that. I was even worse. A reckless daredevil, jumping headfirst into every situation without ever thinking twice.
Berries!
That's a pokeberry. It's poisonous.
Oops, I already swallowed.
My parents weren't so thrilled about my recklessness, and they always made sure to tell me.
Isabella, you need to be more responsible and careful. You almost got hurt.
Of course, Papa.
Well, let's just say I learned my lesson for just about 5 minutes.
Race you to the top!
No matter what I did, they loved me so much, and home was fun whenever Abuela wasn't around. When she was always arguing with my parents about money.
The kitchen window has been broken for days. It needs to be changed.
I'll fix it tomorrow.
It's cranky. It has to be changed, not fixed.
Just like her.
Things are tight. Then work harder to make money. You know you still have a choice, right? You can still use
Never. It's too dangerous.
What were they talking about? As Juan and I pressed harder against the door, it swung open, and my parents were glaring at us.
We didn't really hear anything, right, Juan?
What have I told you about lying, Mia?
Fine. I'm sorry, okay? I was just curious.
Don't eavesdrop on us next time. We discuss adult things children shouldn't hear.
Fortunately, Mom and Dad weren't really mad at Juan and I that night. But in the following days, I caught Abuela snooping around in Papa's study room a few times where he kept all his research papers.
Oh, Isabella, I didn't see you there.
Are you looking for something, Abuela?
Just my glasses. Oops, look at the silly thing.
It was really suspicious, and on the day I wanted to tell my parents, they received a phone call.
1 minute, honey. You're hurt? Don't worry, Gerald. We'll come get you. Darling, Gerald fell from a tree. There's no one around him. He needs our help.
Okay, let me grab the car keys.
We'll be back, Mia. Take care of Juan.
In a flash, they were out of the house, hurrying outside the village. Little did I know that was the day my life was going to change forever, because they never came back. Juan and I spent the next few days asking everyone for them and looking everywhere.
Mama! Papa!
But unfortunately, our efforts didn't pay off, and a few days later, Abuela came over and made us move in with her. It was the worst thing ever. She came up with a whole list of ridiculous rules that Juan and I had to follow.
No laughing too loud? How do you control that?
You learn. It's about time you children understand the word discipline.
My adventure days also came to an end because we were not allowed anywhere outside the village. Abuela made sure the entire village was always watching us. It was like she didn't even care that Mama and Papa were missing or us going out and searching for them. Whenever I asked, it was always the same answer.
Don't worry. They'll be found.
What if they're not? We have to go out of the village and search for them.
They were captured by some bad men who are also looking for us. We can't risk going out.
How do you know this? Which bad people?
Mind your business, Isabella, and stay out of big people problems.
Abuela was so unbelievable. To make matters worse, I noticed that she was meeting a strange, fancy man every night.
Who do you think he is?
Maybe that's the cop looking for Mama and Papa.
He looks too fancy to be a cop.
The next day was Dia de los Muertos. You know, the day when we dress up like skeletons and celebrate our dead like in that movie Coco? Yeah. I noticed Abuela and the strange man again and followed them. Of course, I blackmailed Juan into tagging along.
Come on. What if something gets me on the way? Like snakes?
Fine, I'm coming. But if anything happens, remember I warned you.
Yeah, whatever.
Together, we crept behind them all the way to my parents' house.
What are they doing here?
Only one way to find out.
We waited for them to go in before we tiptoed in and found them ransacking Father's study.
He said it was here.
Maybe he was lying.
Not possible. He and his wife will do anything to see those kids.
Oh my god! Abuela knew where my parents were! No wonder she was acting strange. As we watched them, I suddenly felt the floor move under my feet. It was a hidden trapdoor. We opened it and found a journal and a map. They belonged to Papa. Juan and I didn't waste any time going through them.
Remember that story Mama and Papa told us about the mirror of Tezcatlipoca?
Yes?
It's real. They found it. I think that's what Abuela and that man are after.
This has to be the map to the mirror. I bet it can lead us to Mama and Papa. We snuck out of the study to our old bedroom and dusted off our trusty backpacks and filled them up with all the clothes and gear we used on our previous adventures with Mama and Papa. Then crept to the kitchen and got some snacks, but on our way to the door, Abuela and her friend bumped into us. Oh my god, we were in so much trouble.
What are you two doing here?
Hi, Abuela. We were just looking for…
A toothbrush. I lost it the last time I was here.
A toothbrush? At this time of night?
Suddenly, a grappling hook dangled out of Juan's backpack.
Don't tell me you're leaving the village! Run!
I grabbed Juan's arm and we raced out of the house right into a dense forest where we came across bandits.
That old woman better find that map. I can't wait to get paid.
And me too.
They're working for Abuela. I have to deal with them.
What? Don't even try to do anything crazy.
But before Juan could stop me, I'd already gotten out a jar of hot sauce from my backpack.
Remember the time you had this?
Yes, I spent hours in the toilet.
Exactly. Can't have them chasing us, can we? I crawled over to the pot of food they had over the fire, about to dump it all in, but I stepped on a twig, suddenly alerting them. Oops.
Who are you?
Come on, think fast, Isabella. I suddenly came up with an idea.
How dare you, friends? I'm a lonely entertainer just traveling the forest.
I peeped at Juan, and he looked embarrassed, but I didn't care.
Do you think we're joking around?
Of course not! How about I take those frowns off your faces with my dance?
My dance moves were so funny that Juan let out a chuckle, and they saw him immediately.
That's, my singer. He sings, and I dance.
Matter of fact, Juan was a terrible singer.
One kiss is all it takes.
When I noticed that the bandits were distracted, I revealed my hot sauce jar and spilled it at their faces. It was funny watching them crash into each other.
Come on, let's leave before they come after us.
Juan and I ran until we reached a stream.
That was fun.
Fun? It was dangerous. Sometimes I wish you thought things through before doing them.
Scaredy cat. Come on, let's change out of these.
Juan and I changed into another pair of clothes, then I got the map from my bag and we studied it together, then ate a few snacks and continued our long journey. And boy, the things we saw.
Snake! Ah! This was a bad idea.
It's too late to turn back now. First snakes, then an alligator. Run!
I wonder what's next.
Just great. Come on, let's keep walking before they see us. That night, we found a small abandoned hut where we decided to rest, but the next morning, a loud sound woke us. This trip couldn't get any crazier.
Oh no, what are we gonna do?
Shoo, Jaguar, go away!
I don't think that's going to work.
Great, I couldn't see this ending well at all for either of us. But suddenly, this strong, handsome boy jumped out in front of us and jumped on the jaguar's back like a knight and gave it a shot of something that made it slump.
It's not dead, right?
No, just gave it a shot of tranquilizer. Are you two all right?
Sure. Thanks, man. What about you, Isabella?
You're really good at catching jaguars. I think I fell in love right there. He was so handsome, like a fairy tale Prince Charming, and so strong. I mean, look at his biceps. I bet they felt like a tree trunk. I could picture myself melting like butter in his strong arms.
Are you a magician? Because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears.
I'm going to puke.
I ignored Juan and clung onto the guy like he was already my man.
So, what's your name?
Diego, are you guys all right? Your parents sent me.
What do you mean?
I'm part of the research team. They sent me after you saying something about bad men and an evil abuela. Luckily, I bumped into you here.
Oh my god, are they all right? Can you take us to them?
They're all right, but I lost them.
Wait, how do we know you're telling the truth?
This.
All right, we have a map leading us to them.
You could tag along.
What map? Can I see?
Isabella, can I speak to you for a moment?
Juan pulled me to the side, and he looked really worried.
Don't you think it's weird that he showed up when a jaguar was about to attack us, and now he's asking for the map?
You're too paranoid. He showed us proof.
I don't trust him, and I think I'll hang on to this.
Whatever, I trust him.
Much to Juan's disapproval, Diego stuck beside us throughout our journey. I was happy about it, but of course, Juan wasn't.
How did you even learn to do that cool move on the jaguar? I bet you had the coolest martial arts teacher.
He only tranquilized it.
In a few days, we got to the end of our journey, reaching the old Aztec ruins on the map.
Holy smokes! I can't believe my eyes! I'm standing right where Aztecs used to live centuries ago. Someone pinch me. Ow! Not literally.
Juan, Diego, and I explored the ruins for a while until we found a hidden chamber.
The paintings are so beautiful.
Suddenly, we saw eyes glowing at us from the shadows and huddled against each other, scared.
I have a bad feeling about this.
They're just bats. They're everywhere.
We should get out of here. Come on.
We followed Diego out, and the next place we found ourselves in was a palace.
Whoa.
Hey guys, what's this?
A sunstone, the ancient calendar of the Aztecs.
I wonder what it does.
I think I saw something like that in Papa's journal.
As Juan went through Papa's journal, Diego joined him, and it made him mad.
Hey man, stay in your lane.
Sorry.
Don't worry, you can join me here, Diego.
Ah,
Look here, it says we need to turn the stone counterclockwise 3 times, then clockwise twice.
What's happening? Immediately, the altar before us started to part, revealing a golden box. As soon as it finished, the rumbling stopped.
Holy smokes, it's the mirror!
Oh my god, I can't believe it. I bet it can show us where Mom and Dad are. As we talked, we didn't notice when Diego snuck up behind us and shot tranquilizers into our backs. Diego, what are you doing? The next time we opened our eyes, we were tied up. Diego was right in front of us, smirking with the mirror in his hand. Diego, I can't believe you betrayed us!
You shouldn't have trusted me. I warned you. You're so reckless. That's why we're in this mess. You never stop to think about the consequences of your actions or anything. It's always about you.
Juan's words shocked me, and I felt so guilty about everything. I'm so sorry, Juan. I'm so sorry. Before Juan could say anything, Abuela and the bandits from earlier walked in, dragging my parents behind them.
Mama! Papa!
Kids, you shouldn't have come here. You led that traitor here. He used to work with us until he was paid to betray us. Ha! Still mad about the fake phone call. Relax, bro.
It's not over, Gerald.
Wait, his real name is Gerald? Like the guy that called you saying he was hurt? Jeez, what else was the guy lying about?
Enough! Where's the mirror?
Diego strolled over to Abuela and gave her the mirror like he was her minion. What do you even need it for, Abuela?
I owe Senor Garcia a debt. He's paying me millions of dollars for that mirror. Think of how rich we're about to be.
Don't listen to her. The worst thing I ever did was tell your abuela about the mirror.
No wonder she was always snooping around our house.
You never listen to me. This is why we always argue.
They started arguing, and I used the opportunity to reach into my backpack for the knife I had packed earlier. When I noticed they weren't watching, I cut my ropes and Juan's.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry for not listening to you, Juan.
I'm sorry for yelling at you, too.
You were right. I'm too reckless, which is why I need the smartest person I know now. Can you come up with a plan to get us out of here?
Yes. Now that everyone's watching Abuela and Papa argue, go over to the sunstone and twist it. I'll grab the mirror from Abuela.
I crept over to the sunstone and twisted it, and the ground began rumbling again. Everyone panicked.
The building is about to fall!
Juan ran over to Abuela and snatched the mirror from her hand. She tried to fight for it, but the ground's rumbling scared her and her men away.
I've missed you, kids. Your evil abuela kept you away from us just to blackmail your papa, her own son.
I had to tell her where my journal was. Luckily, you got to it first.
We learned from the best.
That's my kids. Come on, let's go home. We know a secret way.
Mama and Papa led us out of the ruins through a narrow passageway, and we immediately went to the town nearby, where we reported Abuela and her cronies to the cops there, getting them arrested. After everything, we returned home, and my parents kept the mirror safe in a place where no one could ever find it. We came back to living as one big family. At the end of my adventure, I realized that I had learned a valuable lesson: the importance of patience and teamwork. Sure, my reckless tendencies got us into trouble, but it was working together with Juan that got us out of it.
Oops, someone's knocking.
I believe you have something of mine.
These tracks are too fresh. I need backup at the rear of the store. Suspect is a Caucasian male, mid-20s, wearing a dark hoodie.
Didn't think we'd catch you, did you?
Hi, I'm Dazzle from California. I had a tough childhood. My dad and mom used to be a happy couple, with dad treating mom like a queen. They wanted to live their lives, just both of them. But when mom saw her friends having kids, she became jealous and insisted on having a child too. That child turned out to be me. Dad adored me and quickly adjusted to being a dad, but mom couldn't take that she had to share dad.
Darling, my little finger hurts. I need a massage.
Oh, sorry, dear. Just hold on. Let Dazzle finish this bottle.
No, I want it now!
Belinda, you mean I should just deny our baby food for your massage? What is wrong with you?
Baby, more like a husband snatcher.
To mom, I was a rival for dad's attention, and she couldn't make sacrifices to take better care of me. One day, when I was just 3, mom insisted on going to a party, so she had no choice than to take me with her. It was on a rooftop, and when everyone left, she left too, forgetting I was there. Just one look over the edge of the rooftop had me shaking and crying before dad burst in and saved me.
Daddy!
Dazzle, oh my angel, I am so sorry. Daddy's here now, okay?
But it wasn't okay. I started showing signs of acrophobia thanks to that experience. First, I wouldn't let Dad lift me up or put me on his shoulders anymore. Then, I refused to look out from my bedroom balcony. Dad covered my balcony with paper, but I didn't even want a room upstairs anymore. So Dad moved my stuff to the room downstairs. Mom had no remorse, and it made Dad so mad that one day he couldn't take it anymore.
Is it just me, or do you seem not to care that our daughter is now afraid of heights thanks to your carelessness?
Oh, let me be! I just left her there for 1 hour and she's sulking. Ignore her, and you will see that she will stop the drama.
Ignore her? You can't bring a child into the world and not be responsible for her.
You know what? I have had enough of you fawning over that brat like she's the only one in the world. Choose, me or Dazzle.
Dad thought Mom was kidding, but the next morning, Mom packed her bags and left. I was devastated to know that my own mother left because of me. Dad made sure I didn't have time to miss her. After school, he would take me to the bank where he worked as a security guard, and we would be there till he closed for work. This worked well for me because I just loved being around people. But it was then I discovered something about myself. I had an eye for noticing things that were out of place and pointing it out.
Why is there mud on his shoe? Did he step in mud?
Yeah, I guess he did.
There's a bit of something stuck between your teeth. Are you eating on duty?
Most of Dad's coworkers soon began calling me Eagle Eye. Dad didn't find it funny though, because it made him feel embarrassed. But then something happened that made him embrace my insightfulness fully. I was 10, and at the bank as usual, when I noticed a guy wearing a very hefty-looking jacket, as if he couldn't feel the sweltering heat.
Good morning, sir. Are you sick? Why are you wearing that heavy jacket?
My question got Dad's attention, and he caught the man before he could run, discovering that he came to prep the bank for a later bank robbery. The bank was pleased with Dad for a job well done, and even promoted him to becoming the chief of security. It was the happiest I had ever seen Dad since Mom left, and he even threw a party to celebrate.
I'm telling you, it was all thanks to my daughter's eagle eye. I'm so proud of her. Well then, this daughter of yours should ensure she becomes a detective. She would be a good fit.
And that was how, ladies and gentlemen, my dream of becoming a crime scene detective was born. Years flew, and by the time I turned 15, I found it increasingly boring to go to Dad's office after school hours.
Hey, sweet cheeks, remember to pack double lunch for when you come over after school.
Dad, can I come straight home after school or hang out with my friends? I feel like I'm turning into part of the furniture.
What? No way. Are you tired of being our bank's eagle eye already? I see. My baby is all grown now, eh?
It was obvious Dad was disappointed with the development, but thankfully, he let me be. I focused on my studies, and with my hard work and high grades, I graduated from high school at 16, ready to get into a police academy. And that was when chaos ensued. One hot night, I woke up longing for some cold water, so I left to go to the kitchen, but on my way, I heard someone shuffling upstairs. Dad? When I didn't get a response, my senses went on high alert and I rushed upstairs. That was when I saw a figure dash into my former room.
Hey, thief, stop!
I almost caught him, but then he rushed out through the balcony, and the moment I stepped foot there, my fear of heights kicked in, and I almost lost my balance, but Dad was right there in time.
Dazzle, what's going on?
I saw someone. He jumped through here.
My next words were cut off at the sound of police sirens.
Police! They must be looking for him!
Dad helped me downstairs and we quickly opened the door for the officers. But instead of asking about the intruder, they started searching our house.
We have a tip-off that you were part of the gang that just robbed the same bank you work at.
What?
What? Are you crazy? Dad would never…
Before I could finish, one of the policemen came out holding a crumpled black bodysuit with a mask.
I found it. This was part of the uniform the robbers used.
When I saw the piece of clothing and the mask the officer held up, I deduced that the intruder was responsible for it.
This can't be my dad! Someone was in our house just now!
Dad showed them the balcony the intruder had torn through, but when the police didn't find anyone, they wouldn't believe anything we said. And just like that, the only person that loved me and cared for me was taken away and locked up. I was mollified. To make the nightmare worse, I was informed that I had to go move in with my mom. I ignored them. Until a few days later, a social service agent stood at the door to ensure I went to my mom's place, so I had no choice but to pack. On my way out, I spotted an unfamiliar button on the floor of her home. Dad doesn't have any outfit with this kind of button. It was then that it hit me that the
button could be from the outfit the intruder wore. If I could find who the jacket belonged to, I could find who snuck into our place and implicated my dad. It was the first thing I planned to do when I got to Mom's place. When I arrived, Mom didn't bother to hide her displeasure, and neither did I.
Hello, Mom.
Hello, the creature that escaped my womb.
Trust me, the feeling is mutual. I would also love to be out of your hair as soon as possible.
How I wish it were as soon as possible. But unfortunately, your father is going to spend many, many years in jail as the heinous thief he is.
He's innocent. I have
what? Proof?
Something about the way my mom said that made me pause. It almost felt like if I dared tell her what I had as proof, she would burn it to pieces.
I asked you, what do you know? Answer me!
Out of nowhere, a ball of something bubbly flew and plastered itself against Mom's hand, crystallizing it instantly like something from a science fiction movie. I was instantly cautious.
Ah! My hand! Ah! Sam, you're dead meat!
But before I could overthink the situation, a girl my age appeared and began to free Mom.
I'm sorry, Ma. It just flew out of my hand.
You useless brat with your useless experiments! You think you're some kind of Isaac Newton? You will never be!
Hey, she already apologized. No need for harsh words.
Oh, shut it! I can't believe I am stuck with two silly girls!
Mom left me there without showing me my room or offering me food, and I struggled to hide my disappointment in her lack of change.
Sorry about that. My experiments tend to get all over the place. Whoa! Are you saying that you made that gum stuff? I can just imagine the police using that to catch bad guys on the run. Phenomenal! You really think so? Thanks. I'm Sam, by the way. You must be Dazzle. Come, we are to share my room.
Sam was Mom's stepdaughter. Her dad passed away a few years ago, leaving her with Mom. And boy, she was a science freak. Her room was filled with awesome science projects of all sorts. My mind was blown.
Girl, you're a genius.
We became quick friends. When Mom said or did something cruel, we would gather behind her back and poke fun at her to our satisfaction. It made her so angry to see us act like real sisters and be happy. So she tried to smother us with work.
You will do the dishes, even the ones on the rack. Clean the whole house. The toilet isn't sparkly enough.
It felt like I would never get the chance to investigate the button I had found. But luck was on my side. One day, Sam and I had just finished cleaning Mom's room when I saw some clothes sticking out from her closet. I moved over to pick them up, and an icy chill went through me when I saw that it was a jacket that had the exact kind of buttons that I had picked up in my house.
Sam, come over here. Is this jacket Mom's? No. Strange. It belongs to her boyfriend, Luke. He wore it here a few months ago.
Could a few months ago be on a Wednesday night?
Yep. Wow. What happened?
It was a struggle to control the anger that surged through me as I mentally put the pieces together. Mom's boyfriend, whoever he was the one that snuck into our house. And for his jacket to be here, it was a planned deal between him and Mom. Later that night, when I had overcome the shock of Mom's wickedness, I told Sam my suspicions.
So you think your mom and her boyfriend worked together to put your dad in jail?
Yes. Sam, please. I need your help to gather more evidence against Mom, and Mom must not know about this, okay?
Sure. Where do we start?
First, I decided to eavesdrop on all her phone conversations, and for that, Sam was my biggest asset. She tapped into Mom's phone so we could listen in on all her conversations.
We could get in trouble if we got caught, you know. All is fair in love and war. Besides, I consider it practice for my future career as a detective. I want to be a scientist to invent something revolutionary. But Mom says, now listen, sister. Don't ever take anything Mom tells you to heart. She's just jealous she can't do the wonders you do. I bet she doesn't know the formula for water. That gumball alone is gonna take you places. It's still in the testing process, but thanks.
No matter how great any of Sam's works were, she never felt confident enough to show the world. I wished I could take it up on me to show off her gift, but catching Mom and her boyfriend was my priority. When we had listened in for days without success, I had to come up with another strategy.
Phone call is not working. I'm going to try to follow her physically instead.
You mean we?
It's going to get riskier. I don't care. I want to help.
Sam refused to be persuaded otherwise. So that evening, after Mom announced she was going on a date, Sam and I pretended we had gone to bed, only to slip out through the back door and into her car. Soon, Mom hit the road.
stopping at a fancy restaurant after a solid 20 minutes.
Great. How do I follow her now without being recognized?
My eyes went to a thrift shop right beside the restaurant, and I got an idea. Moments later, Sam and I came out disguised as a couple and entered the restaurant. We were lucky enough to find a seat right next to Mom and her boyfriend, and I quickly put my phone on record.
No, I will take 60%. I put my daughter's father in jail, and now I have the burden for caring for her, so I deserve more.
I was the one who took the risk of sneaking into their house. I almost broke my leg.
Our undercover mission came to a screeching halt when we saw a waitress coming towards our table.
They were gonna ask us to order. We don't have any money after buying clothes.
Quick, hide!
We shoved ourselves under the table before our cover could be blown. After some time, we came out again. But to our horror, Mom and her boyfriend were gone.
Where did they go? I don't know. Let's check outside.
We went outside, but there was no trace of them. That was when I felt the danger of the situation we were in. If Mom had somehow gotten a hint that we were the ones in disguise, how far could she go to keep our mouths shut?
I think it's about time we tell the police.
I need to find somewhere with a better network.
Okay, I'll wait.
I didn't have to go far to get network and make my call, but when I returned to where I left Sam...
Sam? Sam, where are you?
All I saw was a piece of paper on the floor that read, "Look up."
Over here, dear Dazzle.
I felt my heart race when I saw Mom and her boyfriend holding Sam up on the rooftop.
Mom, what do you think you're doing?
You thought you could fool me? Now this is what will happen.
You will take your phone, smash it to pieces and leave, or...
It was a tough call.
So, what are you going to do? There, now let her go. Go home. Now, and don't speak to anybody about this.
I pretended to leave, only to circle a block and come back. I was worried about Sam. I couldn't trust that Mom would let Sam go just like that. The only option was for me to get on the rooftop, and though the thought of it alone made me sick, I steeled my resolve and began to make my way to the top using the waste chute.
Look at you, Sam! Nothing in this world will make your friend come here! You will always be a loner! Here's to trying to mess with me!
I reached the rooftop just in time to catch Mom about to do something stupid.
Awesome invention, Sam. Just awesome. Dazzle!
You... How did you... I thought...
I just have one question for you, Mom.
Why? Your dad dared to put me in second place! I can't forgive that!
You are the one that packed up and left! Why did you have me when you were not ready to have kids?
The police came, the evidence of the buttons, Mom's former history with Dad, and our situation when we were found was enough to put Mom behind bars for a long time. Our story went viral. The police academy I had applied for weeks ago sent me an acceptance letter along with a scholarship offer, and Sam's sticky balls invention was bought by the government. Dad was instantly released with heavy compensation, and he was more than happy to adopt Sam after Mom's conviction. Considering how Mom ended up, I resolved never to do things just because others are doing it. Going to college, getting married, having kids. This is all serious stuff one needs to think about and be totally prepared to undertake. Everyone's clock ticks differently. When we were little, my cop dad used to pick me and my twin sister Morgan up from school after work, and one day, there was this one event that impacted my life forever.
All units, we have a report of a large snake on a playground near Elm Street Elementary. Children are trapped and scared. Proceed with caution.
Sweethearts, Dad's gonna take care of something. Buckle up. Please, stay calm. We'll handle this. Morgan, honey, I need your help in securing the snake. Can you grab that pole and crate from the maintenance shed?
No way! It looks gross, and I'm scared!
Typical Morgan. She only cared about her skin. But when I saw how scared everyone looked, it unlocked something in me. I wanted to be brave, just like Dad.
I'll do it, Dad.
Now, Maddie, I need you to use that long pole and guide the snake into here.
Dad and I saved the day, and I realized that I wanted to be a cop just like him and save more lives. But having an ex-model for a mom made me feel like it wasn't possible.
Come, girls. We have a big audition to go to.
As you can see, Mom wanted Morgan and I to be models, but this was very difficult for me. Dresses, makeup, heels, all of it. I was the resident tomboy, but Morgan, she was just like Mom. Perfect, and so obsessed with winning.
I win! Hey, you couldn't even help me.
Of course, she quickly became Mom's perfect little angel, and I tried my best to fit in with them, but Mom always made me feel like I wasn't doing enough.
Those weren't the heels I asked you to put on.
They aren't?
You always forget everything.
Okay, maybe I really wasn't doing enough, and compared to Perfect Morgan, I was the forgetful scatterbrain. But honestly, this wasn't where my heart was. This was.
Easy, easy.
I loved training at the defense club with my dad every week when I had the chance to hang out with his cop friends and learn to kick some serious butt.
You know how to throw a punch, kid?
You bet.
You better watch out. She might take your job one day. I'll agree to that, if she can beat my son.
Suddenly, this cute boy walked in, and I swear I lost all brain function for a second. His name was Fred, and I'd seen him around before with his headphones on, but I was too chicken to make a move.
Madison here was just bragging about how she can take you down. I don't fight girls.
I couldn't believe the words coming out of the buttface's mouth.
Just say you're scared.
Well, since you're asking for it.
Fred and I squared each other in an intense battle. He was really tough to beat, but at the end, I won.
Not bad. You're good, but not that good.
For just 5 seconds anyways, because before I knew it, he had me under him, and the way he stared at me filled my stomach with butterflies.
I told you.
From there on, Fred and I became the best of friends. He didn't care about how scattered I looked and always treated me like one of the guys. And lucky for me, we both had cop dads, which made us partners. Not professionally, of course. One day, we were leaving the defense club when we found flyers everywhere. Become the next international STA model. Join top models in our modeling house.
Sounds pretty serious.
I bet Mom is somewhere, getting Morgan prepared for this. And I was right. Mom had Morgan practicing nearly every week with a little rest.
Jeez, it's nearly midnight.
This is what real models go through. And you wouldn't know anything about it because you prefer to act like a boy.
The next day at the club, Fred and I overheard Dad and his partners discussing a girl connected to the same contest Morgan was gearing up for.
She said someone tied to the modeling house tried to kidnap her. The modeling house? Yeah. What do they even want with her? They want to win, and they don't want her in it. Poor girl refused to give her more info because of fear. That's something we have to look into.
The chief already gave the go-ahead to sneak an undercover agent in, but how? They're all teens in there.
This was the moment I'd waited for my whole life.
I can be your undercover agent.
No.
Listen, Dad, I'm the same age as most of the girls there. I have some experience, and Morgan might need me. I'm your best. Dad pulled me to the side before I could finish.
Honey, you're too young for this, and it's dangerous.
But Dad!
Morgan being there is already bad enough, and your mom won't take her out. You in there will only make my job harder.
No matter how hard I tried to convince my dad, he wouldn't listen. So guess what I did? I took matters into my own hands.
There, all done. A recommendation letter from a high-ranking fashion icon to get you into the contest.
Camellia Feliz. Fancy name.
She lives in Paris. There's no chances of you guys bumping into each other.
Awesome. Fred and I sent in my application and got it accepted within 2 days. I quickly packed my things for the contest while Mom and Morgan were already out on their way and Dad was at work. Nobody noticed what I was up to. Phew.
Wait, you're not going like that, right?
Like what?
Oh my god, I totally forgot. The makeup, the dress. You have to help me.
You're a lost cause. Ouch! Fine, just come with me.
Fred took me to his aunt who owned a salon downtown.
Hey there, honey. And you, oh my god, did you get thrown out a window?
About that, could you give her a makeover? She has a modeling contest.
Poor girl. Of course I can. She set right to work, and it was the most painful 1 hour of my life. But at the end, I came out looking really gorgeous.
You look so beautiful.
He stared at me like he was mesmerized, and it made my cheeks redden. Thanks, I guess. Fred and I took an Uber to the modeling house, and I took out some mics I'd stolen from my dad. Here, we can talk with these, since phones aren't allowed.
Thanks.
All right, wish me luck. And when I walked into the house, Morgan saw me, and she looked mad.
What do you think you're doing here? Modeling? What else? You hate modeling.
Maybe I saw the light. Before we could continue, the supervisor walked in.
Girls, please follow me to your rooms.
We were shown into our rooms, and staying just a day with these models made me realize how fitting in wasn't easy. I felt like an imposter.
Oh, love, I don't think you belong here.
But I didn't let any of that get to me. I was here on a mission, so I kept my eyes open and my ears sharp for anything. For a few days, nothing interesting happened, until the swimsuit competition. I was freaking out when I saw how small the swimwear were.
Can you believe? They want us to dress in swimsuits.
Oh, come on, it can't be that bad. You work out every day and you're pretty hot. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean it.
Who's that?
Madison, your dad is here. Hey, honey, listen. Fred told me everything, and I just need you to know we're both here for you.
You aren't angry?
I was, but I realized that you're smart, and you can do this.
What about Mom?
She's not happy about it, but she'll come around.
I love you so much, Dad. After the call, I finally grew some courage and put on the swimsuit. Little did I know how much of a disaster the competition was about to be.
What's happening?
In the darkness, I could feel something dripping on me. When the lights came on, we were all covered in paint. Everywhere was in total chaos, but I was quick to notice that Morgan was missing. No. I wasn't gonna let my sister be a missing girl in the news. I left the stage and searched around for her, and finally found her alone in her room. Oh, there you are. I was worried when I didn't see you on stage.
Didn't realize I needed your permission to change out of my paint-stained bikini.
Why do you have to be so mean all the time?
Because it's fun?
At least, I was glad to know that Morgan was okay, even if she was being a witch. Later, I went back to the stage to see if I could find anything on the saboteur when I bumped into Fred backstage.
Jeez, you look like you look really pretty, Madison.
Even with the paint?
Yeah.
Wait, was he blushing? I was pretty sure I was blushing too. I could feel that Fred had a crush on me, but it felt too early to ask.
So, wanted to check on how you were. Your dad is pretty concerned too.
I'm okay, just frustrated that I have no leads on the person behind everything.
You're smart. I'm sure you'll find something.
After talking for a while, Fred and I went our separate ways, and the next day, the supervisor talked to us about the sabotage.
Girls, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. The cops have assured us that they're investigating, and nothing like this will happen again.
Yeah, right. At least, her speech lowered the tension in the house. But in the next few days, I spent my time conducting a mini investigation around the house. And one night, I found a shadow in the dressing room with a pair of scissors, about to snip some dresses. But they noticed me and bolted, so I gave chase, hurtling through the halls until we reached the kitchen, where I caught them. I turned on my flashlight and was shocked to find my sister staring at me. Morgan, you're the saboteur.
Great observation, Sherlock.
But why?
Why do you think? I have a reputation to maintain.
You're doing all these just to win? Wait, were you responsible for that girl who almost got kidnapped too?
It's none of your business.
You better talk, or I'll report you to the supervisor.
Go ahead. You don't have any proof. Now please get off.
Finding out that Morgan was the saboteur was the worst highlight of my night, so I spoke to Fred.
Do you think we should tell your dad?
Not yet. I can't dump something like that on him yet. It'll be devastating.
I agree. So, what should we do?
I'll have to find dirt on Morgan. The next day was the Models Talent Show, and I was so distracted by last night that I hadn't even prepared for it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the next presenter, Madison, up on stage.
Hi everyone. My talent is, singing. I sang a lot in middle school. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, merrily. Well, that was embarrassing. But after my turn, I saw that the models were distracted, so I crept back to the house and snooped around Morgan's room. I found a box filled with receipts for hairpins, sonic devices, a remote, and then the actual stuff. Is this the sonic device? I'd better be sure. Maybe this remote controls it. Ow! Gosh, what was Morgan planning to do with all these? I was still trying to figure it out when I heard some loud noise in the distance and quickly put her things back together and slipped out of the room before anyone could see me. In the next few days, it was already the final modeling contest, and I could tell that Morgan was up to something with the way she was acting. Backstage, she was gifting a few girls the hairpins.
Just a little good luck charm from me to you, Chloe.
Aw, it's so beautiful. Thanks, Morgan. When no one was watching, I slipped the hairpin from one of the model's hair and looked at it. That was when I saw it, a little sonic device taped carefully to it. Before I could warn everyone, we were all filing onto the stage to listen to the host announce the winner of the contest. I couldn't do anything without interrupting the event, so I spoke to Fred.
Fred, she implanted sonic devices on the contestants. Code Red.
Your dad and I will be backstage soon.
Fred and Dad were taking their time, and Madison could press the remote at any time. I had to do something. I started to approach the stage, but suddenly, 2 men showed up behind me and grabbed me away from the stage to the backstage.
Hey, leave me alone! So, you're the kid who used my name to lie.
Who are you?
Really?
Madison, this is Mrs. Camila Feliz, the woman in your recommendation letter. I invited her here, and apparently she doesn't know you.
Great. Just great. I'd totally forgotten about the recommendation letter. Listen, I'm sorry, but I can explain.
Please,
takes the little criminal away. Her men took me away and kept me with them backstage, but luckily, Fred and Dad came to my help.
What's going on here? None of your business, kid. That's my daughter you've got there, and I'm a cop. I could arrest you for holding her against her will.
The men let me go and I hurried back to the stage. Morgan was holding the remote control and standing with the two models at the front who were the final contestants. The winner was about to be announced, but I had to act fast. I lunged onto the stage and tried to grab the hairpins from the girl's hair.
Ah! What are you doing, you creep?
But they thought I was attacking them. I went for Morgan next and pushed the remote control from her hands. When she tried to pick it up, Dad showed up and arrested her. The entire event got canceled. I'm so sorry. I only wanted to win and impress everyone, especially Mom.
Oh, honey, I realize that I must have put a lot of pressure on you, but you didn't have to do this.
I still can't believe you had a hand in almost kidnapping that girl.
I only threatened her. I swear, nothing else.
That doesn't make it any better. No wonder she refused to say anything. She knew that I was your dad.
Please, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. The police took her away, and then Fred appeared beside me.
I'm sorry about her.
She'll learn her lesson. Dad says she'll get lesser punishment because she's a minor.
That's a good thing. So, I've been, meaning to ask you out on a date.
Do you like me, Fred? Because if you do, I do too.
Really?
I drew Fred in for a kiss, and kissing him felt like the best feeling ever, until someone interrupted us. I hope I'm not interrupting much. You know, girl, I thought you were a fraud, but you proved me wrong tonight. For this, I am granting you a scholarship. Sometimes in life, being a hero doesn't mean putting on a cape. It can be as simple as doing the right thing and standing up for what you believe in. So let's all strive to be true to ourselves and not do anything criminal.
Carla! Carla!
Hi, I'm Tesla from Brazil. Until recently, just your average girl, going to school, having a pretty good life. Until the dream started. I was born with a really strange birthmark on my neck, and from childhood, I was taught to feel shame about it. My parents, who are carpenters, made sure I covered it with neck scarves or turtlenecks whenever I left the house.
I've picked out your outfit for today, love.
Another turtleneck? It's summer, Mom. The weather is hot. Can I wear a tank top?
No, dear. We can't have the mark on your neck show.
But why?
Look at it, dear. It's so ugly, don't you think? People will run from you if they see it.
We are the only ones who love you with the mark. No one else will.
Thanks to them, I was always self-conscious when I was outside. I didn't want to make friends so no one could get close enough to see my mark. The only time I threw caution to the wind was when I was close to water. No matter where we were, if I saw a body of water, be it a bathtub or the Atlantic Ocean, if it was big enough for me, in seconds I would be swimming in it. I just couldn't resist the pull of water. When I turned 10, Mom and Dad took me to a fancy dinner to celebrate their anniversary, and while they were eating, I crept away from the table and climbed into the giant aquarium. My parents didn't even notice. I was having so much fun until some bratty kid sold me out.
Mom, look, a real mermaid.
Tesla!
In seconds, the security pulled me out. My parents rushed me home. They told me I ruined their anniversary.
Tesla, this is becoming too much. Were you a fish or something in your former life?
I don't know about being a fish, but I want to be the most popular swimmer in the world. Better than Kate Ledecky.
How about you become a carpenter, like us, and give up this fantasy?
I was really strong-headed, so eventually, my parents had no choice but to support my dreams. They got me an inflatable pool that I could do all sorts of strokes in, and even let me participate in local swimming competitions. But when I turned 13, something happened that turned my love for water into a phobia for it. We traveled to Dad's rural hometown for Christmas, and as a treat, Dad took me to their local lake.
Stay close, Tesla. Swim in the shallow side.
The shallow side is for amateurs, Dad.
I ignored Dad's instruction and dove right into the deep side. I thought I was such a great swimmer, but I was the amateur that day. Suddenly, my legs cramped and I couldn't move.
Help! Somebody!
No one seemed to hear me, and the water was pulling me under quickly. That's when it happened. I couldn't tell if it was a vision or a memory, but the lake suddenly became a stormy ocean, and I saw a ship being carried away by strong waves, and a woman was shouting from the ship. There was something about her.
Carla!
I closed my eyes and saw a woman with sandy brown hair just like mine.
Carla!
Tesla!
When I opened my eyes again, I was on the beach with Dad and several people around me.
Tesla, oh thank God. I thought I lost you.
That experience changed my life. Every night after then, the vision I had seen would always replay in my head at night. It got so bad that the sight of anything related to swimming, like my swim trunks, made me jump. Even bathing became scary. My head was filled with questions. Who was Carla? And why did the ship I saw have the same mark on my neck? What was going on with me? I needed answers, and my parents seemed like the best place to start. I approached them one day in our backyard.
Mom, Dad, have I ever been on a ship before?
To my surprise, they got the strangest looks. Mom even looked like she wanted to faint.
Of course not. Why do you ask?
Ever since I nearly drowned, I've been having these strange dreams. There's a ship, and someone screaming a name.
It must be the shock from your experience, love.
Or it could be your body's way of overcoming your obsession with swimming.
Go back inside, and I'll make you a nice lunch.
What they said made sense to me back then. I just wanted the visions to stop. They kept playing over and over like a broken record. I decided to abandon my swimming career and began to learn my parents' business. Every day after school, I dove into how to cure wood, cut, paint, sand. I felt like I was really becoming a carpenter.
Keep your wrist like this, so you get just the perfect arch.
Like this?
Great. You're a natural at this, Tesla.
Although learning my parents' trade gradually made those horrible flashes in my head stop, it was also increasingly dull. Since I was too scared to swim again, I tried to force myself to be happy. I should have known it would never work. A year later, my parents hit the jackpot in their career and transferred me to an elite school. As usual, I stayed away from everyone.
Please don't sit at my table. Please don't sit at my table.
But there was one person who didn't get the hint.
So, Tesla, why do you always cover your neck? Do you have, like, a secret vampire bite? For the 100th time, no. Why do you like to be alone? Do you smell bad? Don't smell bad to me.
Her name was Adriana, and on the swim team. Ever since I defended her from some mean jerks picking on her for being here on a scholarship, she became like my second shadow. A very noisy shadow. When I whined to Mom about Adriana's clinginess,
she's like a 5-year-old that ate too much sugar.
Just make sure she doesn't get too close. Remember, never trust anyone.
I was determined to do just that, but Adriana did something really sweet that broke my shell. It was raining after school one day, and I was so afraid of having my nightmares come back, I refused to leave. I couldn't stay, I couldn't go home, I didn't know what to do. That was when Adriana appeared and gave me her umbrella.
Don't you need it? Looks like you need it more than me. Don't worry, it's been a while since I played in the rain. Come on, it's fun!
She gave up her umbrella for my sake. From that day forward, she was no longer clingy Adriana, but my knight in shining armor. We became close friends after that, and one day, I even invited her to my house. That was a big mistake.
Whoa, your house is so big!
Thanks, but don't touch anything.
As if she was deaf, she picked up something that tugged at my heart.
Hey, a swimming medal? For you? You're a swimmer?
I used to be.
Whoa! No wonder I was drawn to you from our first meeting. We have kindred spirit. Why did you stop?
I told Adriana everything about the dreams that made me hate being in the water, and she was so sympathetic.
But you miss swimming, right? It used to make you very happy.
The truth is, yes, a lot.
Well, instead of running from your fears, why don't you face them?
How? I can't fight a nightmare.
No, but you can fight the fear of water by getting into water.
That's crazy!
Trust me, expose yourself to what makes you most afraid, and you won't be afraid of it anymore.
At that moment, my parents chose to come in, and boy, did they look like wild bulls.
You brought someone into this house? What part of trust no one did you not understand?
And there's no way you're going back to swimming. Trust me, all those nightmares would just come back full force. You leave our house this moment.
Before I could think, I grabbed Adriana's hand.
Don't talk to Adriana like that! She's harmless!
Adriana, huh? Isn't she the girl you said is like a 5-year-old that ate too much sugar?
I wanted the ground to open and swallow me when Mom said that, and Adriana turned to me with tears in her eyes.
You said that about me? Adriana, I have to go now.
My parents and I had a big fight after Adriana left. To make things worse, Adriana wouldn't pick up my call so I could explain and apologize to her, but I refused to give up. It was days later when I got an opportunity to talk to her. The next day, our school went for a fun tour in a rural village. While we were crossing the bridge, I tried to talk to Adriana again.
Adriana,
I'm sorry about my parents. Can we go back?
Don't talk to me.
She turned away before I could finish, and I was so annoyed.
Adriana, if you just listen. Adriana!
I tried to catch her, but it was too late. We all looked helplessly as she entered the freezing water. We all panicked, but no one was willing to jump in and save her. Our tour guides were busy calling rescue divers to come and save her. I knew it might be too late by the time the divers would come. So I stood on the bridge, took a deep breath, and tried not to freak out. My desire to save Adriana outweighed my phobia. Besides, it was my fault she was in there. She was my responsibility. The current was so strong, and I wanted to puke with how scared I was. But for Adriana's sake, I fought hard and caught her just in time to get us to safety. Adriana's eyes were wide open when I got to the beach, and she had a huge smirk on her face.
Gotcha! Now everyone knows we have a mermaid on land.
Adriana,
Wait, this was a deliberate act? Just wanted to know if I should really forgive you or not.
You're crazy! That was so risky! Adriana, what I said to my mom then was way before we became friends.
Hey, it's cool. You jumped in after me. Of course I forgive you. So, how did it feel to be back in the water?
I couldn't even remember if I was in water or flying in air. All that mattered was saving you. That day, everyone expressed amazement at my skill and bravery. Some had even taken videos of the incident and posted it online. When the rescue divers finally arrived, you can't imagine how happy I was to see Matt Makeson, a popular swimmer, and now swim coach amongst them. He walked up to me.
I've already watched your video. You were like a freaking dolphin in there. Ever considered swimming for the Olympics?
Actually, that used to be my dream.
It should be your reality. You're good. I'm coaching for the Olympics now. You could easily beat Kate Ledecky. Would you like to be part of it?
Seeing Adriana and Matt express strong confidence in me was all I needed to reignite my passion for swimming. And so with all my heart, I said,
yes, I would like that.
Adriana and I got a ride home, and I was so happy with how everything turned out that I forgot something very important.
Whoa, you're showing your neck for the first time. Is that a moon mark?
My jacket was still off, and now everyone had seen my neck.
Don't look, it's ugly. Are you kidding me? The mark is like a work of art. Really? Are you blind? Look at it.
I looked at the mark in the window, and for the first time, I didn't feel disgust. Adriana was right. It wasn't ugly. It was beautiful. For the first time in my life, I was no longer ashamed.
Are you okay?
I am now, thanks to you. When I got home, my parents weren't back yet. They had gone on a business trip. I was not relishing their drama about my birthmark being outed. However, nothing in the world could prepare me for the shock that came the next day. I thought maybe my parents had forgotten their keys. But nope, a grinning Adriana was at the door, with dozens of reporters in wait.
Good morning, Tesla. These news people asked me to show them the mermaid in human form that saved my life, aka you.
I barely had time to react as the reporters started asking me a million questions at a go. And just then, my parents showed up.
What's going on here?
How dare you people film our daughter?
It's okay. Your daughter's a hero.
Adriana showed my parents the video of me saving her life, but instead of congratulating me on my bravery and skills, they shoved me inside and went off on me.
What kind of child are you? Not only did you get into water, you uncovered your neck for the whole world to see. Now we have to leave here before everyone starts treating you badly for it.
Are you for real? I was saving my friend's life. And you know what? My mark is a part of me, and I refuse to be ashamed of it anymore.
Thanks to your carelessness, that dream will come to haunt you for the rest of your life.
People will make fun of you. Your life will be a nightmare now.
I'm not afraid of nightmares anymore. Next week, I will be joining a swim team. I won't let it, or you two, stop me from doing what I love.
This ends now. We're leaving.
My parents were acting like they had lost some nuts, and I was fuming with anger at them.
Ah! Ah! Where are you taking me?
Told you, we're leaving now.
Through the backyard?
Officially, my parents had lost their minds. But just as we got out the backyard, we were met with the unexpected. The police had our house surrounded. Reporters had moved from the front to the back and were capturing the whole thing. I was in shock.
On your knees now! Hands in the air! Let the captive go!
I thought, what captive? Was there someone else in the house? And then I saw her. The woman from my dreams. To my shock, Mom and Dad went down on their knees like common criminals. It turns out that the captive was me. My dream lady hugged me with tears in her eyes.
My Carla, it's really you.
My name is Tesla, but I think I know you.
Your name is Carla. I gave it to you when you were born. These thieves are not your parents. I am your real mom. 12 years ago, when you were just 3 years old, we were traveling by ship when we got hit by a storm. You were only 3 and got carried away by the waves. I did my best to find you, but these criminals did their best to hide you.
The woman's story made my head spin, and at the same time, something told me it was nothing but the truth.
So the dream I used to have was actually a memory?
No,
That can't be. Mom, Dad, she's lying, right?
She's right, Tesla. For 10 years, your mother and I had no child. One day, we went for a picnic beside the river in my hometown and found you by the beach. You had no memory of your past, so we took you as heaven's gift to us and raised you.
Heaven's gift to you? You have no idea how much pain you caused me!
Wait, this mark on my neck.
I have it too. Every royalty in our tribe has it.
Royalty? So this is why you made me hide it, so I wouldn't be recognized and found by her. Everything's a lie, even my name.
My feelings ranged from shock to disbelief and mostly anger at my parents. Scratch that. Fake parents. Selfishness.
All these years, you told me I shouldn't trust anyone when you're the ones who shouldn't be trusted.
Take them away, officers.
It broke my heart to see the people I had known as my parents taken away, but they had to face the consequences for their actions. Days later, I was on my way home with my real mom. I had so many questions.
Just ask me already.
So we live on an island? Is that why I can swim so well?
Let's just say we are all very, very good swimmers.
Are my tribe people, like, very modern or stuck in the Stone Age?
Oh, Carla, do I look like someone from the Stone Age to you?
You said this moon mark is for
royalty. All royals in our tribe have that mark.
So am I like a princess or something?
There's a lot to learn, Carla. You will learn everything in due time. But know this, you are the queen of my heart.
Life after that day was just amazing. Just a year later, I held multiple world records, knocking Kate Ledecky off her pedestal in every category, and I was just getting started. But swimming was just a part of my new amazing life. Guys, don't let any so-called flaws make you feel less. Find a way to rock those so-called flaws. Don't let anyone tell you lies or define you because each and every one of you is a royal. You're all queens and kings. And if you're lucky enough, try to be and make friends like my dear
Adriana, over here!
A friend that pushes you to be the best you can be and stands by you through thick and thin. Life is to live. Don't wait another day. Go grab your destiny and never let go. Hi, I'm Violet from Los Angeles. I was born to a stinking rich mom who spoiled me rotten. Mom was the CEO of the biggest automobile company in the world. Sometimes Mom would take me to her company and show me all her new model cars. And I always felt so proud to be her daughter. And one day, by accident, I asked her the wrong question and she freaked out on me.
Wow, Mom, I'm so proud of you. I wish Dad was here to see how great you are.
Your dad? Why would you even mention him? He left us before you were even born. Did he contact you?
No, Mom, calm down. I was just...
Don't ever mention your dad again.
It was my first time seeing Mom so mad at me. I hated disappointing her. I worked extra hard to make Mom proud. My best friend, Mikkel, who was born a genius, helped me score an A+ on all my tests.
Violet, no. That's not how you work out that equation.
I don't know why I always struggle with divisions. I don't know what I would do without you, Mikkel.
I don't know what I would do without you too, Violet.
Mikkel was cute, and sometimes I'd feel all fuzzy when he looked at me, but he never showed any signs of liking me more than a friend, and I didn't want to spoil anything by telling him how I really felt. Mikkel and I were really close. Since he also lived next door to us, his parents were always away at work, and he was usually very lonely at home with his nanny. So he used to come over for dinner, and Mom grew fond of him because he was a computer genius. When we were around 18, Mom hired Mikkel and I as interns in her company, and the more time we spent with each other, the more I started falling for him. Until one day, I decided to tell him how I felt on my birthday.
Happy birthday, best friend. Make a wish.
I wish that Mikkel, my best friend, would ask me out on a date because I really, really like him.
He looked at me surprised like it was his birthday.
Wow, I really, really like you too.
After that day, Mikkel and I were inseparable. I was so happy. And when I was about to share my love life with Mom, I found the maids dragging big suitcases behind her.
Out of my way, honey. I can't miss my flight.
Oh, I just wanted to share some big news with you.
When I'm back, Violet, I have a philanthropic mission in Uganda.
Mikkel kept me company while Mom was away, and one day, while we were watching STA, someone from the office called Mikkel and asked us to turn on the news.
We apologize for interrupting your day, but we have some important news. Today, there was a volcanic eruption in Uganda, and word has reached us that the American citizens who were there on a philanthropic mission are missing.
Dread filled my entire body, and I jerked up in the bed. My mom is on that mission! Babe, calm down. She's a smart woman. She'll be safe.
But I couldn't calm down. I panic called everyone I knew for the whereabouts of Mom.
Hello, miss, do you have any info on my mom now?
They all told me the same thing.
I'm sorry, Violet, but I have nothing on your mom yet.
I watched the news daily, expecting some change, and was left disappointed.
Everyone on the philanthropic mission has been found, except for Deborah Watson, CEO of Watson Automobiles.
For a year, Mom didn't return, and it left me quite devastated, but Mikkel was always there to comfort me.
I hope Mom is found. I can't lose her like I lost Dad. I'll have nobody.
You have me, Violet, and I'll never leave your side, babe. And I'm sure your mom will be found.
Oh, Mikkel, what would I ever do without you?
And then one day, I got an unexpected visit from an old man I'd never seen before.
Hello, Violet. I'm Mr. Gregory, your mom's lawyer. In case of an event like this, your mom has prepared a will.
A will? Does that mean Mom is gone forever?
My voice shook as I asked. I couldn't bear to hear the worst.
No, we're still hoping she'll be found. In the meantime, the company needs control, and that will be split amongst the children.
Wait, what?
Children? What do you mean children? I'm my mom's only child.
He just gave me a small smile and stared at the door as two girls I didn't know walked into the room.
Welcome, Yasmin and Stacy. Please sit.
They sat on the couch like the house belonged to them, and it made me so mad I could feel smoke popping out of my ears.
Your mom wants to split her inheritance amongst the three of you, but she's attached a condition to it. You three must live together and get along for a year.
A year? I think there's been a mistake, Mr. Gregory. I'm my mom's only child, and I've never seen these girls. Maybe that will is fake.
The taller one, Yasmin, turned to me with anger in her eyes.
Looks like you don't know Mommy that well.
I stared her down, and electricity jolted between our eyes.
Whoa, I know my mom better than anyone. And if she had other kids, she'd tell me. That's how I know you're imposters.
Oh, Violet, don't be rude. This is your mom's wish. I'll take my leave now, and we'll be back in a week or two to check on you three. Behave yourselves.
We'll be good. Bye, Mr. Gregory.
As soon as Mr. Gregory left, the girls faced me with evil grins.
Listen, you spoiled brat. Yasmin and I aren't going anywhere. We're going to get that inheritance all for ourselves and make sure you get none. We'll drive you crazy.
You think you can just prance into my house and scare me? I'll expose you for the heartless frauds you are.
Game on. Don't cry too much.
They left the room with evil laughs that resonated behind them. Living with Yasmin and Stacy was torture. Once when I was running late to school, they ripped most of the clothes in my closet, and I had no choice but to wear one of the damaged dresses. Another time, they both spilled colorful paint all over my car, and I went berserk.
What is wrong with you two? Just giving it a new look.
Maybe you are the ones in need of a new look.
I grabbed a paint bucket and spilled its contents all over them, and then we had a massive paint fight. Having Yasmin and Stacy at my house messed with my head, and I only had Mikkel to confide in. He gave me so many silly ideas that made me laugh and took my mind away from everything for a moment.
You could put a hippopotamus in their room.
A hippopotamus?
Or I could use my super hacker skills to find dirt on them.
Wait a minute. That could work. Do it.
Mikkel got on his laptop and set to work. His fingers tapped rapidly at the keyboard like a freaking robot, and after some minutes, he looked up at me with a happy glint in his eyes.
Bingo! Apparently your sisters used to live in a small town in Mexico. And guess what? They were well-known thieves.
He showed me the laptop screen, and on it was boldly plastered the mugshots of Yasmin and Stacy.
Oh my god! I knew they were lying! Can you find anything on their family background? Maybe parents or something?
Nope, that info is confidential.
Well, it didn't matter. I already had enough information that would lead me to their background. The next day, I packed up a little bag and traveled to Mexico without telling anyone. As soon as I arrived, I was able to track down Yasmin and Stacy's house. It was an old, worn-out building. I knocked, and a scraggly grown man opened the door tentatively. He hid behind the door like he was hiding from someone.
Who are you? The IRS? The feds? What do you want?
No, sir.
He had a bad stench oozing off of him. I had no choice but to hold my breath.
I'm Violet Watson, and I'm carrying out an investigation on... Suddenly, a man hugged me, and I held myself from puking all over his clothes.
Violet! Oh, honey, I haven't seen you in a long time. I've missed you so much. Being away from you for years has been so difficult.
I'm sorry, but do I know you?
I'm your father.
What? No way! I don't believe you. If you are, why did you leave Mom and I alone for years?
I'll explain everything to you, honey. Just come in.
I went in, and he took a look outside before he shut the door behind me. Holy freaks! His house looked like a freaking bulldozer ran through it.
Sorry about the mess. I'm doing some experiments. Did your mom tell you we used to own the company together?
What? No.
Well, we used to until she grew greedy and kicked me out. She became harsh and careless towards everyone around her, even her family. I had to get custody of Yasmin and Stacy and leave your mother since it was hurting them so terribly.
So, Stacy and Yasmin are truly my sisters?
Of course. Your mother was pregnant with you then, and when you were born, she wouldn't let me see you.
The way he spoke about Mom, she sounded like a really terrible person. Had Yasmin been right? Did I really know my mom?
How do I know you're telling the truth?
I have some old photos. Wait here.
Dad disappeared and returned with a photo book. We scrolled through it together, and I found old pictures of my mom posing with Yasmin and Stacy. Yet, I was still finding it hard to believe. Mom and I were thick as thieves. Why would she lie to me? I wished I could talk to her and ask her. I need a moment. This is all hard to take in.
Take your time.
Later that evening, Dad wanted to take me out to get food, but as soon as we got in the car, something happened.
Can you drive, honey?
Yeah.
Cool. You drive.
He tossed the car keys at me and got into the car.
Sweet.
As soon as I started the car, Dad froze when he saw another car enter the yard with tinted windows.
Oh God, those are dangerous men. Drive away, Violet.
I hit the pedal and hard reversed and sped away, but the car started tailing us, so I drove faster until we lost them.
Whoa, honey, who taught you to drive like that?
It's no big deal. I learned a bit with the cars at Mom's company.
Dad was so impressed with my driving, he wouldn't shut up about it. And the next morning, he made a big announcement.
Honey, guess what? I signed you up for a car race. You'll be a beast at it.
I wasn't sure how I felt about Dad's announcement, but I figured I'd give it a shot. It only meant longer staying in his stinky house, but it was also a welcome distraction from everything. The following day, Dad and I showed up at the racetrack.
On your marks, get set, go!
I stopped on my accelerator and raced against the other cars, and in a few minutes, the race ended with me as the winner. I was about to be awarded a huge sum of money when Dad showed up and snatched it.
Thank you. She's my daughter.
Yeah. Dad threw a mini celebration for me that night, and in the days that followed, we visited a lot of places and had so much fun. I couldn't believe Mom had deprived me of all of this. He kept signing me up for more races, and I kept winning them all, but he always took the money I won. It wasn't like I needed it anyways. He needed it more than I did. One day, while I was gearing up for another race, I received a call from an unknown number.
Hello, Miss Violet. This is the security officer from your mother's company. Something bad has happened.
My heart skipped a beat, and I prayed it wasn't more bad news about Mom. I was still harboring hopes for her return and wasn't ready to lose her.
This morning, we received several withdrawals of millions of dollars from our company's accounts to an untraceable account. We require your urgent attention.
Dad noticed the look of shock on my face.
Honey, is anything the matter?
I can't do the race today, Dad.
What? Why? We planned so much for this.
Maybe next time, but right now, the company needs my help. I wanted to walk away when Dad suddenly held my arm and looked at me with plea in his eyes.
Please, just one more game, honey. You can't just leave everything.
For the first time, I noticed how pitiful Dad looked. Regrettably, I withdrew my arm from his grasp and ran to the guest room to pack up my things. In a few hours, I was back home, and the first place I headed to was the company. On my way, I bumped into Mikkel.
Violet! I'm so glad you're safe.
Safe? What are you...
Suddenly, his happy look changed into a sad one.
I did something terrible to save you, Violet. But rest assured, whoever that monster that took you is, I'm tracing his location. I'll find him.
I had no idea what he was talking about.
I don't understand. What did you do, Mikkel?
He couldn't even look at me in the eyes.
I was the one who hacked into the company's accounts, but I did it to save you. Yasmin and Stacy cried and distressed over you being abducted. I tried your number, but it never went through.
Holy cow! Those two brats lied to my poor boyfriend! Enough was enough!
The abductor was requesting for a lot of money none of us had, so I hacked into the company's accounts to get the money and save you.
I'll teach those girls a lesson for taking advantage of your love for me!
In anger, I stormed home and was greeted by an unexpected sight. Yasmin and Stacy were throwing a party in the mansion.
Anger clouded my mind as I grabbed a glass of drink from a table and walked over to the wires and spilled the drink all over it. The music went off instantly and everyone groaned.
Get out of my house! What do you two think you're up to?
They avoided my eyes like guilty children that had been caught doing something bad.
You're back so soon, Violet. We thought you went on a vacation, so we didn't expect you to return so early.
You'd like that, huh? So you can continue to steal more money from my mom.
It's not stealing if it's yours.
You two lied to my boyfriend, stole millions of dollars from the company, tortured me, and you still think you deserve anything here? I understand that my mom left you, but it's no excuse for being terrible people.
Suddenly, Stacy broke down into tears, but I was too mad to care.
I want you two to pack up your bags and leave this house this instant.
A voice sounded behind, interrupting us. Moms!
That's enough!
I turned around to stare at her, and she looked nothing like someone who had gone missing for a year. In fact, she looked like she just came out of a spa, and that was when it dawned on me.
I assume you lied about going missing, just like you've been lying about everything else?
Honey, I did, but you have to understand why.
I'm listening.
It was all because of your dad. He lied and gambled away all the company's money. I had no choice but to kick him out. Then, he lied in court that I was a bad mom, and I was obsessed with the company. Then he stole custody of my kids from me. He wouldn't let me see my baby girls for years.
Suddenly, Dad's strange behavior of fixing my races and keeping my wins from each of them started to make sense.
We weren't the ones who stole money from the company, Violet.
Yasmin confessed, and it left me in shock.
If you weren't the ones, then who did?
It was Dad. He made us steal for him. He always makes us steal for him. He told us he'd keep you longer in the house to give us enough time to escape, but he didn't.
I'm sorry for being so hard on you two.
And I'm sorry for not fighting harder for you two. I'm so sorry.
I was happy to have two sisters. The more the merrier, I guess.
Hey, don't forget me.
Hello there, I'm Inga, and I belong to a family of Sami nomads in Europe. Growing up, I was a really pretty kid. I had flawless skin, long dark hair, and eyes of different colors. Everyone who saw me used to say I was blessed by the gods, and every guy wanted me.
Here are roses, my beautiful angel. I made you a trinket from diamonds.
But they had no idea I had been born with a special condition.
Come join us in the pool, Inga. Oh, no, I'm fine. Are you sure? The pool is nice and cold. Here, feel it.
He suddenly splashed some on me, and my skin broke out in a rash. I had to run off before anyone could see it. As soon as I got into the lava, which is what we call our tents, Mom wrapped some clothes around my rashes. This was the special condition I was talking about. My skin broke out into rashes every time I touched cold water, and it made me feel so uncomfortable.
I don't understand why this always happens.
It's nothing, honey. Don't let it bother you.
While we talked, Dad suddenly burst into the room, panicking.
Darling, you and Inga should pack up your things immediately. We've been attacked by foreigners in their big machines.
I peeped through a tear in the lava, and it was true. There were monstrous machines destroying our lands like they were nothing. Then, I saw the figure of a kid holding hands with an adult who seemed to be controlling everything.
Destroy it all!
Gosh, it made me really angry. We should fight them. It's our land.
We don't have the men for that now, Inga.
Dad grabbed me and Mom and we escaped. And since then, my family never really stayed for long in one spot. We had to always migrate from one settlement to another to avoid invaders and find better pasture for our reindeers. Because of this, none of my friendships with anyone ever lasted. All my friends came and went like the seasons, and I wished that I could have just one friend who'd stayed by my side forever. But it felt like the most impossible wish. Or at least I thought so, until I heard a cry in the woods one day while I was packing some herbs for dinner.
Someone, help me!
I mounted my horse and galloped all the way to the sound of the voice. When I reached the voice, I found a boy my age stuck in some branches and helped him out.
Are you okay? Yes, I think so. I'm Logan. You look like a very pretty angel.
Thank you. I'm Inga.
That's not a really popular name.
Well, it's probably because you're not from around here.
You're right. I'm American, and I'm camping with my older sister here for a project. She's a historian.
I sat beside Logan, and we spent the entire afternoon talking. When it started to get dark, I walked him back to his tent, and that was when I met his sister. But she wasn't what I expected.
Where have you been?
Hi, Holly. I was just, looking around. This is my friend, Inga.
Hi, Holly. But Holly didn't even look at me. Instead, she faced Logan with fire blazing in her eyes.
You've been talking to a girl? Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? You were just— Shut up! I wasn't talking to you! Stay out of this!
I expected Logan to say something, but he just stayed quiet and watched while his sister screamed at him. It made me super uncomfortable, but I decided that maybe she was just really worried about her brother.
Go inside the tent now. I'll deal with you later. And you, go back to where you belong.
I had no idea why she was so mean, but I waved Logan goodbye and rushed back to the lava before Dad and Mom could notice I was missing. The next day, I returned to the location where I first met Logan with the hopes of running into him so we could talk about yesterday. Thankfully, I spotted him, but he didn't seem that excited to see me.
Inga, what are you doing here? I was wondering about your sister. Why did you let her scream that way at you?
It's none of your business,
Logan said, in the meanest voice he could muster, and it made me feel so bad. I thought we had connected. Why was he mean to me all of a sudden?
I'm sorry for asking. I was just concerned. Maybe I should leave. I'm sorry, Inga. I shouldn't have spoken that way to you. Please forgive me.
I smiled and sat back beside him.
About Holly, the truth is she isn't always like that. She's just super protective because she doesn't want to lose me too, like our parents who passed away. It's been difficult on the both of us. I understand. I have super protective parents. I have to always sneak around them to do what I want.
Inga, you shouldn't talk to strangers. They're dangerous.
Inga, don't go out.
Logan laughed, and I joined in. While we talked, we suddenly heard heavy footsteps approaching.
That sounds like it's Holly. Quickly, hide!
I quickly jumped into some bushes before Holly could find us together.
Ah, there you are.
I watched as she approached him and suddenly leaned over to sniff him like a dog.
Were you with someone just now?
No, I wasn't.
I don't believe you. Is that a strand of dark hair on your shirt?
Goodness, how had she spotted something so tiny? She picked off a strand of long, dark hair from Logan's shirt, and it was mine.
I don't know how that got there.
Liar! It's that girl from yesterday, right? You were with her.
She pulled Logan's ear, and I had the urge to jump out of the bush and attack her, but Logan looked at me and shook his head, mouthing,
"Don't."
From now on, I no longer want to see you around that girl. Her people are barbarians and dangerous.
How do you know?
She squeezed his ear harder.
I'm the historian with the experience, and I just know. Stop hanging around with her.
Gosh, she acted like a monster. She dragged him out with his ear, and it made me so furious. I stormed back home, and when I got there, Mom noticed my sour mood.
Inga, what's wrong? Why do you look like that?
I wanted to complain about Holly, but I suddenly remembered that Mom and Dad didn't like foreigners much.
My forehead aches.
Oh dear. Maybe you should meet the shaman.
Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine.
I left her alone and hurried into the lava. A few days passed by, and I didn't see Logan, even when I went to our spot. My guess was that it had something to do with his awful sister. One day, while I was taking care of the reindeers, I felt a pebble hit me behind my head.
Who's there?
No one replied. When I turned away, the pebble appeared again, and again, and again. Someone was messing with me! I headed to the direction where the pebbles were coming from, and found Logan, hunched over in laughter.
You should have seen your face.
Yeah, so funny. You know what's funnier? You ditching me.
I thumped him on the chest.
How?
But he gripped my hands and we fell to the ground with me on top of him. Our faces were so close it made me blush.
Inga.
He brushed my hair to the side and stared deep into my eyes. But before he could kiss me, we felt something poke our sides. It was one of the reindeers.
Is that a reindeer?
We both stood up and dusted ourselves off.
Yes. You've never seen one before? No, they're beautiful. Your tribe seemed to have a lot of beautiful things. I wish I could see all of it, but after what you told me about your parents,
You can!
Huh? How?
Wait here.
I ran off to the settlement while Logan waited for me. I quickly cut down our washing line without anyone noticing and took some of Dad's clothes, then headed back to Logan. Mom and Dad were busy, so they didn't notice a thing.
Here, put them on.
I don't understand.
The only way to get into my settlement is if you saw me. Take them. Be quick.
Awesome. Thank you.
After Logan was ready, we walked back to the settlement.
Don't be too excited. Act natural.
Sorry.
I showed Logan around. They're drawings made by our artists.
The handwork on this is beautiful. Holly would love this.
Next, I showed him Dad's hunting tools near the lava.
Wow, you have some talented hands here.
Logan was fascinated by everything, but suddenly, Dad showed up behind us.
Inga, and who are you?
Dad, this is Andaris. We wanted to borrow your tools for hunting.
Andaris. His clothes look similar to mine. Take off your cap, kid, so I can see your face clearly.
Dad snatched the cap away from his head, blowing his cover.
You!
He shoved a finger into Logan's face like they knew each other.
Sir, I don't know you. Liar! And what do you think you're doing hanging out with my daughter, foreigner?
I was so confused. What was going on? Dad, I don't think you know him. But he ignored me and focused on Logan.
I never want to see your kind around here. Go, before I get my men to deal with you.
Logan ran off, and I chased after him.
Inga, come back here.
No matter how loud Dad screamed my name, I didn't answer.
Logan, wait! He's right, Inga. You should stop hanging out with me.
You're my friend, Logan. Why would I do that? Suddenly, Holly jumped out of the bushes.
Logan, what did this little barbarian dress you up in?
Please leave him alone.
Don't talk to me like that.
Holly stomped towards me and raised her hand to slap my face, but I caught it before it could land. I had had enough of her evilness. I'll talk to you however I like. You're an evil she-devil with a black heart who survives on torturing everyone around you, even your younger brother. What on earth is wrong with you?
Shut up!
She raised her other arm, but I caught it too.
No, you shut up! You're the worst person to have as a sister!
I pushed her to the ground, then stepped towards her menacingly.
I'll deal with you sooner or later. This isn't the end.
She got up and ran away like a coward. I faced Logan, but he turned away from me.
You shouldn't have done that.
I don't understand. She's always mean to you.
It's none of your business, Inga. She's my sister, not yours. I can defend myself if I want to. I don't need you doing it for me.
He walked off, leaving me standing alone and wondering what I'd done wrong. When I got home that evening, I confronted Dad.
You chased my only friend away. Foreigners are not your friends.
What's your deal with him? Why won't you tell me?
Enough! You're banned from leaving the settlement.
After that day, Logan stopped speaking to me, and the tension between Dad and I grew thick. But then, one night while everyone in my tribe was asleep, something terrible happened. I woke up to the sound of someone stealing jewelry from Mom's jewelry box, and I screamed, "Thief!" Waking everyone up. The thieves ran out before I could see their faces properly. I hurried outside and found that most of our things had been stolen. Our rock slabs, hunting tools. I got on my horse and chased after the thieves, and when I nearly caught up to the two of them, I suddenly fell off from my horse, but I got up and chased after them barefoot.
Stop!
When they stopped, I was shocked to see Logan and Holly. Logan, I don't understand. He couldn't even look at me.
I warned you to stay away. Anyways, consider this payback for what your stupid tribe did to my parents. What are you even?
Holly suddenly pushed me into a small pond I hadn't noticed, and red bumps began to spread across my entire skin.
Oops, I guess you aren't so perfect after all. Look at your friend Logan. She looks ugly now. What a freak.
Holly, that's enough.
You're never fun. Come on.
Logan gave me an apologetic look before he and his sister ran off. I'd never felt so humiliated and stupid. Tears filled up my eyes. Shortly after, my parents and the rest of the tribe ran up to me. When they saw me, they gasped.
What's that on her skin?
Their voices sounded muffled as my eyes slowly closed and I passed out. The next morning, I woke up to Dad and Mom packing up their stuff.
What's going on?
They suddenly rushed to my side.
Oh, honey, thank goodness you're all right. After what happened last night, we decided to migrate today.
The events of last night rushed to my memory. Dad, I should have listened to you. Because of me, Logan and his sister stole from us. I'm sorry, really sorry. And now everyone saw my skin last night. To my surprise, my parents hugged me.
I forgive you, Inga. It's not your fault he betrayed your trust. People can be evil, and sometimes we just can't control their actions. Also, Inga, there's nothing wrong with your skin. Everyone has flaws too.
My parents' words were encouraging, but there was one thing from last night I couldn't get off my mind. Dad, did we do anything wrong to Logan's parents? Is that how you know him?
I guess it's time I let you know. Remember years ago when our first settlement was destroyed by machines? That boy and his people all did it.
I couldn't believe my ears.
But that's impossible. Logan said he didn't know you.
He was lying, but I didn't want to say anything because you seemed so mad at me. I thought that I had been wrong about him and he might have changed. If only I knew he was still up to no good.
Hearing everything Dad said made me really furious. I couldn't believe Logan had only been using me. It wasn't fair. I'll never speak to foreigners again. I promise you. I joined my parents to pack up the rest of our things, and within an hour, we were on the move with every member of the tribe. In 2 days, we found the perfect settlement. It was green, warm, and smelled so fresh. I took the reindeers out for grazing every day, and in a few years, I forgot all about Logan and Holly. But then one day, we heard a loud machine noise in the settlement, which sent chills through my body and sent everyone into chaos.
We're not leaving our land again for foreigners! We'll fight!
Everyone rushed behind Dad and waited for the machine. When it finally appeared, a man stepped out, and it was Logan.
You! Please, I come in peace. Years ago, my sister and I stole some items from your home, and I've spent years looking all over for your tribe to return them, but you never stay in one spot.
Why should we? You destroyed our first settlement.
I was only a kid. My parents were the ones responsible.
What was even their reason? What did we ever do to them?
They were billionaires who were trying to expand their company, all right? That's all I know. My dad brought me along, but I didn't understand anything that was happening.
Slowly, I remembered the innocent little boy holding the hand of the adult who was screaming at his machines to destroy our homes.
But what about the things you and your sister stole from us? They're here, and I can explain. Holly was going to bring her team of researchers to ransack your homes if I hadn't convinced her that I knew the map of your settlement from what you showed me when you sneaked me in, and we could do it alone instead.
What's her deal? Why is she so mean?
After my parents destroyed your homes, they started to face some bad business and fell sick before they then passed away. Holly thinks you have some witches that cursed them.
Jeez, I'm sorry, Logan. I hope she's doing better now.
No, she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and is now in a mental facility.
As we talked, Dad and the rest of the tribe surrounded us.
We've had some misunderstandings in the past, boy, but everything you've said and done today proves you have a good heart.
As soon as every member of my tribe dispersed, I hugged Logan.
I've missed you. Me too, Inga. I've missed seeing your beautiful face.
So, you don't think I'm a freak, just like Holly said?
You're not a freak. You just have a condition called cold urticaria. I'm a med student, so I know.
Really?
Yep. And for your eyes, it's a condition called heterochromia.
Heteroulteria? As I tried to pronounce the words, Logan laughed and looked into my eyes.
Every year I spent far from you was torture. I want to pick up from where we left off.
It's been a few years. Maybe we should take it slow and start over as friends first.
I can do that.
I had the biggest smile on my face. Logan was back, and everything was better.
Come into the lava.
You're a part of us now. Once upon a time, in ancient Japan, during the era of the Great Dynasties, there lived two families who owned the biggest rice fields, and an emperor who wanted the finest rice in his palace.
The Takanas and the Nakamuras own the finest rice fields in the land. They both aspire to be the official rice of the realm.
Send a messenger for shipment. I will try their rice.
The emperor's decision led to a great competition between the two families. Each year, they would send their finest rice to the court to be judged by the emperor and his advisors.
I think the Nakamura's rice is far superior to the Takanas.
And so, the rivalry between the Nakamura and Takana families began. It was all because of a simple competition over rice, but it went on for generations. Oh, hey there! I'm Ayumi Nakamura, and as you probably already guessed, I come from a long line of wealthy Nakamuras who hate the Takanas and blah blah blah. But really, I'm just your average high school student, in love with making comics. Unfortunately, I am destined to take over my family's multi-billion rice company and stay ahead of the Takana's company. But here's the thing, I don't want to be a CEO, I want to be a comic artist. As you can imagine, my parents do not support this dream.
Is this supposed to be? Is this your father? Is this me?
No. Random people?
Do you think the Takana kid spends all day drawing silly things?
He would if he was smart.
Making fun of your mom and I. This is too much. You know what? I've been patient with you for years. You leave me no choice. I'm taking all of this nonsense away until you get serious again.
Despite my pleas, Mom and Dad seized all my books and sketches. I was so mad at them. The only thing they cared about was showing the Takanas they were better by always pitting me against their son, Tatsu. He was as arrogant as his parents, and mine. I remember this one time when I had to race against him and lost.
Come on, Ayumi, make us proud.
Tatsu, show him what we're made of!
Ha! In your face.
Honestly, I wasn't as good as Tatsu at many things, and it embarrassed my parents a lot of times.
I still don't know why you can't win a single medal like the Takana kid.
I could if you'd just let me join a comic contest.
Oh, not this again. Ayumi, you're the heir to our company. Act like it.
As they talked to me, Tatsu and his parents approached us.
Could you move? We want to take a picture of my son with his trophies.
We were here first.
Jealousy is such an ugly color. Jealous of those cheap trophies you probably paid for? Never.
They started squabbling like chickens, attracting a lot of attention. Tatsu and I were helpless as we tried to stop them until the principal intervened.
Please, that's enough. There are no winners or losers here. Both Ayumi and Tatsu are winners in their own right. Now, why don't we go into my office and we can talk about this?
Eventually, everyone left. As soon as I got home that evening, I rambled to my best friend, Maya.
I can't believe you let them get away with ruining your life. I know, right? I wish I could do something about it. Why don't you then? The whole family rivalry thing is ridiculous. Shh, someone might hear us. Fine. Besides, Tatsu is hot. You two would make a cute couple. Do the whole enemies to lovers thing. You read too much romance. Tatsu is insufferable, just like all his ancestors.
Maya loved to daydream about the characters she read in her love books. I wished she could face the reality that there was no way Tatsu and I would ever be friends, let alone anything more. The next day at school, I found students gathered around a bulletin board staring at a poster.
Calling all aspiring comic book creators. STA brings to your school a comic strip competition for a chance to work with us. Submit your art to our email. You totally have to do this. I want to, but I don't want to get into trouble with my parents again. It's online. They don't have to know.
I thought about what Maya said, and she was right. So, that night, I sent some old sketches on my phone gallery to the email address before sleeping off. And when I woke up the next morning, I got an email saying I'd won and screamed.
Oh my god, I won!
We heard screaming. What's wrong?
I was so happy that I didn't even notice when Mom picked up my phone and read the email.
I can't believe you went behind our backs for this nonsense. Look at what our daughter is up to.
You aren't stepping out of this house, young lady.
I was so fed up by their restrictions. This was my happiest day, and I couldn't believe they were being so controlling.
Why do you hate everything I love?
Because it's silly and you should use this time to study.
They were so annoying, but I was determined to show up at the show, and there was no way I was going to let them stop me. I tied some clothes together and flipped them over my window. I climbed down Rapunzel style and ran to the show. It was the best decision ever.
I present this award to Ayumi Nakamura for the best comic in the contest.
I finally got my trophy, and I was so happy. People congratulated me and wanted pictures. When I was finally free, I went out into the school field for some fresh air. But my happiness was short-lived when I found Tatsu talking about me.
Her trophy is nothing compared to all of mine. She's still a loser.
I got really mad and grabbed an open water hose next to my feet. Next thing you know, he was soaking wet.
Oops, sorry. I thought you were a statue.
Well, I never expected a Nakamura to have any sense.
I sprayed him some more. Next thing I knew, we started fighting for the hose, splashing water everywhere and on everyone. We didn't even realize when Mrs. Sato walked up and we sprayed her as well.
A Nakamura and a Takana. Who else would I expect?
She started it.
Enough! Can't you two be in the same place without causing trouble?
I knew everyone in school was tired of our constant fighting, but honestly, it wasn't my fault. Tatsu was infuriating.
You've both ruined everyone's day and clothes. To the detention room!
After school, we spent the entire day in detention. As night fell, we were packing our bags when the school lights abruptly went out. We were in complete darkness. I tripped over a chair, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting in someone's lap. Then the power came back on.
Can't get enough of me, Nakamura?
Tatsu! I couldn't believe it. I quickly pushed off from him, but as I did, I noticed how strong his arms and legs were. No wonder he won so many trophies. I was so embarrassed.
What? No, I didn't know you were there.
What a jerk! I grabbed my things and walked out. When I got home, my parents were really mad at me.
In one day, you've trashed the Nakamura name like it's nothing. This isn't how we raised you.
Gosh, did they ever rest?
Your mom and I have decided that a girls' boarding school is the best for you.
I don't want to go to boarding school.
You have no choice in the matter.
Well, if you take me there, I'll make sure I fail every subject, and I'll never brush or even have my bath. I'll doodle all over the school and wear red jeans.
Red jeans? Our daughter has gone mad!
I gave my parents a real scare, and they backed off for a while. It felt good to finally talk back to them. A few months later, Mrs. Sato informed us that we had a class trip coming up, and I couldn't wait. I'd already packed my bags days in advance. I just needed a break from my parents. On the day of the trip, I showed up at the bus stop excited. As I walked into the bus, there were no empty seats. Maya had saved none for me.
Sorry, I have to sit with the student council as the president. I saved you a seat, though.
It was next to Tatsu. I knew she was up to her old tricks, trying to get me and Tatsu together. I had no choice but to turn around and take the seat.
Jeez.
He scooted as far as possible from me, and I did the same. During the journey, we both dozed off. When the bus finally stopped, I woke up and found Tatsu and I had been sleeping against each other. We stared at ourselves in disgust and jumped out of our seats like our butts were on fire. Later, everyone started filing out of the bus, and Mrs. Sato made us dump all our gadgets into a bowl.
Don't worry, you'll get them back. If you need to reach your parents, you can use my phone. We can't really enjoy nature if we're staring into a tiny electric window, now can we?
And later, she led us to a clearing where we all set up our tents with her help. That afternoon, I was looking forward to exploring the forest and doing some nature sketches when Mrs. Sato received a phone call that she didn't look too happy about.
Everyone, gather round. I need to leave. My mother has had an emergency at the hospital. Maya and the rest of the student council will handle this trip until the school sends a replacement. Follow their lead.
With that, Mrs. Sato rushed out, and I felt really bad for her.
You heard, Mrs. Sato. We should gather some firewood and rest for today. Tomorrow, I'll let you know the schedule for the week.
Everyone followed Maya's instructions. I went into the tent we shared together to get some marshmallows from her backpack, but she walked in and snatched it away from me.
What do you think you're doing? Relax, I just wanted to get some marshmallows. You shouldn't go through my bag without telling me.
You go through my things. What are you hiding?
Nothing. Just stay away from the bag. It has important things.
Maya left with the bag, and I was so curious about what she was hiding from me. I thought I'd check after everyone had gone to bed that night. Sadly, I didn't let nature in on my plan. At midnight, a loud scream ripped through the tents, waking everyone up. We all rushed out to check what the matter was.
My friends are missing!
Maybe they went into the bushes to pee.
No! Something came and snatched them!
Everyone, grab your lights and spread out in a search.
We all grabbed our lights and went into the dark forest to find the missing students. Suddenly, we heard some rustling.
Who's there?
No one said anything, but we spotted something big and furry in the bushes.
It's a bear! Run!
Maya and I ran back to the campsite for our dear lives. When we got back, we discovered that some more students had gone missing, and everyone was saying they'd seen something.
It was huge, like a monster.
It was thin like a skeleton.
Nobody's stories matched, so Maya gathered everyone who remained to calm us down.
We have to stay beside each other till morning gets brighter. Then we can find a way out and get help.
Everyone huddled together for the night, but when I woke up the next morning, the campsite was empty. It was like they had all disappeared. Tatsu and I were the only ones left, and the fool was sleeping. I walked over and kicked him awake.
What happened?
Everyone's missing. That's what happened. We have to search for them.
Too risky. If the thing taking them takes us too, there'll be no one to save all of us.
I saw red and lashed out at him, even if I knew it wasn't fair, and he was actually making some sense.
All you can do is think about yourself in an emergency like this?
Jeez, fine. I'll follow you if that'll make you shut up.
Tatsu and I ventured into the forest on our own when we heard a creepy sound. Do you hear that?
What?
That sound. It's like someone's following us.
Don't be ridiculous.
Suddenly, a loud growl came behind us, and we turned around to find eyes glowing at us. Tatsu and I ran back to camp.
What if that thing got our friends? We have to find them.
You're right. We shouldn't waste any more time here, or it'll get us too.
Tatsu and I gathered our bags and some food before we headed straight for the forest. We stayed really close to each other. On the way, we found some footprints in the soil and followed them. Unfortunately, I suddenly hit my leg against a large rock and tripped.
Hey, are you okay?
I think I sprained my ankle. To my shock, Tatsu lifted me in his arms and kept walking.
What? You'll slow me down if I let you walk.
My cheeks flushed as he walked for miles with me in his arms. I had no idea he was so strong and caring. When we arrived at a tree canopy, he gently placed me down.
We should rest for the day here and continue our search tomorrow.
I agreed with Tatsu, and when the sky went dark, he gathered some wood and built us a campfire. As I prepared to sleep, I felt something crawling up my leg and screamed. It was a scary wildcat. I ran behind Tatsu for protection, but to my surprise, he picked up the cat and stroked its back.
Aw, cutie. Did you lose your way?
What are you doing? That's a wild cat!
Nah, it's a cute stray. I'll name you Triss.
I didn't realize he was such a big softie. Maybe his parents let him do whatever he wanted and weren't like mine.
Your parents let you own cats.
They'd actually freak out if they saw me with one. They hate anything that isn't studying.
Just like mine. They seized all my comics because they weren't study books.
They're pretty terrible parents, huh?
Gosh, yes.
Tatsu and I laughed. We spent most of the night talking about our parents. It was really nice to know we shared a lot in common. That night, as he slept with Triss tucked under him, I had a sudden inspiration and got out my sketchbook to sketch them. The next day, Tatsu tucked Triss into his bag and we continued the search. When we reached a small stream, he offered to help me cross like a perfect gentleman.
You can jump. I'll catch you.
I jumped on Tatsu, and we fell to the grass with me on top of him. My sketch of him from the previous night fell out of my bag.
Wait a minute. That's me and Triss. You drew this?
Yeah.
Wow, you're really good. Can I keep it? Awesome. Thanks.
For a while, we just stared at each other. I realized how hot he looked, but when Triss mewed softly beside me, I quickly got embarrassed. We should get going.
You're right.
We dusted ourselves off and continued to follow the prints. Along the way, we found torn clothes and got really scared.
Oh my god, that might be their clothes.
No blood. We should keep walking. There might be further clues down there.
As we walked farther, we found a lodge. Right on cue, we heard laughter, only to find all our classmates inside, laughing and having the time of their lives. Right in the middle was Maya. I was furious.
I can't believe my best friend and my classmates pranked me!
As soon as everyone noticed us, they fell quiet.
I'm sorry, Ayumi. We just needed to get you and Tatsu to work together. Your rivalry was affecting everyone.
That's why you never wanted me to go through your backpack that night, huh?
The bear costume was in there. If you saw it, it'd ruin our plans.
Your plan?
You mean everyone wanted it, even Mrs. Sato. We planned it before the trip.
I looked around and noticed that everyone was staring at Tatsu and me as if we were villains. It made me feel so guilty. Thankfully, Triss ran right in the middle and their attention shifted to her.
Wow, where did you come from?
Sorry, that's Triss. Ayumi and I found her in the forest.
You're friends now?
Yeah. We're really sorry about everything.
I'm sorry too, Maya, and every one of you.
Maya hugged me, and I hugged her back.
I knew I could never give up on you.
Everyone returned to the campsite, and we spent the entire night telling stories around the bonfire and laughing. On the last day of our trip, Mrs. Sato's replacement showed up, and our phones were given back to us. During the journey back, I sat next to Tatsu, and Triss rested softly on our thighs.
We should tell our parents we're friends.
They'll throw a fit.
They'll get over it. We can't let them dictate our lives any longer.
As soon as we got to the bus stop, Tatsu clasped my hand in his.
I don't know if I'm ready to face them like this.
We'll face them together.
We walked out of the bus, hand in hand. When our parents saw us, they looked like they wanted to faint.
Why are you holding that girl's hand? And what's that creature behind you?
Honey, is he holding you hostage?
Gosh, they were so dramatic.
No, we're actually friends. Our family rivalry needs to end. It has damaged a lot of people over the years.
Our parents looked like they were going to combust.
Ayumi, your father and I taught you better.
No, you both taught me to lie about myself and destroyed the things I loved.
Son, come with me. We'll talk about this at home.
We're not going anywhere.
Tatsu and I stuck beside each other until our parents had no choice but to leave us.
They'll come around. You're an amazing person, by the way.
You too.
So, do you want to go on a date with me, Ayumi Nakamura?
I thought you'd never ask. You know, winning isn't everything. It's the bonds we form with others that really matter. Tatsu and I may have been born into rival families, but we won't let that define us or our future. And as for rice, well, it's better when shared with someone special.